Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Roll Down, the TFT Esports podcast, where we talk about everything from the grassroots to the pro scene, from the couch to the crown. My name is Gangly. I'm your host for today, and joined with me is friend of the podcast, EMEA TFT caster, Impetuous Panda. How you doing?
I'm doing great. This podcast means that we're right around the corner, moving into regionals, moving to the culmination of the esports part of the sets when it comes to making the TAC crown, what players are going to make it to TPC next set. So it really is, for me at least, the exciting part of the season.
That's right. And so right now, if you're watching this, you're probably watching it live before the broadcast of the actual competition starts. And you can probably see a timer somewhere around here indicating that we are counting down until game number 1 of the play-in phase is going to start. And so we're going to take you through everything you need to know about this event, everything that you need to know going into both weeks of the regional finals. So David, let's get started. And first, before we go anywhere, let me just tell you, if you're watching this not live, you're watching this on YouTube, go and watch the regional finals. That's happening March 6th through 8th, and then week 2 on 13th through 15th. You can see the times outlined here. It is happening all around the world. We have EMEA, Americas, and APAC, and then the CN region has their own regional finals format that they'll be following. So make sure you go ahead and follow along with us. But first, let's take a look at our qualified players for the EMEA regional finals. And something I want to talk about real quick, David, is how there are players qualifying in through various methods, right? It's not just the players that we've seen from the TPC. What the regional finals does is that it opens up the doors to players who are coming in through a variety of different methods.
And the different methods are valued in different ways. If you're coming from TPC, the worst you can do is start in playoffs. That's only 4 players, though, not the 8 that we had last set. And it is the riskiest slot of the tournament to come into because it means that one bad day of TFT, you lose your chance to make it to regionals week 2. You lose your chance to guarantee your spot in TPC next set, which could be devastating for some of these players. But it's also maybe a beacon of hope for players who are not in TPC, who have this leg in now to compete on an equal playing ground in week 1, the next 2 days, and potentially make it into TPC, maybe even make it to TAC round. We saw it happen last time with what Jungler, for example, in EMEA. So different expectations, I think, are set at this point in time. And it really is, in my opinion, maybe even the more exciting weekend of regionals because of how much is at stake.
Yeah, the first week in particular is going to move very fast. We'll have a lot of cuts throughout all 3 days of competition, and it definitely will keep you on your toes. Now, I want to make sure that people understand how we got where we are today, right? Because yes, we're in the play-ins, and it's going to be a brutal and fast day, but it really is a reflection of an entire set's worth of competition. To get into the regional finals, like we talked about before very briefly, there are different ways you can get in. You can make it in through the TPC, and depending on how you place throughout the entire set, you were placed in different parts in the regional finals. You could get in through your ladder performances, or you could get in through one of the qualifying cups. I want to highlight that at least in the Americas last set, we saw an abundance of players qualifying through the ladder have success in the regional finals. And to me, it was a reflection of how it was the players who were strongly dedicated to grinding day after day to retain their spot on ladder were in the end rewarded. Did you feel like you had a similar response in EMEA?
I think so, and it's just the math kind of mathing. The best players on ladder who are not already in TPC, the best they can possibly do, no matter how good they are above the average player, is playing into week 1. You cannot qualify directly to week 2 from even number 1 on ladder snapshots throughout the entire set. So you have some very, very strong players who, for reasons known or unknown, lost their slot in TPC. Players like Jedusor, for example, players like Aaliyah, they're fighting through ladder. They easily qualify to week 1, and they're potentially a whole level above the rest of the field in this week 1. So I think it's quite normal to see the ladder players perform at a very high level because maybe they almost deserve to be in week 2 already, but they just don't have that access with the current format, how it works.
I think even the momentum is kind of on their side, right? You have the players from the TPC who are making it into play-ins who have largely been struggling this entire set compared to the rest of the field. And comparatively, you have, like you're saying, these tier 2 players who don't belong in tier 2. Obviously, they're capable and strong enough to be in tier 1 TFT, who have been doing nothing but finding success, dominating the ladder, going into the cups. And that momentum, it does actually play a large part in just your mental. And so I'm excited to see how many of them can continue to turn it on and make their way back into the TPC. So let's talk about the format for this weekend. Today we are in the play-in stage. And this, I'm just going to say it now, this is a tough format to beat. Okay, we have 16 players competing over the course of 4 games today. And at the end of 4 games, immediately, 4 players, their entire set, their life is gone. They will be eliminated, and 4 will directly advance into week 1, day number 2. After that, we will have 8 players remaining who will continue to play 2 more games. And after 2 more games, we will cut that field in half. 4 more advance into week 1, day 2, and 4 more will become eliminated. And Panda, this is, like I said, perhaps the most brutal portion of the entire regional finals. 4 games and then 6 games total can decide your fate for the last 3 months of prep.
No matter how good you are, and there are some very good players who unfortunately did not do their homework at TPC, except from EMEA, it's only 6 games. Anything can happen. 1/8 place could maybe even seal the deal in those first 4 games already. So it is a scary place to be at. It's usually your own fault as a TPC player if you end up here through just lack of results throughout the sets. But this is the time to clutch up. This is where experience really matters, where being able to stay calm under pressure matters, because it's just so cutthroat, as you're mentioning.
All right, so let's move on to week 1, day number 2. This is where those 8 players from the play-in phase meet 32 other competitors to a total of 40 players on the day. They will compete in 6 games. And I'm going to be honest, this format is way simpler when you compare it to the play-in phase where it's, immediate cuts after 4, 2 more, even more cuts. 6 games, only the bottom 8 get eliminated. 32 move on. That seems pretty forgiving, right? The thing to remember, though, is that the points carry over. You're not rolling up with the last qualified spot and feeling good about your chances in week 1, day 3, because the points carry over in the next day. After just 2 games of this top 32, 4 players are going to be eliminated. We'll play 2 more games worth 24 players until 4 are eliminated. And again, between both of those, top 4 advance directly into the TPC, into that week 2. And now this is where it gets a little bit different, because we drop those 8 players, we go down to 16, and we play 1 game. And after 1 game, we have 8 more players leaving the field, 4 advancing into week 2, 4 getting eliminated, and we'll have 1 final game with 8 players. And once again, top 4 advance, bottom 4 are eliminated. And Panda, what stands out to me is that on week 1, day 3, it feels like every single game has something to play for.
Yeah, there's no lull in the action in terms of the first 4 games are kind of, calm, and then the next 2 games really ramp up in intensity. It's going to be, especially when you're on the lower end, you're fighting for your life pretty much every single game, having to play maybe higher risk than you would want to, having to warp your game plan entirely around the situation that you're in on the leaderboard. So it is going to be a cutthroat and exciting as a viewer and caster day of TFT, but maybe scary as a player as well.
I mean, the reality is, because this is a game of variance, there's a world where even the best players start off the day with an 8th, with a 7th, right? And what I think is the key for this format in particular is that if you are starting on the back foot, you can't get tilted. I think you just can't afford to have any lapse in judgment, any lapse in mental, because the second that you start doubting yourself, the second you start feeling that pressure and letting it get to you, the tournament's going to move on without you and you're dead in the water. So if you're a top player here, I really want to see some resilience and the ability to bounce back. So now that we've talked a little bit about the format, let's talk about the elephant in the room, which is that 16.6. If you're watching this right now, this patch has been out for a few days, but this is a huge patch. I mean, back in the day, we had the mid-set updates, which kind of gave us this huge update with new champions and stuff. It's not quite that, but it's definitely reminiscent of it. And the thing that is the largest change that happened in 16.6 has to be the unlock changes. So obviously in set 16, the set mechanic being that with certain actions that you take on your board, you can unlock different champions to get different things for your board. All of those unlock conditions on the whole have been made easier with this patch. Panda, what implications do you see the unlock changes having on the meta?
It just really opens up the possibilities and the flexibility of so many different lines that used to be very restrictive to only under these specific conditions, sub 5%. Can you play Yone with Yasuo? Can you play certain champions? Now it's been opened up, and just the sheer amount of extra possibilities you have and the way you have to restructure how you go into certain lines cut this lane to the set of TFT is I would be daunted as a competitor because it's just everything you worked on and polished throughout the last 2 months is going to change radically. Some players will benefit from this. I think some players really are very good at intuitive TFT and adapting to these changes much quicker. But other players who I think are more flowcharty, who are more they find their advantages in executing at a high level and making small mistakes, they might be in trouble because all of a sudden everything they've been slowly polishing, executing towards for this regionals is now wide open again, and it doesn't really suit them as competitors. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see how it all shakes out this weekend.
Are there any champions in particular on this list that stand out to you? And you mentioned Yone being a big one. Is there anything else that stands out as like, I think this might shake up the way that we see the game played?
I think the easier unlocks for Ixtal is interesting. For the healing, for example, with the Loose Streak tray, I think something like a Tom Kench at 350 is really interesting in terms of how warping and scaling the champion can be. I think some of the earlier unlock, for example, like Graves, it just makes it easier. You could get into these lines fairly easily before anyway, like Bilgewater, but you just have almost no conditions now. So if you find a good spot for it, if maybe it's a comfort comp for you, you can play for this more often. Just across the entire board, every single bucket slot just has changed entirely how these comps are played.
I'm really excited to see the Aatrox change personally. I feel like all set long people talked about how the requirements to unlock Aatrox oftentimes kind of and made you have this tension on your board where it's like in order to unlock him, I have to build this. But by the time I build this and I have everything on my board, I don't want these items anymore. So I'm very excited to see if we're going to be seeing new. I think the Slayer line in particular has opened up a ton and it has much more flexibility than what we've seen in the past. So I'm excited to see all that play out. But this before us we have is the real meat and potatoes of the show. I think what everyone who's watching this right now wants to hear about, and that is not the patch, it is the players. So if you've watched one of our pre-show podcasts before, you're familiar with this. These are our player buckets, as we call them. And so what we've done is we've taken every player in the week one field and we have categorized them into different player buckets so that you can digest and understand a little bit of how they operate, how they function, where we see them in the great big story of TFT. So let's just get straight into it with our first category, which is the favorites. This is pretty self-explanatory, but these are the players that I think more so than anyone else, are shocked to see them in week one for one reason or another. And we would be shocked if they stayed here. Everyone on this list is a storied veteran one way or another. And we are beyond the shadow of a doubt expecting to see them make their way back into the TPC. What can you tell me about these two players?
First of all, the big disclaimer, this is week one. The fact that these players are favorites does not mean they've had the best set of TFT of their lives. They unfortunately have had a pretty bad set of TFT. Despite this, they have the experience, they have the composure to, in my opinion, still make it through without much of a hitch through this week one. Lekoko in particular has had two sets now where his regular seasons have been fairly poor compared to his usual, maybe best or second best player in EMEA standard that he's held for himself. Did make it attack round last set regardless, but this set 31st out of 32 players in TPC. Not sure if he's just not really been committing as much time to the game, but it is by far and away his worst set of TFT, I would say, since set 6. Despite this, I think he has what it takes to crush this week one, even if he's starting in play-ins, and make it to that week 2 to guarantee that TPC spot, maybe even attack round slot again. For Volta, similar case. He finished 25th out of the 32 players in TPC, but you can never count him out, no matter how he looks on the convergence, no matter how he plays the game differently to how you perceive it. He is just the guy that always pops off on regionals, always makes an attack round. It would be, I think, his 7th if he makes it this set, or 8th. So just absolutely insane performance usually from him at the end of a set.
Yeah, like Coco in particular on this list is just, I mean, when you look especially at domestic results, I think that's the one thing on Lecoco's resume that there's always been the quick mismatch of his domestic results compared to his international results. But if you can really just hone in how Lecoco has performed in EMEA by itself, he's very clearly in the same tier as the international greats that we talk about of, Wage Iverson and Dishto from the Americas, YBY, Ironbog from APAC. And to me, it's like double in Lecoco from EMEA. It's so clear far and away that Lecoco has had domestic dominance over EMEA for a very long time. And so, yes, while he's been a little bit on the downward trend for the last two sets, I fully believe that Lecoco is going to be able to get his spot back in the TPC, because a TPC without Lecoco would just be, that would not be a fun thing to see happen. So let's move on to our next player bucket, which is not our favorites, but what we're calling our contenders. Now, this category is the players directly below that favorite. We are not saying that they have the historic accolades that put them far above everyone else in the field, but we believe that they are significantly favored across against many players in the field. And if you had to, put your bets on someone to make a deep run this weekend, this is a pretty safe place to put those. So is there anyone on this list that really stands out to you?
I would say there's a threefold separation here. On one side, Aaliyah, Enzo, and Dedusor all coming from ladder. These are players who are attack round caliber players, who are multiple attack round caliber players. In the case of Dedusor, one of the best rising stars in EMEA the last 5, 6, or 6 sets. And I would be very, very shocked to see them not make it through. I think if they were in TPC, they might not even be in week 1, but for reasons unknown, they lost their slots last sets. They moved down to tier 2, and I think they're some of the strongest players in the field for sure. Then we look at players like junglers, Ico and Horo X, just barely didn't make it directly to week 2. I think very, very strong players historically. I think they have great prep groups. I think they're just, it would be shocking to see them end up without a TPC slot coming into next set. And then someone like Revan, who is in an embarrassing position in some cases because he won a TPC event, Streamer Cup, but he didn't make week 2, which is a little bit scary because he might be a player who plays attack round but loses his slot in TPC next set if he doesn't make it through this week 1. I think he has the right prep group with all the Spanish army to make it through regardless, but it's a big test for him, I think, in terms of his composure.
Yeah, it's interesting because everybody else in this weekend, right? Every other player is playing to qualify to the Tactician's crown, except for Revan. He's already there, like you're saying. And all that he's actually playing for is to get into TPC. There is a world where Revan makes it, he gets eliminated this week, makes it to Tac Crown, and I believe there is a ruling where if he wins or top 8, there is a specific rule. I forget what the clause is. There's a way for him to get his spot back into the TPC through the Tactician's crown. Hopefully we don't have to look up what that rule is, because Revan will maybe just make the run and get his spot back.
I will say that would be the most Revan thing to do, to not make week 2 and then somehow win Tac Crown and still make it TPC because of that. The plot armor is just too thick for this guy.
And I before we move off the slide, I want to say that Revan, I think, has been such an important cultural icon for TFT, specifically for Spain, right? He is the first Spanish player to ever represent Spain at the Tactician's crown on the international stage of that caliber. And so for him to go out in week 1 would be very sad to see. But regardless, he's going to be representing the region in a great way coming up with the Tactician's crown, no matter how it goes. Let's move on with our next player bucket, which is going to be the largest one. I mean, you can see the gap in capacity between the last bucket and this one is very, very large. This is a bucket we're calling Volatile. Now, this, you could take this a couple different ways, and I'm going to have you kind of clarify how you see this bucket after. But Volatile could mean 2 things. It could be, 1, in actual play style, right? You're the players who are more willing to lean into risk, who are more of this first or 8th, you would call them, style player. What it also could mean is that it's volatile in terms of how it relates to their consistency. Players who show up in one tournament have this kind of one set wonder, one tournament wonder, great run, and then the next time around they come in dead last. The players who maybe you have to question their dedication to consistent studying and always having their finger on the pulse of the game. How do you see this bucket?
I think it's a mix of all these things. I think it's also career volatility. I think it's players who have had very high peaks, who have made it to Tac Round before in the past. Players like Noel, for example. Players that have made it to regional final day threes multiple times, maybe, but just haven't been at that same level the last few sets. Someone like Kevin Parker, for example, is just moving now from tier two, hopefully into tier one. It could be players that have had great careers until recently with the last two sets, like Gades and Bensak, but have ended up in the bottom 2 or 3 spots and are playing through play-ins alongside Lekoko, for example, coming into this week one. Players that just moved into TBC like Vigo, who have not had the best showing in TBC, who have not been able to hang with the greats in that first debut season, and now have to prove themselves yet again in regionals week one. So there's a mix, I think, of everything. This is really the players who you would like to see succeed, but you don't have a guarantee in terms of their past results, in terms of their consistency, that they're going to do so. So this is the exciting bucket of players, in my opinion. If you cheer for any of these players, you're in for a wild ride, because I think anything can happen. But it would not be surprising to see them making week two. I think they've all proven at some points in their careers that they have what it takes. They just have to really lock in this week.
This is the graphic that I think perfectly encapsulates the depth of EMEA. You know, when you look at other regions and you're going down to what your, I don't know, 40th, 50th best player in any given region, you start to get to the players who maybe don't have as much history, the players who don't have the accolades behind them. In EMEA, what stands out to me is that this is technically, if we're kind of tier listing and we're saying, you know, TPC is this top 16 players, and then we're moving down, like we're right now looking at this kind of 30 to 40 range. And these are established players with a history of performing, like you're mentioning. I mean, Salfo 20 is coming off the top 8 at the Paris Open just a couple months ago, right? And now is in this volatile category here. I think that the EMEA regionals is so exciting because it does truly feel like anybody can take it. Like even the worst player in the EMEA regionals is going to be an elite player, and so I'm really excited to see how that plays out. But let's continue to move on with our next player category. This is going to be our underdogs. And again, I want to note the difference between our volatile category that had so many players, and now we're moving into this underdog category where we're really honing in on just 8 players. Are there some players here that you want to talk about in particular?
Yeah, I think there's also quite a separation between why these players are underdogs. For someone like Arzu and Chinar, for example, they're players who have made TAC Run before. They've made high-level regional events before, but they haven't really been anywhere close to an elite level for maybe 4 or 5 sets. Chinar, in particular, he kind of took the mantle from Ging as a top Turkish player from around set 8 to set 12, then hasn't really had any meaningful results since then. Not sure if, real life stuff got in the way, if he just wasn't committing as much time to TFT. But it's good to see some of these players be in a position where one good weekend of TFT and they're back into TPC. They're back into regularly playing among the tier 1 players and the elite players in EMEA yet again. So it's an exciting time for these players. I think this is the expectation of most of the players in this category. They're just thinking about making week 2 and about guaranteeing some stability in their careers yet again. For players like MarkX, for example, he's an OG player. He's someone who is very well known in the DACH region. He plays it at a regional level, but has never really had a big breakthrough at kind of a EMEA regional top level, tier 1 competition level. So it's kind of a mix of a lot of players. It's, I think, a harder sell to say these players have a great chance of making week 2, but it's not out of the bounds of possibilities. And I think these are players to cheer for if you really want to go for that. 1 in 1,000 or maybe not 1,000, 1 in 20 chance of making it through,
I always see this sort of category as almost like your local heroes. You think of someone who like maybe attends tournaments in their own region. You're talking about Narquez in the DACH region. I mean, lots of these players obviously have their own country's leagues that they've played in. I've watched Marks play in the old Italian Super League when that was a bit more active. These are the players that, like you're saying, are maybe not favored against the field, but there's like some magic about them, right? That like the players from their region, the knowers know that these players have the sauce when the things go their way, and that obviously they're capable of making it this far because they've qualified to the regional finals. So this is I feel like if you're looking for someone to root for, these are the stories that to me are very exciting because they're always going to fall through the cracks when it comes to the bigger narratives. They're not going to be focused on compared to some of the bigger stars of the region, but they have the opportunity to make the headlines and to go really far in the event and shake things up. So if you're looking for someone to root for, I think anyone on this list will be a fun player to watch. And now let's move on to our final category. We talked about our favorites, our contenders, the volatile, the underdogs. This last category is a category we're just calling the unknown. And so these are players who, for one reason or another, are in this category of either not having as much data on them, not having a long storied career in the game, being unsure of their current form and what they're actually bringing to the event, or just for one reason or another, not really fitting into any of those other categories. Who do you want to talk about here?
I think just going off of what you mentioned around the brief or the bigger picture of the category itself, if you are a top tier player in EU West, if you compete, maybe all these names very well because these are players who are constantly there, high GM, low challenger, maybe didn't play for a long time, but they just never had a competitive breakthrough when it came to tournaments, when it came to making it to day threes of GSCs back in the day, or now the TAC Cups, in terms of making it to regionals at all, or ever in the case of all of these players. So these are players who are known quantities if you're super in depth in the competitive scene as a player. But to a viewer watching this, I doubt any of the viewers that watch at a casual to semi-engaged level know these players. That's the big difference here. And I think it's also an opportunity. This is a chance they have 3 days of competition, in some of these cases only 2 days, day 1 and day 2 of this week 1, to potentially play the most important TFT tournament of their lives. If it goes well, they're slotting into TPC next set. They can take a lot of that time they have to play for hundreds of games on ladder to now just hone their skill and their talent and play scrims and really have a more quality approach to playing this game, and maybe hang in TPC for multiple sets and make a whole career out of this that's sustainable for them as competitors. So that's the big question here, the big thought. These players have a chance to make it to week 2. Is it going to be an easy path to make it there? No. Are they unfavored? Potentially, just from an experience and a pressure standpoint. But I think it's the most important weekend of their TFT careers for sure. And I think that's a special thing as well, to be on that level playing field coming into this week.
Now we've gone through all the players in this week 1. You can take a look as we zoom out at what this list looks like. Of course, like we mentioned before, this volatile category really does make up so many of the players in the field. But before we end, I know the countdown is ticking. We're very close to the regional finals kicking off. One last thing you and I got to do, Panda, is we got to give some predictions. Who we expect to make it into that week 2 to find their slot in the TPC. I'm going to kick it off with Lekoko as my favorite, which I think could be an argument whether or not it's even fair to put him as a favorite based on how this set has gone. But I talked a little bit about it before. I don't think you can have the domestic history that Lekoko has and then be written off as anything but a favorite for an event like this. When push comes to shove, Lekoko knows how to perform. I'm expecting to see him make the deep run, earn his spot back into the TPC. And my dark horse, I'm going to go with MarkX, the winner of one of the TAC Cups from this set. And I've got, I'm a little bit, I got a little bit of bias. I'm always rooting for the Italian players. We've had Raiko have a dominant run in TPC, so I want to see MarkX do the same here.
And for my favorite, I chose Jedusor. I think last set was a little bit heartbreaking in terms of meteoric rise for 4, 5, 6 sets from potentially good player to elite player to S tier player alongside players like Double and Lekoko and Volta. And all of a sudden it came crashing down. No one really understood why or how, but he found himself outside of TPC playing in tier 2. He's crushed the ladder snapshots. He's made it back to week 1. He's just one step away from finding himself in the spot that I think he deserves to be in. And I don't think he'll let the chance slip away. I think he is going to be one of the favorites coming into this week. For my dark horse, it's Odessa. I think he's a player who is always really strong on ladder. He is a Spanish player that I think is often overlooked in the past compared to someone like Dalesom, compared to someone like Safo, even someone like Snoodybu, for example. And now with Revan coming in and eclipsing all of them for good reason. But I think Odessa, he is the last player from MKOI who has not found a huge breakthrough. We saw Safo in Paris, Dalesom in that last TPC tournament, and Revan, of course, winning Shurima Cup. I think it's due. I think he is also very unconventional as a player. I think this new patch and all the new unlock conditions suit him as well. And I think he's been working so hard for this for such a long time. He deserves to be in TPC as well. So I'm really rooting for him.
Thank you, Panda. Now, if you've watched this podcast before, you will know this graphic. This is our competitive roadmap. And guess what? We're here. We made it, Panda, to the regional finals. Now, this countdown is ticking and waiting for us to finish up so that we can get into the first game of the action. So I'm not going to keep us any longer. The regional finals is here. Play and start today. Let's get into the action.
Welcome one and all to the second day of the TFT Lore and Legends regional finals for EMEA, Europe, Middle East and Africa. The dust from yesterday's play-ins has settled and 8 players survived to join today what is the official start of week 1. In this first day here and now, 40 players will be fighting to get out of the battle stage and onto tomorrow, where their roads to the crown and to the pro circuit status for next season will be decided. The long road to Lore and Legends glory truly begins right here, so let's get into it. My name is Counterfeit, joined by the fantastic, troubling, and impetuous Panda, with Makes and Kenobi waiting in the wings to bring everyone into game 1. So let's set the stage for them. How are you both feeling coming into today?
To say yesterday was the appetizer to this weekend, but now it's the main course, Counterfeit, and I'm pretty hungry, so that's it all.
I'm actually super excited when there's a brand new patch and every single pro player is yapping about how close it is to the competitive circuits, but actually just opens up the meta wide open and just the most creative players just get to show their action and their power. This is where it gets really exciting, and we got a glimpse of that yesterday, and I'm sure there's more to come.
Yeah, there's so much to discuss, and we'll be discussing it all throughout this weekend as well. But just before we get too carried away and too far deep into things, Panda, would you mind catching up anyone who maybe missed day 1, just on how we get to this point?
Sure thing. We're now at pretty much the end of the sets, or getting close to it. This is the regional finals. All these different paths have converged in this weekend, in this exact moment, either through TPC, if you were playing in Tier 1, throughout those 3 cups that happen throughout the sets, or through the Tier 2, the aspirational circuit, which merges together both the 2 TAC cups as well as the ladder snapshots. That's all led to this weekend. We're already on day 2, 40 players now coming in to try and fight their way to week 2.
And it's important to note as well, Trouble, coming into day 2, things are going to be a little different than day 1, where everything was kind of quite contained to itself. We're now heading into a much larger field, so we need to recalibrate where we are.
So yesterday we had the play-ins, which was 16 players. 8 of them made their way to today, which officially starts our regional finals. This is week 1, day 1 of regional finals. However, I will take it to the guy who's pointing out on day 2, because that's where we are right now. 40 players, 6 games, 8 of them at the very bottom will be cut out. The rest of 32 will be qualifying to tomorrow, which is going to be day 3 of our week 1.
You know, guys, as much as I'm excited to get into the battle stage, I can't quite let go of what happened in day 1, the play-in stage. Fortunately, we have got a tribute video just to make sure that anyone who is just jumping in here on day 2 is brought up to speed. So let's take a quick look back before we head forwards. We will learn it alongside our casters for the first game, Barry Bannon and Troubling.
But that is a fantastic second for the zone vertical.
Yeah, it feels like Jinx in this fight, it just didn't do anything. Instantly just locked down.
And level 9 to level 10 is only 1 unit difference. Let's see if the scaling on the Tacticians on the builds water board is enough, which seems to be the case this time around.
We maybe haven't talked enough about Shadara as we should have had up until this point, because he is a player, much like Lamu, who is surprised to see here in the play-in stage. But this board is nightmarishly strong, and you predicted it correctly. The result is very much the same as the first time they faced. Bensack will be kicked in the face. The Rise just gets across the line.
Silas.
Very end, the
my God.
Soon, if that's going to be the difference, Mega, the last bit of damage pouring in. The Seraphine is doing her best to stay alive. The Fizz is so low.
We'll get it next one.
Wow.
Okay.
At least a Fizz 3.
If one player plays his real and the other player plays his ghost, then we're never going to get to see the roll down fully for that Tacticians 3.
Toon is just chilling, man. He's vibing. He knows his numbers are looking good. And same is true for Gargs. Both of these players are sitting on beautiful points. It will go to Toon. He's celebrating himself as he should, finishing day 1 with a first place.
What a wild play-ins it was. In fact, I actually want to take another moment just to recognize, guys, exactly how everything played out for them. Because, of course, half the players who entered that, just the play-in stage are now already out of the competition, and half of them are now in today joining the main body of our players.
That was just the start. It's not like, oh, I made it through. Yay, it's done. No, now is the real moment. Now you're facing against the 40 best players coming from ladder, coming from TPC, even the bulk of players, those TPC players coming to play now. So it's now just the start of your journey, basically. You're right back to square zero.
I mean, you're saying the journey begins now, but we walked into lobby 1, day 1 yesterday, and suddenly there's like people have been to Tactician's crown multiple times, like actually world's participants, top of the leaderboard, ladder warriors, super competitive people, and people have been in the scene like veterans. Like suddenly you walk into a lobby with Lekoko and you're like, what in the world is this guy doing in Plains, right? So sure, the true journey starts today, but I guess they did get their appetizer yesterday, playing against some of the best that went through play-ins.
And I want to really shout out to someone like Narkez. He's a player who has been doing a lot in specifically the German scene, and he's a big community member. Everyone knows him from way back in the day, but he's never really, I think, pushed to this level. He had his first big test yesterday and really popped off point leader after those first 4 games.
The really fun thing here is that Narkez, we're talking with Barry. Narkez said, don't watch me, don't look at my board. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how this is going to go. Well, it went fantastically well. Sure, not at first, but making it through just after the first 4 games as a top point earner when you have Clemu and Lekoko and all these big names in your lobbies is not a small feat.
Well, we'll go from playing then on to today, and again, the big field of players will come in. We've really got more players coming in that we can cover remotely at one point, but we'll do our best to bring you some of the highlights here. First of all, we'll start off with the winner of the Tacticians Cup, number 2, Marks. Let's hear what he has to say, and we'll bring you a few more players before we get started for round 1.
My name is Marks, I live in Italy, I'm 24. I have been playing TFT basically since set 6, more or less. I have become challenger quite quickly, but wasn't able to play much competitively. This set really clicked for me and managed to do well in the cup, and now we're excited to play in the regional finals. Hopefully it goes well. I think this set is fantastic. I honestly wish every set was like this. Of course, it was hard for balance, I imagine, and to manage the 100 champions, but especially with the changes they introduce now for the regional finals and for Worlds, I think these changes are great because the game truly becomes flexible. Like before the latest changes, it didn't feel like we had that many champions because a lot of them you couldn't really play every game. But now where all of the unlocks are very accessible, the game feels extremely fun to play and there is so much flexibility. I was really impressed by the way Skipeos plays. He hasn't won tournaments, but I have watched him play a lot during the scrims right now on PBE. I was really impressed with how he navigates the game. He plays very flexibly. I think Skipeos has a great chance to perform very well. My main goal right now is making it to the pro circuit. I really would love to be able to continue to compete next set and take TFT more seriously also next set. So if I can make it to the pro circuit, I would be very happy. Yeah, shout out to our main Discord, to the awesome staff team. I wouldn't be able to keep playing TFT without them. And to my study group, you guys are awesome.
All right, fully serious, fully focused. So guys, that's just our first player we're bringing in from our big, pile of players. Again, a massive amount of players being injected into the tournament at this point. So let's take a look at the big picture here of our qualified players, where they came in, where they lie compared to each other.
Yeah, ignore the play-ins phase, ignore week 2, that's happening, a week from now, but week 1, round of 40, this is where we're at right now. And I think the big separation here is going to be the TPC players who didn't do maybe as well to be directly into week 2, but it could just be 1 point separating them. So they're still very, very strong players who will be, I think, the players to be respected and maybe scared of a little bit coming into today. We have the ranked ladder players, in particular players like Aaliyah and Jedusor, who got relegated last set, but are very hungry to prove that they deserve to be a TPC. They're going to try and fight their way through. And then the Tac Cup players who, there's a big mix here, Trouble. We have standout players like Kevin and Skipeos, for example, as Mark was mentioning, but also we have more unknown or underdog players as well. Players like Lloyd, for example, from Turkey, players like Tejio from Greece.
Yeah, and I'm actually really excited that we have another Greek player coming in, the Gio you mentioned. Odessa, one of your favorites. I saw in the video earlier on, coming in as the underdog as well. And I feel like this is how cool the story of TFT in general is. You see all those really established names. I'm looking at Luz, Enzo, Volta, Zyko, Jedusor, Elia coming in. And then you've got all those annoying quantities. We talked about this yesterday with Foss as well, who unfortunately didn't make it to day 2. But this is the fun of TFT. And this is why we also mentioned that everyone can join from from yesterday to today and you can make your own way here, because all you need is to just be good at the game. I know it's just like a just win mentality, but that's all you literally have to do to compete with the best of the best.
Well, let's talk a little bit about, David mentioned, of course, that we've got the week 1 and the week 2 players coming in there. We trouble, actually, I wouldn't speak specifically to this. What's at stake for our players here when it comes to the TFT Pro circuit?
I mean, hello, we're talking about the TAC crown, Americas, APAC, EMEA, China, to be announced for all of them. All of those players looking to play for the best of the best, looking for the TAC crown. And there's so many big names. You see them on your screen right now. Set 17 upcoming as well with the pro circuit. So stay tuned to figure out which names are going to make it through.
Yeah, of course, getting forward to the TFT Pro circuit as well is incredibly important, but I think it's a great time to be bringing up the TAC crown coming up towards the end of the month. Fortunately, we've got a little bit of a video just to get you guys fully in the mood for what these players are trying to fight towards. So we'll see you in a moment, just once we've delivered that to you. Magnificent. But we do need to address, again, for anyone who wasn't here yesterday, a little bit of the elephant in the room about, the region slots we've got for this upcoming Tacticians crown. I noticed, Treble, that the EMEA number's a little lower than everyone else's.
Man, you know what? On that EMEA versus Americas TPC, we got robbed, okay?
Robbed.
Listen, the Americas people cannot win over in Americas because Wajan is literally taking every single TPC that's in his way. So they have to come over here to take it from us. And you know what? We lost one slot, but we'll take it back eventually.
We got a bit complacent, I would say, but it's not going to happen again. I'll make sure to have stern talking to with every single TPC player next set and make sure this doesn't happen again, because we've been bullied for too long. And I think it's about time to say that's been enough.
Well, perhaps one of our players, as we start to narrow in on game 1, who help us say it's not good enough. It's going to be Kevin Parker. For anyone, of course, this is only for newer viewers coming in, because everyone else is going to know who he is already. But he's a long-term, 2021 starting player who really broke into the public view in a major way by placing second at the Vegas Open in pretty spectacular fashion. Despite being propelled into the spotlight at that point, he's only been to the crown a single time in his career outside of Vegas. And he has been pretty open with how difficult it is to live up to that bar he's set for himself. But this tournament will be a chance for him to prove himself once again. And just as we've been coming in, he's just tweeted that this is the most confident he's ever been going into a tournament. So hopefully that confidence is justified.
I wanted to highlight someone that is dear to my heart, Odessa, and he's a key player for 2 reasons. First reason, MKOI joins TFT for EWC 2025 last year. Every single of the players on MKOI has had a great deal of success since then. Brevin won TPC, won this set. Safo, 3rd place at Paris. Dalisom, 2nd place in the last TPC event, Demacia Cup. What about Odessa? It's his time to shine, I think, and he's going to do it in a big way this weekend, hopefully making a TPC. It would be great to have all 4 MKOI players in that TPC event next set. And especially Odessa, we're seeing his 1 cup performance this set, a 3.37 AVP. So there's something his players doing right, and I'm excited to see what that is coming today.
Yeah, that's some really nice copying right there, Panda, but I'm going to talk big stats and big numbers. Bring the big old daddy back, because I'm backing up Volta in this one. You know why? Because it beat me in the ass when I was for him, when I put my points on him, when I was co-streaming TPC number 1 and he went out on day 2. I had him winning the whole thing. But you guys told me he locks in when regionals is on the line. He is the highest win rate of all EMEA of all time. 6 TAC crown appearances, most out of any EMEA player, and a 4th to show for it. He has been one of the most staple veterans that we have in EMEA, and I particularly like Volta because I like the style that he plays. He's more of the reroll kind of guy. He locks in the line that he wants to rule super early, and you know what? Most of the times, Fate smiles at him. He locks on a composition and suddenly he gets a spot for it further down the line where he least expects it. So Volta is one of my guys to watch.
You may be giving us a thumbs down in this picture, but definitely a very cheerful guy, and I would be too if I had a 50% top 8 rate at the Global Championship and at the Crown. But let's jump onto the meta then, just before we begin. Game 1 is coming very soon. I want to open up some kind of more broad questions here, just based on what we saw in day 1, of course, limited sample size, but guys, talk to me a little bit about the couple of 8 different AP flex variations we've been seeing so far, and what they mean for our players today.
I think it's really about, are you trying to win the game or are you just trying to survive and go for a top 4? If you're trying to win the game, I have good news. You have a whole ton of options compared to previous patches. The win condition before used to be, 3-star forecast and pray you hit before everyone else, and that's it. But now you have so many different avenues to play for in terms of the AP space in particular, like you're mentioning, Peter. With the Fast 9, you have the Mel Flex, for example, if you find the earlier Bessa to unlock the Mel. You have Annie, throwing back to, the Annie we saw at the very start of the set and how powerful that board was. And then you have, of course, Rise. And we saw a lot of different variations of Rise yesterday.
I feel like the really cool thing about this graphic right here is the word flex. Everything can be flexed around, which means that if your creative juices start flowing, a lot of the players just laid it out on their boards yesterday, right? We saw Junction yesterday with Vintage Rise, which was really cool to see. He was actually rolling down for Ambessa plus Mel, didn't hit, gets the Volibear, gets the Lissandra, plays for the Rise later on, and he worked perfectly. Like, he got that second place, very narrowly missing that first. So I feel like flex is like the top word of the day. However, there are some more stable comps that people have been playing through that sort of dictate the game from the very beginning, like when you hold that Jinx and you play for the Warwick flex, whether you want to go with the Freljord or you want to go straight towards that Zone Vertical, the Ahri rerolls, the Zoe plus Malzahar rerolls. So there are some more stable lines that you can sort of start your game with and just lead to it.
Yeah,
and I would say
go
ahead, Peter.
Please say.
I just wanted to add one comment, is that you're mentioning trouble with players who are going for top 4. I think the big skill that will be rewarded today is understanding lobby tempo and adapting to who's playing for Fast 9, who is, not rolling at all on level 8 and just going directly to 9, and how can you decide your placement as early as stage 4 and know when to roll deep, when to kind of take your hands off the wheel and try and also go 9 yourself. That's going to be the real key that will be rewarded, I think, today.
Yeah.
All right, let's just take a second before we get into that game 1, just to recognize a few of the other places our viewers could be heading as well during the course of our broadcast. Trouble, can you talk a little bit about our co-streamers?
Yeah, absolutely. We have a huge array of co-streamers. If you want to watch this in your native language, or you want to watch this from the perspective of one of your favorite streamer in TFT, Zologizang is one of my favorites. He's right there on your screens. We have a ton of them for EMEA and Americas, so make sure to tune into them if you want to watch it from a different perspective.
And of course, the most exciting perspective to watch it from is within the tournament itself. And a way to make that happen is to head across Compete TFT and start your own competitive journey to get to the very top. You can scan that QR code and really just take the very same first steps that all our players did here to get to the very top and get yourself featured on stream and perhaps one day hold the crown yourself. But we're getting word that we're going to be getting our first lobby coming in soon. So before we do, I think we've got just about time to just jump back in with even just a tiny bit of meta stuff before we get that first lobby started. Pando, is there anything else you want to bring to front of mind before game 1 begins?
I'm curious to see how more traditional and standard lobbies look. Yesterday, we had a very fun day of TFT, but we have to remember we had, I think, 3 different loot sub games, 1 Scuttle Puddle game. There was so many resources which make it very easy to make it to 9 with just 1 econ augment, for example. Finding the right tools you need to make it to 9 comfortably without sacrificing all of your HP, like we saw in some cases with the saving account players. That's the difficulty on this patch. And knowing when to be a little bit more reserved in your game plan in terms of, hey, let's be realistic. I cannot make it to 9 with enough gold. I had to play for a comp like Demacia that we saw Toon TV playing a lot of yesterday. That's going to be a real test for these players, especially for the players who have a chip on their shoulder. Players like Jungler, players like Skipayers, like Elia, who want to prove a lot and want to have a lot of agency in their game plans, but maybe don't have the resources to go for it, to play more standard TFT.
Meanwhile, my eyes are on Clamu because he absolutely steamrolled the lobbies yesterday. He went, first in his first 2, and then he just went a complete 8th in his last game, still made it through in the first 4. So he was on an absolute tear yesterday, but today, he's been put in a lobby with some really big names that you also mentioned, Panda. So I just want to see how that momentum carries through from yesterday and how much different his game style looks from yesterday to today.
It's worth mentioning as well, speaking about the momentum coming from Clamu, that we will, of course, be having a full points reset from the play-ins to the official start of week 1. So as you can see at the bottom of all the portraits here, as our players looking very firmly concentrating. Everybody is starting from 0. But David, of course, we mentioned that while this is the battle stage today, there are still eliminations for our players who are in the bottom 8 by the end of day.
Yeah, you really don't want to, start off with like an 8th, 7th, or an 8th, 8th, because that makes it very, very difficult. I think you just want to try and start things off in a consistent manner, try and accumulate a few points. Definitely don't want to be in those bottom 8 players coming into it, because it's going to be a lot of pressure for the final 2 games of the day. I want to highlight Mark's. In his interview, he mentioned how much he's been impressed by Skipeus. Skipeus is in his lobby now for game 1. I wonder if there's going to be a little bit too much respect potentially in terms of maybe even fear with some of the players that Mark's was competing against. He does have the confidence. He did win the final TAC Cup of this set in Tier 2. So I'm curious to see how Mark's in particular plays it out in this game 1.
I know that one of the players, we haven't had a chance to talk to him about yet, but I know probably we were both discussing him in the green room as well. Skipeus coming into this one has been a player that I think a lot of people have been hoping to see return back to the field. Definitely regarded as one of our mad scientist players here in EMEA. And this feels like, this is the kind of environment that kind of player should be able to thrive in.
See, this is the type of players that I watch when I'm looking at complete flex play. I'm looking at Skipeus from EMEA and possibly someone like Setsuko when it comes to the Americas. I feel like these sort of players thrive in the chaotic nature of you play what you're given. And we truly saw a lot of boards coming to fruition yesterday in the play-ins where the direction was completely different, but then the players turned it around. I feel like Skipeus has done this in the past. However, that's enough from us. We're going to throw it over in-game where Kenobi and Makes are going to take you through that game 1.
Thank you so much, guys, for that beautiful pre-show. And hello from Kenobi and myself. We're so excited to get into game, and Kenobi and I chose a beautiful lobby for you guys. I feel like there's so many cool players in here.
Yeah, hello everybody. And you would think that the reason I wanted this lobby and I was happy with it is because there are three French players, but I'm also part of the Skipeus Glaze train. I think he's...
Oh yes, me too.
yeah, we're definitely betraying our countries here. His playstyle is so unique, and I've watched a lot of his preparation, and the amount of tricks that he has in his bags is impressive. So he's going to be excited to see what he comes up with.
Just to maybe put it into context, Skipeus is your favorite player. This guy is just so fun to watch if you understand TFT, because he goes in, he understands the rules incredibly well, and then he breaks them intentionally, and he fails the eye test. You look at his boards and you're like, this shouldn't be winning. And then it wins. It goes on for like 8 win streaks and stuff like that. It is just a crazy way to play TFT that we get from him. But of course, there is more amazing players in this lobby here. And one of them is actually one of the French players, Zyko here, also a player with so much competitive history already.
Yeah, back in set 4, he came very, very close to winning the entire World Championship, the Tactician's crown. And he's had a harder time getting back to that step. But since it's, literally the second highest step you could get there, it's understandable. He's done very well historically, and now he's back and hoping to get back into the TPC for next set and get another shot at the Tactician's crown. And we're seeing the first augment of the game, and this is the augment round swap encounter brought to you by LeBlanc. So we're going to be getting a second augment in stage 2, as you can see at the top of your screen. In the very last PvP round of stage 2, we're getting another one. So we'll take a look at some particular combinations that the players can get, because that enables some unique combos.
It does, and of course, with it being golden augments, that means they are pretty transformative. There's a lot of golden augments that already give you good direction, and if that is what you're looking for, then you can get it. Scape is here saying he's going to be playing around the 3 cost. Also has found an Ionias, certainly a strong contender for what we're going to be seeing here. I'm going to call it. I think we'll see an Ari cannon board coming from him based on this right now, but it could also be leaning into the Yone if he wants to go the route of the Yasuo. We'll have to wait and see what kind of items he's getting. You can never be too sure with this guy. On the other side, though, we're seeing Pro, who's one of the players who made it through from the play-ins yesterday. It was a little bit of a Monka steer moment, I won't lie. It looked pretty good, and then that last game, we were all kind of shaking, but he played it out really, really well. And so I'm looking forward to see what he can put together this game.
Yes, and for everybody who's watching and wondering what the heck is the Ionia this game, it is the Path of the Enlightened, so there will be accruing extra EXP, which means that Skibes must be super happy about having hit the Ionia emblem in these Legion of Threes. But now moving on to Clemu, who dominated yesterday and is looking to make a repeat of that performance to buy himself some salvation after this rough TPC that he's had this set. Going to be farming a few components with the Woven Magic here, the Ari with the Shojin, and Nico's going to buy her some time. Maybe looking at a potential Ishtal if he finds that elusive Milio when wandering the jungle here to unlock a late game Brock to carry him.
Yes, that would actually be interesting. So based on the stats we've seen from all the regionals, because obviously it's not only EMEA that's happening this weekend, we also have APAC, CN, and Americas, and across the regions that aren't CN, Ishtal has actually been very flip-floppy. So rather high first place rate as you'd expect, but also sitting on an average of 4.44. That is usually not the strongest contender if you want to play safe. And I think if you come into this tournament today, keep in mind, there's no eliminations until the end of the day. Starting off the first game with an Ishtal, to me, is a little bit worrying.
Yeah, well, it also speaks of a specific mindset of the player, that he's not there to take half measures, and he will be taking the risks if he believes that he can get the rewards for it in a reliable manner. Now, moving on, Kaiser, one of the newcomers to the French competitive scene with this first appearance in regional, is going to be the first player to play Bilgewater today. As we've mentioned, as the desk has mentioned, it's a competition that requires a lot of snowballing. You need to find a lot of the units early on to reach the 5 Bilgewater and get the engine going, basically. You need to add the fuel early, or else you're going to be falling further and further behind and never reach the unbenched Kenched, the unclogged Frog, and all the other names that he can get once he has stacked, once he has eaten enough of your units and the enemy's farmed items and bring this inevitability to the board. But we'll keep an eye out on him.
Kenobi, let me pry your brain a little bit, because of course you are also a pro competitor, and something I've been noting in the play-ins yesterday is that players are less likely to unlock Bard than I originally thought. So I expected a lot of the players to just tag him in now that he's gotten cheaper for the extra XP, for the extra resources, but as we are moving into this carousel, we're once again seeing only Zyko has elected to get the Bard on board. Can you maybe elaborate a little bit for the people in chat who are unsure of when it makes sense to get the Bard and when it doesn't?
Right. Bard has been one of the more fascinating units of this set, kind of shaking up the possibilities of what we could do in Stage 2 before. We would never roll in Stage 2. It was never correct, and you would always elect to build your economy. But now you have the option to spend a little bit, to then earn a little bit more, and in a little bit different way with the free rerolls as well. But only Zyko has gotten it because he's got the free rerolls. So basically, he got Bard for free, and it's going to give him more than it cost him. He did not have to spend any of his interest intervals, and that's one of the obvious ways where you want to be playing around Bard. But the other ones are rougher on this patch because the 4 cost and the 5 cost are so important, and so you need to have your gold available to be spent in EXP and not in the free rerolls that Bard would give you instead.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So we're mostly, because we're really trying to go for those level 9 boards as we do get our second round of augments. Keep in mind, this is because of the portal, like mentioned before. Also going to be golden augments, so I'm curious what our players are going to pick right now as they're coming in rapid succession.
Oh, how about a free Yone with the Yunara for wet jungler if he decides to, with the 2-star Yasuo picked up in the 2-trick? I wanted to point out that he's gone for the Ionic Spark augment first, which is very unusual. It's been super weak for most of the set, but so far it's given him a ton of tempo, and if he wins the final round, then a 2-trick is, well, not going to be used at all. It's just going to be made for econ, but I'm suspecting that, nope. No Ionias, no EXP for him. He's committed to playing through this AP Freljord line.
It's interesting, right? Because even though, of course, Yone is still in play as one of the AD leaning units, a lot of the boards that we are seeing in late game are AP leaning. So it does make sense that something like an Ionix starts to become more valued. Now, is it an econ augment? No. But it can do a lot, like you're saying, in those early stages, and then still be valuable because of the overarching presence of AP in the later game.
Well, yeah, and the thing you have to remember is that winning rounds, win streaking is econ. So right now for wet jungler, it is an econ augment as well as hit your enemies really hard augment, which is the best situation to be in. And to be fair, I wanna nitpick a little bit. That's kind of my thing. But Yone does actually a really decent amount of AP damage because every other auto strikes for magic damage, but definitely not the game plan for wet jungler. He just has a full-on tank, triple items. Yone would not be able to accomplish much if he unlocked it, besides giving him the opportunity to have early 5 Ionias to farm that extra EXP. But he values his win streak a lot more, which makes a ton of sense. Next round, if he wins, he's going to be earning 4 gold through that streak, which is way more. So now he's the only one with a complete win streak, and Elia is the one with a complete loss streak. Everybody else struggling a little bit more when it comes to making that crucial money that will be necessary in stage 3, because now that's when the damage is going to be really coming through.
And it's interesting because we are looking at Aaliyah as one of the players who you can never be too sure about, right? You look at his competitive history and you think, okay, yeah, this is a player that consistently has had high results, but then you look really closely and you see a lot of those up and downs. There's a lot of Twitter posts from this guy saying, I'm quitting TFT, I come back to TFT, I'm quitting TFT. And so to me, I love that this set is the first time we didn't see that kind of message from Ilya, despite it not necessarily going all his way. He has locked in, and it feels like he's finally here to stay, which to me is such a huge promise on a player like him that is so promising for the DACH region, but also for EMEA.
Yeah, and hold that thought regarding Elia, because with the second augment that was picked up by Skippers, we're now moving on to a Xin Zhao game. The Trials of Twilight have been picked by him after this Ionia emblem, and so he's going to be able to use both origins from Xin Zhao and play through the Demasias and play through the Ionia as well. It's going to be giving him a lot of money. As you can see, he's 15 out of 20 when it comes to his level 6 without having pumped EXP once for this round. So he's sitting in a pretty good position, hasn't lost too much HP early on, and already on 4 Xin Zhaos. So we're going to have to keep an eye out on when exactly he 3-stars him to calculate when the Zahen is going to be coming in.
Yeah, that's certainly something you need to be a little bit careful of. I will say, now that Aatrox is a little bit easier to get on your board, it does make sense to go for it, but it's not an augment that a lot of the pros have been picking by any means. Like, the Zahen promise in the late game is just not enough for them to really target their board for it, and it does make sense because, of course, it's very hard for you to compete with something like a legendary soup board when you are unable to hit the Zahen early. And so that is something that he now has on his board that he will need to make sure he doesn't fall off in tempo. But because he has been playing that Enlightened Ionia from the very start, he's getting so much XP without needing to invest into his leveling, so he can save a little bit to make sure he gets that. And like you're saying, he already has a few of them on his board, so I'm quite excited to see it.
Yes, there's really a pain point for Zahin this patch, and it's that with the lightened unlock requirements, a lot more players are flexing some Demacian just for the time to unlock the Galio. As you can see, Zyko here has the 2 stars in Zhao since the beginning with the Epoch free rolls that he's used. And with the Ionia being so good as it is, there's a lot of pressure from other players that are just going to be playing Xin Zhao as a transition, but they're going to be keeping that unit for stage 3 exactly when Skippers is going to be rolling. And so that's going to make his 3 stars Xin Zhao much more expensive as a result, and could be a potential point of failure for his game.
Man, do you see how long that Nico was tanking? This is a really important fight because both with Jungler and Zyko were on that high win streak. And I was just staring at that triple item Ionics Augment Empowered Nico, and she just wouldn't die. In the end, Zyko does take it here and dethrones Wet Jungler as we are looking into the carousel. In the current state of meta, you're always very happy to see a Garen, because that makes it so much easier for you to go to the Silas. Is not going to be the case here in this carousel for our players. And of course, we are wondering when our next augment round might roll around and what it brings, so that is something players will need to be ready for.
Oh, a good thing is that it is guaranteed to be 4-1 because it has to be earlier than the normal 4-2, and since it's not in stage 3, it has to be 4-1. So it is locked in. The players have probably realized it, and we mentioned the damage in stage 3, and the response from the players is just like why UMAD Pro to level earlier than the normal intervals. He went to level 7 to unlock the Kaisai. As you can see, he already has her now, as well as the Rift Herald, so he's been level 7 for a couple of rounds, and now he goes from a board that was very weak, especially in the frontline department, to a board that you are terrified to face in 3-5 with both the Herald and the Kaisa. He should have no trouble winning the rest of the rounds and stabilizing his HP at 61 here.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the world that you unlock the Bully Bear and you unlock, that is the terrifying bruiser splash you can see in the late game boards. And given how strong it is, I'm actually surprised we haven't seen as much of it. But of course, it's also expensive. So not everybody will be able to put that together. But I think we need to kind of look towards Aaliyah a little bit. 33 HP, 3-6 as we are nearing Wolves. And of course, that next augment round. He doesn't have a whole lot of gold to work with compared to the rest of the lobby. And he is also sitting on level 7 for now. And you can kind of see what the problem here is, because he's not the only player that was thinking about playing around this Ionia. We know that Skip is also on the line. And now, of course, Macro had a lot of the Ionia units, has sold them to go into the Kaisa for the current moment. But it's kind of caught in a rock place when it comes to getting those units on the board, as so many other players are just flexing them in.
Yeah, so he's gonna be making a decent amount of money because he's already got the 7 Ionias in, so he's getting 4 extra EXP. He's got a complete loss streak, so that's 3 extra gold every round, trying to catch up, and it's kind of how he's supposed to be playing this first augment. The bodyguard training makes it pretty hard to win early, and it really comes into play once you're level 8, once you're level 9. The extra armor and MR for the board is going to be huge. But right now we're rolling on level 7, trying to find a 2-star Yasuo, and I'm afraid that this specific situation spells absolute disaster for him. The Yasuo is still 1-star, which means we're not unlocking the Yone, and so I am slightly worried would be way too much of an understatement. Ilya's gonna be dying in a couple of rounds.
I mean, there could be a saving grace, right? We know augment round is going to roll around, and I think he has to really hope that that boxes him out in some way, shape, or form. But he is certainly with his back against the wall and no options to really consider. So let's see if he can find something here.
something like reinforcement would be beautiful, but he
Yeah.
hasn't unlocked the Yone yet, so he's gonna gonna have to wait.
He
now.
found Yasuo now, so
Yasuo is here. Just have to unlock
That'll
the Yone and
be-
wait.
yeah, I mean, he has that life to give, but that also means he will be one life with the Yone
Yeah,
in
not
place,
where
and
he
then
wants to be.
that reinforcement is no longer on your board either, right? Usually reinforcement is not an augment players want to pick, but in this situation, it is the best thing he could have hoped for to maybe give him another shot at fighting for a couple of placements. Now, that is what he's hoping for, and Scapeus is hoping for Zaheen to come online, and we just did that Sin Sao 3 for him. Of course, that'll need to fight a couple of rounds until Zaheen will come online, but how are you feeling about 4-1 hit?
Well, Scapeus, I kind of like where he's at. He's found a 1% Azir for this stage, which means that while he's waiting for the Zaheen Zahen, God damn it, you contaminated me. The Zahen to come online. He's also going to be unlocking the Shurimas here, which usually could be kind of a pain point, having to slow your game down or try to articulate a specific win-loss streak if you want to have Xerath. But now he's doing two things at the same time, and Elia coming across the roll down from Scapeus right when he was weakest is the worst thing possible. 11 HP, he might be 1 life. It's going to be 8 damage if he loses to a single unit. So any more than 3 units, and Elia is going to be out even before the stage 4 carousel, which would be disastrous, but would also give him a lot of time to reset his mental, I guess. Silver lining?
Yeah, silver lining will take it, but also he could start winning from here. Now, then he would still not be safe, but there's still a chance that with now having the Yone that he, of course, unlocked through the reinforcement that we know he had, to try and win a couple of fights. Now, the chances of him getting top 4 are drastically slim, but they're not 0, and that is what we're going to try and focus on as he is moving through those rounds. It looks like he was able to win this matchup at least, and that means he has another shot next round to get to that esteemed carousel on 4-5 as we are hoping. We're checking in with Kaiser right now, though, because that is our Bilgewater player. We want to know how far are we on unribbeting the ribbit?
Yeah. That's the technical term. Indeed, we are getting close. The next round is when it's going to be coming, and we mentioned that he needed to find the juice early on to get the ball rolling, and he got a misfortune on stage 3 carousel, and that really got him going. He was win streaking up until now. He was the second player with the flames on his portraits. Just lost a round. Not sure who against, but he seems to be very, very healthy. He's going to have a lot of time to stack these extra stats, both for Tamkench and for the Bilgewater through the Bilgewater shop. He got the Pile of Citrus as his first 7 Bilgewater item, which is fantastic. It's even more Serpent, and he's holding on fairly decently despite being
There we go.
70 HP, and he's beating out somebody who's cashed out Ishtal and has rolled down all of his gold. So all the lights are green for Kaiser to cap super duper high. He's definitely a candidate for a top 1 this game.
And now the thing is, with a player like Kaiser in this game, and then you're Elia, you're looking at that, and even with your Yone too, you're like, I don't think I can beat this. So you're really hoping for matchmaking to be on your side here. Does pick up a Yunara with a bow from the carousel. That should be a good unit for his Ionia board that he is running. So hopefully that works in Elia's favor. For Clemu, the story is very different. Looking across his board, you can see that we found the Azir, we found the Skarner, we unlocked all of that. But the board itself is lacking. All of these units, with the exception of that Swain, are on level 1, now upgraded the Seraphine there to get a little bit more oomph into that backline. But it's certainly not the strongest assemblement you would hope for, and he also only has 1 life.
Yeah, he had to. Well, 16 HP. He should not.
If
be
it's
able to
really
get- and-
close, yeah.
Yeah, no. He should be on at least a couple of lives. But you're right that his board is so unupgraded. He had to misposition intentionally to guarantee that Ambessa would get struck down to unlock the Mel. And he just got the Seraphim to move the items to the Swain, so he should be a lot stronger. But you're right, it's the same story as with Elia. Yes, they are able to win rounds right now, but the question is how many times can they beat Zyko and Kaiser before they reach the max cap that they're definitely going to be aiming for. I can see on the side that Zyko has a zillion stacking up the EXP for him. So he's also going to be accelerating through the late game, where Jungler is also going to be spiking really hard, although he's completely out of gold. So not sure how far along he will be able to get. It's looking like we're light on the front line in his his board. Sorry.
Yeah, Wukong won because there's so many Wukongs being picked up by all players. But let's check in on Marks because we know that Jinx Warwick has been doing decently. However, Marks found himself in a weird position when it comes to assembling this board. We're not really re-rolling the Jinx, we're just going straight for that Warwick, and he finds the Warwick in his shop. Shop is locked, 23 HP, enough to lose yet another round, and Elia probably fist pumping the air right now, seeing as this board has not been upgraded just yet to get another win potentially here and hang in as we move towards the PvE round.
Yep, and this Yone is going to be going up against the wall, but the Jinx is the actual threat. The Yone get the Edge of Night proc should be enough. Gonna ult one more time. The Jinx though is going up really, really strong, and well. Good thing that wasn't Warwick 2, because that means Elia is still alive despite losing that round. That's
crazy. I did not think that board had it in him to beat the fully upgraded Yone. That is scary, but here's Capeus with Zahen. Trust me, I'm trying. And he has found the upgrade, so I'm really curious to see how that goes. We're also unlocked on the Nasus as well. We have Azir in the backline if we want to play around the Shurima, which is always something players will be open for as well. And I'm curious to see how this does in a lobby like this one. We haven't seen many of the Zahen boards.
Yeah, we're missing a couple of the important upgrades. We're getting the Galio here. The On is now on 2 rounds of smithing, and we're just missing basically Nasus 2 and Lux 2 for Skippers to have. Yep, there's one. We just need to get items for her, and luckily no mana generation, it seems. So it's going to be a little bit rougher. It's looking decent, but there's not having these 2-star Nasus is kind of scary. I'm not gonna lie to you here.
Yeah, it's if we at least had the Orin 2, right? If we had at least Kennen 2 to try and throw something into the front line here to buy our Zahen a little bit of time. Not going to be the case. And if we're speaking about frontline, man, look at the other side of the board. That is the Rift Herald 2, that is the Volibear 2. We were talking about this mighty Bruiser Splash earlier on. Now that unlocks have been so much easier, it is a really, really powerful splash to have in your frontline. And YU Mapro is showing why that is the case. Zahen able to take down the Rift Herald, makes his way to Kaisa, but it's not good enough as the lobby is watching him lose this game.
Yeah, and as we expected, Elia did not have enough HP to weather this late game, too low on HP, and this Zahen actually revived twice in the same fight, and then was still taken down in a single go by the Kai'Sa's heavy single target damage. It's really what she's best at, and Zahen did not have the time to just walk up to her. She got shredded down instantly, despite the fight looking quite good with the Volibear dying a little bit early and Zahen getting the stacks. Now YU Mad is trying to stay as stable as possible, going up against Marks, who we underestimated when it came to fighting Elia, and now it's looking a lot better. The Taric is 2-star as well. The Warwick has been upgraded in the previous round, so should be a lot better, but the Kaisa has what it takes when it comes to taking down the Warwick. She's not focusing yet. She's on Taric right now. He goes down, and the Warwick is next, but the Jinx is still alive, and YU Mad is going to be eliminated by Max.
Yeah, actually, 3 players out now. EMEA was eliminated in that previous round, but Scapes and EMEA Pro fall on 5-3 as well. And with Jungler, he's just fist pumping there. He's like, yep, I'm not in the bottom 3, man.
Yep.
I'm making it into the top 5. And I really like this approach here. This is what Trouble has been calling the vintage rise, I think is what we're going for here. Or at least for now, it is Freljord with Lysandra as carry, but I assume we're looking for the rise in the long game to try and play. But he's on 0 gold, so not a lot to work with. And around comes Psycho, who's just kind of been chilling through the entire lobby from that very early stage onwards, just able to sustain so much HP.
Yes, Wet Jungler is playing the famous vintage Rise, but without having found Rise. So getting a 5th is really honorable for him. Really happy about that, and that's 3 extra points for him, despite a situation not panning out how he wanted. But here is our first top 4, and well, I've got to say, France is winning.
Yeah, it looks like you maybe caster blessed them a little bit, but be careful. We have Trouble on this broadcast. She will call you out real fast if it doesn't go your way. So you gotta be a little bit careful with those caster blesses as we look upon our top 4 selection of emblems in this carousel. And Clemu actually opting to go for one of them. We're gonna be checking in with our players briefly. Look over on the right-hand side, you can see their gold spending. And for Clemu, we see that this Noxus emblem has just been slammed on the Shyvana, but we aren't able to run the Noxus 5 on the back of this, which is what I was kind of hoping. So maybe we save that for next.
Yeah, in the meantime, Zyko is transitioning to a legendary-based board after reaching level 9, thanks to that Zillion who's worked tirelessly and then was sold without any kind of ceremony, and he's looking to cap out his board, missing a few upgrades, but still has plenty of gold above 20 to be spending there. You can see everybody, as you pointed out, is now spending with 2 players on 9 and 2 remaining players on 8, trying to survive just one more round. And it's looking like Clemu, who was in dire straits in stage 4, might have stabilized. But wait, I've seen this one before. We've thought he was a goner. And no, this time it is for good. Clemu clinches a top 3 here, sending Mark top 4. A really good recovery from Clemu, playing that Ishal line as we mentioned. Really risky, looked really tense when he had no upgrades, and manages to clutch it in the end with a board that's looking super, super solid with the Seraphine and Mel as a duo.
I feel like we kind of have to command Marks a little bit, because often when we see these Warwick boards, we see them with a Jinx 3. Being able to maneuver it with the Jinx 2, being able to be as stable as he was through those middle stages. Yeah, there was a Kindred as well. But being able to be as stable as he was to get to the point of the Warwick 2 and make it into the top 4 certainly is a lot of heads-up play, and that is not something every player is able to do. So very, very cool from him. But let's look back at this board here. Clemu with that very, very late Mel, still on level 8, is trying to save to maybe go level 9, unlock the 5 Nox's dream here to really make this board super strong. Can he do it? Opposite side has found a rise, but the Seraphine is getting distracted a little bit, able to clutch it up, wins another round.
And you mentioned he wanted to go level 9, but he actually replaced Shyvana with obviously a much better unit, Briar 1-star, and that was a 5 Noxus attack in the previous fight. And it looks like it made a difference. It's giving a lot of extra damage amp to the Noxus units. The Mel with the 3 items, obviously benefiting from that a lot. And I'm curious to know when he's going to be getting that Radiant, if he's going to get it at all, because it's been...
Oh, it'll be late.
More than...
I'm not sure. We see it here. We're on 183 out of 235. Shout out to our observers. It'll be a couple more rounds, which he will need to survive. So if Clemu hangs on in there and keeps winning, and it goes into a top 2 against Kaiser, there's a chance we see this Radiant item, but certainly he's not on his strongest position. Now, we have gone level 9. Shyvana was allowed to go back on our board. We're still running the 5 Noxus.
Yeah,
That
so
certainly makes the board a lot stronger.
here's the problem about that Radiant item. I don't think that's gonna be enough, because it looks like the tadpole is at full power here. He's huge, he's gargantuan, and he's going to be facing, well, it's his ghost, facing off against Clemu, so we're gonna get the French word is coming to my mind, and I can't find the proper preview of what it's going to be like.
The street French players, you can say it.
Yeah. You're right. So, on peut voir que Kaiser contre Kim. Just kidding. So it's looking like it's going to be fine for
Hold
this
on.
part. Hold on, the games.
Oh no! Oh, tragedy! But a third place with a medal as late as this one. I think Clemu can't be too upset about that. Now the question is, has Psycho a chance to maybe dethrone the Kench? He just unlocked, I believe, the Silas. Or well, he'd had it, but it's on the board with 2-star now. We're still 1 Rise off of getting that Rise 2 on the board. So there's still a chance between the two of them, a lot of HP to be shared, to be taken down for him to unlock that Rise. Do you think that'll be good enough?
Well, the thing is, you have to take a look at Zyko's augments. Mace's will into the Jeweled Lotus, and he has 3 pairs of Thieves' Gloves. So that's so much damage, even though it looks like with Deathblade and Krakens, the Silas is not going to be doing too much. It still allows him to have a fairly decent crit chance. And the set is going to be slamming the Tam Kench in the middle of Kaiser's team, and despite only being on Rise 1, Seth probably has done about 20,000 damage alone in that fight, completely carrying him in that matchup here. We're missing a couple of upgrades on either side, so it could still change, but with the Ginzus on Kaiser and the fight going shorter and shorter, it's going to get hard for him.
I mean, the big point is what you mentioned, right? You have a lot of board strength, but you are relying on at least 2 of those Thieves' Gloves to really roll into good items here on the Silas, on the set, to do a lot of lifting. I think the set ones we're not too upset about. The Silas ones are a little bit sus in this matchup, so let's see if even with those suboptimal items, it is enough to take Kaiser down. Does go in. Silas will try to wrap, but is stuck in the backline. So that backline can still free cast on the side of Kaiser. Is getting under fire. I don't think there's any coming back from this. Look at the sheer power of the board that Zyku has put together. And it will be a first place, 3 French players on top in our game number 1. A sign?
I hope for the sake of my country. But very happy about how both Kaiser and Zyko played it. Clemu manages to clutch a 3rd place. And it's kind of like Zyko and Kaiser were playing for 1st and 2nd the entire time, and everybody else was fighting for the scraps. So Clemu and Marks come off with top 3, 4, but Wet Jungler kind of a winner in this game as well. Does very well to get a 5th place. Now, Elia, Skipeus, and YU Mad Pro not being as fortunate in this first game. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, well, they'll have to try harder next game. There's 5 more games in today before any player gets eliminated. We're going to be going to a quick break, and then we'll hear from our analyst desk on how it all came together for this big win for Zyku. And you're watching the regional finals, so don't go anywhere.
Always rises. Cannons. always rises. Cannons.
Welcome back to the Analyst Desk, and our first game is done and dusted. Already, we're seeing some pretty heavy country representation, having some quite different results from our first game. As was mentioned at the end of the previous game, top 3 players, all being French, certainly dominating the field. I think possibly for reasons. The bottom of the field not being mentioned, that we had all 3 German players in the bottom 4, as well as our Czech player. But let's bring it back to positive things for the time being. Panda, can you talk to me a little bit about what we saw from Zyko with that spectacular win?
Yeah, I think Zyko's game really showcased the difference with 16.6. Playing through this Demacia game plan that in every single patch up until now, it was pretty much the same. You would go to level 8, you were forced to roll to 0 every single turn in stage 4 because you had to unlock Galio to be able to survive and win any fights in stage 4. And then usually you would go for maybe a 3-star Lux or Garen as your win condition. If you were lucky and you found a Zillion, you could make it to 9 and maybe add 1 5-cost to your board. In this case, Zyko said, you know what? We're in a whole new era of TFT. I'm going to sell all my Demacia units once I unlock Galio. I'm going to add in Silas. I'm going to add in Lucian. I'm going to add in all these big hitters and make a completely different board altogether once it makes this 9. And I think this really rewards a player like Zyko in particular, who knows exactly how to compose a board to win those late game fights. He knows how to cap a board out as high as possible, even winning that Bilgewater board from Kaiser, who we thought was going to be the strongest player in the lobby.
I actually want to add into his early to mid game as well, because he unlocks the Orianna. He carried the Orianna through the entire stage 2 and 3, which is where a lot of the players seem to struggle a little bit to keep the board strong, which is how Zyko was also able to preserve a lot of that HP. Now, preserving HP is something that I had my eye on Clemu. He didn't do that. However, he was playing Ishtal, right? So he was the only player to unlock the Bard, play towards that Ishtal cash out, and he actually had a pretty good performance right here, finishing towards that top 3 with the Seraphine plus Mel. Of course, you definitely want to be capping this board around that level 9, but having 0 econ augments, it was very hard for Clemu. So I think a third here is kind of like a first in the world of TFT. And I feel like the question from Clemu coming in, like a wrecking ball from the plains from first day to this performance right here, pretty much solidifies the fact that he is one of the strongest players going into day 2.
Of course, we can't go too much further without mentioning player which everyone was really paying very close attention to coming into that third game. Scapeus, who decided to take the road less traveled, had the Legion, had the chance to bring out something truly unique there. Hoping that we could see the Zen Hen would really pay off, but ultimately didn't do so. Unfortunately, I think the Ionia was just a little bit too tempting for everybody else.
You mentioned, Peter, the road less traveled, but I don't think anyone's gone down that road in the history of the world. That's a Scapeus classic, in my opinion. Go ahead.
I don't know if you guys know the famous Tara Banks meme where she's just sitting there and she's like, I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How dare you? This is kind of how I felt seeing Scapeus go 7th, because we're like, he's the mad scientist. He's the guy who's going to cook. They said that that's a hen. Augment is unclickable. He clicks it. He does well. He gets the 3-star early and then 7th. So it was like, how dare you?
I mean, he's gonna burn the food once today. I think he's got that out of the way. Now it's all gonna be just Master Chef cooking the rest of the day, hopefully. I do want to touch on the lobby complexion. Quite different to what we saw yesterday, where there was this friction between players playing for 3-cost reroll and spiking at a different moment in time, players going more for the 4-cost and players just going straight to fast 9. I think only really Kaiser with the Bilgewater was healthy and stable enough to just pretty much go to 9 directly with the 3-3s, but everyone else, we saw pretty much all players going for a huge rollout on stage 4, trying to make the most of it. We saw almost all 4-costs possible that were played here, except for the Slayer line, with some players knowing they're capping lower and accepting this. Players like Aaliyah with a Yone board, players like Wayumada Pro with the Kaisa, for example, as well. And other players who kind of aim for the stars like Clemu and kind of made it work despite being on that 1 or 2 lives early on in stage 4 with almost no upgrades, as Cash mentioned. So I would hope to see a little bit more friction between the rerolls and the fast 9s and the 4-cost next game.
Well, we do want to bring out Wet Jungler as a contrast point, Trouble, from that game, to oppose to what David was talking about there, it felt like he had a very specific approach to this one, just trying to find as much early power as possible, and ultimately riding it out to a 5th.
Yeah, I feel like what Jungler was kind of unlucky in terms of that he knew he wanted to play for the fairly Lissandra or Seraphine into that Rise comp that we've seen a lot. However, he was unlucky in terms of not fighting an Econ augment, and the portal did not give any economy to the players whatsoever. So he actually had to go for the trick right there, which gives you the 2-star 2-cost just to try and get any sort of gold injection into his board. And I kind of made the comparison. This is like ordering a Big Mac without the fries, right? Like you're playing Rise board without the Rise, which is the star of the show. Unfortunately, Sandra is one of the more unstable carries. I call it a burst carry, not a consistent carry, which means she will get the CC down and she will get the big pop of damage, but you need your consistent carry to be able to output that damage to take down like strong boards with really strong front lines that we've seen from the Tam Kench and from Zyko's board as well.
Well, we've got our standings ready, so all of our lobbies are finished as of the end of round 1. Remember, we've only got eliminations at the end of the day, but the players we see down here, they have laid the first stone in that path that could see an early exit.
Trouble, caster curse as you were mentioning yesterday.
And Volta, oh my god! You know what? He's got a humble beginning. He's got a humble beginning. Makes is like literally pointing at me.
You should work in PR. You're
doing
a very good job. Clearly, Odessa probably won his first game, right? Never mind. Yep, counterfeit. You were saying?
There were definitely not a lot of Spanish flags on this page, which was something which we were hoping to see be a really big regionals for our Spanish players. But there's still time to recover. Notice the UK flag sneaking in there, just above the line. Very nice, very nice. But we want to see the next pages as well, because of course we've got only eliminations today, but because we saw some of these players doing well, but Kevin Parker, we talked about him a little bit before. In fact, more UK players, and we've even got some Spanish flags stuck in here as well.
Obviously, Robin up top, I think he's a player who is very much driven by inertia and momentum, and the confidence that he gets from starting off the tournament hot. So happy to see him with the second place here.
Garcus, Lakoko, Clamu, all players that came through the plains yesterday having a fantastic beginning. And again, I feel like we talk about this a lot in terms of League of Legends as well, which is my background, where it's like momentum coming into the next day when you've won, where you've done so well. And these are the players that made it through that top 4 as well yesterday. So they made it through the first 4 games, and they're having a fantastic momentum on that day too, which is very important, right? At the end of the day, bottom map will be cut off. However, points will carry through, so they are very important to be accumulated going into day 3 tomorrow.
No, absolutely. That's so important. We're keeping an eye on that long term, because the cuts tomorrow become a very strong contrast points to what we're getting today, where we're really just starting to eliminate people left, right, and center. But no, I absolutely agree with you. We're looking forward to the rest of the day then. I'm assuming, David, for our players who have had that strong early start and have kept their momentum going, that so many more options of play become open to them.
Yeah, just keep it up. I think you still want to just play consistent, not play for any crazy, first or eighth for the next few games until at least game 3, game 4. And then you have a more clear understanding. But as Trouble mentioned, there's no point reset. So you're not really looking at a 6-game stretch. You're looking at a 12-game stretch. It's not a sprint. And so you have to just try and figure out the meta on the go as well, because I think from playing phase to now day 1 and even going to day 2, the meta will be evolving, and the reads players have from scrims all of last week will slightly change as well. So keep your eyes open and stay adaptable, I think, is the key thing here with your game plan, with what you're seeing from other players as well, and trying to find any kind of edge on this patch.
I feel like there's one composition that has had a big edge on others when it comes to securing that top 4, and that's Warwick plus Jinx. I feel like you cannot go wrong with having the 2-star Warwick with a 2-star Jinx, not even 3-star in the backline. And we saw MarkX was able to very easily actually lock in that top 4. So I feel like consistency is the key right here, at least for today, to accumulating those points. Top 4, very, very important. And I feel like Warwick will be a very key composition to achieving that.
I want to contrast two. Oh, go ahead, Peter.
Well, just to say, as we see blah 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 showing his mascot off here, just because I think we haven't necessarily hit on it today, and this is our first chance to see Revan face to face. what it has meant for the Spanish community to have that first player going to the crown, and the potential to have even more coming from this regional.
Yeah, it's been super important. I think overall, MKOI joining TFT has been a pivotal thing for the Spanish community as a whole, weirdly enough, because someone like that is someone in the leadership role has really helped everyone prep together and just stay disciplined. I think Spain overall has been very talented at TFT, but not a lot of discipline when it comes to prepping and staying focused the whole set.
You would know, right?
And just blaming low variance, etc. Now everyone is much more, as professional esport players should be in their prep and discipline. Someone like Juso as well coming out hasn't been competing at a high level for quite a few sets, and he's now looking a lot stronger. But I wanted to contrast two players in this lobby, Pepoglad and Vigo. These are relative newcomers who have been in TPC this season. Pepoglad was also there last season. And they're players who I think needed to get a lot of confidence in this day one, because they're coming into it maybe a little bit low confidence from their performance in TPC, playing against the best in EMEA. Pepoglad has really turned things around, but Vigo with an 8th place, I think this is a real test for him as a player. Does he belong in TPC? Does he belong in Tier 1? This next game might decide it for him.
Yeah, it's going to be so important. She said just for some of the stats here from him, I believe he was just one of the players who managed to really just crawl away in here. But there's so many different conflicting stories that are going to be going face to face. You can see blah 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 from the UK, making sure that he is got front and center his mascot to make sure that we know that we're not just watching him, but he's watching us as well. 5 points off the first game, so a decent place for him to build forward from.
I feel like Panda hit the nail on the head previously when said you can't be looking at starting in the 7th or 8th place. I'm looking at 2 players particularly right here. Tejio from Greece and Vigo from Denmark. They're sitting on 1 and 2 points respectively, an 8th and a 7th place in that first game. And I actually really love to see players and watch them closely after they've gone through a hard game, an 8th or 7th place. Elia the same from the previous lobby that we've watched, and see how they're gonna try to bounce back. Do you start taking risk? Do you start playing a little bit more consistent and playing towards the lines that are a little bit more easy to execute, the Dimasias, the Yones, the Warwicks that we talked about earlier? So it's actually really cool to see how those 2 players are going to adapt going from game 1, which was a disaster, into that second game, which is a fresh start.
You've got the additional tournament experience to call upon, especially once you've been here more than a few times. But I think this lobby does actually represent quite well what we're going to be seeing, hopefully, in terms of rising in talent across the scene, players getting their first chances to really have these experiences, and hopefully get to see whether they are the kind of player who can keep their nerve under pressure.
I do want to mention one comp that we haven't talked about yet today, and we haven't seen at all in EMEA at the very least, which is Darius reroll. I saw a curse comp on X from APAC that I think a Darius reroll board beat Baron 2 in APAC. So nice. Can someone please showcase the mastery of this Darius reroll line that I saw mentioned on Reddit? We saw coming up as one of the new players when it comes to the reroll lines. But I want to see the actual power of this board and all the different variations I've seen. A Freljord variation, an Ari reroll variation as well. So I'm curious to see what the strongest actually will be for this weekend.
Okay, it was in Chinese regionals as well, from what we're seeing right here. Makes linked it in the chat. And it actually does beat a 2-star Baron, so who knows, maybe when players start getting a little bit more creative towards the end of the day, or potentially tomorrow, we might see a few techs come out. Because I feel like new techs that pop out like this need a lot of studying beforehand, right? Like, how do you play it? What kind of economy do you need? What are your starting units? What do you aim for? What are the best items? If you don't have the best items, what should you aim for? So a lot of the new techs that we see pop out need a lot of work in the background to actually work in professional play. So we'll see if any of our players can actually adapt this fast and bring it out this weekend.
I mean, I love it if we saw our players, and we saw a little bit in the players as well, that even this early on into the meta, we've got some players with bags of tricks to call upon. You said, the Darius line, from what I've been reading, is immensely flexible with the different kind of ways you can approach it. But you're right, I mean, in this kind of situation here, especially if you're players on lower points, if you decide to run a competition you're not fully comfortable with, I don't think anybody could be fully comfortable with it yet. you're going to be kicking yourself if it does not work.
I think it comes down to the player type as well. Some players just ignore any kind of innovation and they just stick to what they know performs and what is consistent in the stats, in other players' perspectives. But some players, it seems they just can't resist. The moment they see some new tech, they just want to try and make it their own and make it even stronger, potentially finding new ways to make it even more resilient when it comes to the performance in a tournament like this. So really excited to see if we see any Darius coming up, but game 2 ready to go. Nobia and Makes, take it away.
Listen, yesterday we kept having loot subscription. Today, Kenobi, what is going on? Do you prefer to have your augments early? Is that just your power here, getting the same portal once again?
Well, canonically, LeBlanc has clones. So here's the second one, and here's the thing. It might be more if the passive has time to recharge before the next game. But I really like this portal. I think it enables some creativity in the augment combinations. You get to see some some combos that should not be possible become allowed, and lets the players' creative juices flowing and take control, which is something that we've mentioned is especially possible on this patch with all the unlocks allowing you to have a smooth transitions into late game boards.
Yeah, I agree. Just picking up what our desk was talking about there for a little bit, because of course we were all looking at the terrifying video of that Darius 3 destroying a Baron. Now, I will say we are in a meta where level 7 reroll or level 9 late game boards are very viable, which makes the Darius a little bit more likely, but my understanding was that this was explored early in PBE and then nerfed because it was so insane. So can you maybe elaborate a little bit more on why this Darius is now cropping back up and terrifying, giving people nightmares?
Well, Darius has received buffs throughout the entire set. Like, basically, I'm pretty sure every patch we've seen a Darius buff. And so now that we're closer to the end of the set, he's been buffed like, 4 or 5 times in a row, in a hope not to make it viable, but just to make him viable, because it was such a dead unit for most of the set that now he's reached a critical mass of power that makes me think of the duelist juggernaut Udyr from previous set that was so terrifying for such a long time. For the people that were playing in the previous set, probably have triggered some traumatic visions from that. In the meantime, game is starting and we're getting all 3 augments in stage 2. As you can see, 2-1, 2-2, and 2-6 will be the 3 augment rounds, and Paperglad is going to be looking to emulate the success that Kaiser had in game 1.
Yeah, that is certainly a good way to approach it. We also got to check on with our Legion players, blah, 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 and Revan both picking that up. And actually, Revan here with a Vanquisher emblem. What do you make of that?
What I'm seeing with this emblem is that it's actually an econ emblem in my mind. Because you get a very small % chance of making gold every time you deal damage, and so there are some crazy combinations that you can do with this emblem in the late game. Some units can reliably give you 4, 5, 6 gold every round, on top of being effectively an Infinity Edge or a Jeweled Gauntlet. My personal favorites, T-Hex with Vanquisher emblem or Mel, both have so many instances of damage, use it very well, are great carries, and will print money in a crazy fashion.
All right, you're not allowed to say T-Hex. I don't know if nobody told you this before coming on this broadcast. There was enough T-Hex in the last weeks of live, so that is just a forbidden word. Sorry, Kenobi. We'll need to talk about that later. Looking at blah 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 though, I was confused by our overlay there for a second as we get our second augment. I really like this Disruptor emblem. It leans beautifully into the Mel late game, which we know is super strong. So I'm hoping that this is where we're headed, but let's see if the second set of augments maybe give us a little bit more to play around. And we're checking in with Luffy, actually, who has picked up aura farming.
Yeah, aura farming, Lucian and Senna, as well as a Bard unlock with the Epoch in a similar fashion to Zyko in the previous game, maybe looking to emulate him. And another aura farming, actually, a Fiddlesticks this time. And we're selling the entire board, trying to make Econ with savings account. gonna be looking to trigger the augment. For those who don't know it, once he has generated 50 gold in interest in total, he will be getting an additional 30 gold, and he also has interest thresholds up to 7 now. So he's gonna be selling and making his interest very aggressively early, gonna drop super low, and then hopefully this Fiddle 6 will be enough to stabilize him. But it's going to be a difficult proposition, kind of similar to what Ilya did in the previous game with the bodyguard training. So we'll have to keep an eye out on TGO in the beginning of stage 4, especially.
Yeah, I agree. I love seeing the savings account being picked up. I think our players also love picking it. I believe yesterday we even had one game where 3 players won it, although one of them didn't get to pick it themselves. Checking in with Revan again. We're cooking a little bit. So after the Legion of 3, giving us that Vanquisher emblem, he's now also picked up that frying pan. Nothing to slam in the immediate, but the potential, of course, is there.
Yeah, so you know what's better than 1 Vanquisher spat? Yeah, 2. That's right, 2 of them. And we're looking to feed the Yasuo right now with the cooking pot. Not too sure that's going to be our target for the remainder of the game. Might be looking to transition it later, or just to play around a slightly beefier Yasuo to pair with the Yone if we want to go to the Slayer Vanquisher line, who was super popular in the previous patch before the Yone was so accessible. And it's just become a straight-up Slayer line. Might be a slight revival of that. It's looking kind of exciting to, kind of an exciting game from Revan here with double emblems. Not every day you see that, especially because Cooking Pot has struggled to bring success to anyone this entire set.
Yeah, I'm eager to see it as well. You know, after game 1, there was somebody in chat asking like anything crazy happened. And I was like, you know, we just had us a hen game. It didn't work out all the way, but I feel like that was pretty crazy already. Now we switched lobby. Scapeus isn't even in this lobby, and somehow we're getting more and more crazy as well. Quick check as we go into Carousel. We have 2 players on Bart, Luffy, and Chuso both picking it up, and Chuso looking to angle into that Jinx Warwick line that we were talking about in the last game as well, doing so well for Marks despite not even going for that Jinx 3.
Yeah, however, big difference this time. I'm fairly confident that he wants to reroll on 7 instead of moving forward like Marks did, using the power of the hefty rolls to bring him to an unkillable board that gives enough time to Jinx with a fantastic carry, if and only if she gets enough time to scale, which is often a very tough proposition for this board. But here he goes with the zone, kind of a blast from the passing Echo 2-star from one of the patches earlier. Downfall was huge for this composition.
I honestly loved seeing the Echo in play, but yeah, like you're mentioning, it's not necessarily what you would want to be playing in the late game in the current meta, but for the early stages, it's still a pretty strong comp. You have your Zond once it comes online to empower you even still. Just having a 2-cost 2-star is generally strong, and we are going into the next set of augments in the immediate, so everybody will know their game plan after this, and it will be Prismatics rolling around here on 2-6. That's massive.
Yeah, when we're gonna get to see the final combos that the players pick up, we're seeing the first one being picked is the Expected Unexpectedness, which is my favorite augment to hear French players try and pronounce, because they will mess it up 100% of the time.
So mean.
I've heard it all. No, it's crazy. I've got to speak out. French players suck at speaking English, and I've heard unexpectedness, expectedness. I've heard everything except the correct one, so I have to take a stand, and I'm glad that Luffy is taking it. We're gonna see the loot he gets in just a moment. I believe the dice are rolling right now.
Listen, to me, it's close enough. As long as there's some expect in there, they got it. I will give them a pass. They pass in my book. But yeah, I'm curious on where we are. We of course did have that very brief game pause there. We are able to see the other augments picked already, and there's a bunch of very, very interesting ones, because we are seeing Shrima Sands being picked up by Pitik, but we're also seeing a little bit of a cook here by Blah Blah Blah.
a little bit of a coup by blah blah blah. For a second, I thought it was Reven who picked the emblems to go with the cooking pot, but no, it is blah blah blah, and that's gonna be I believe 4 disruptor boards, maybe, because there's no other choice. And I want to bring your attention to Reven, because we were talking about Darius reroll, and if I'm not mistaken, with double Vanquisher emblem into Prismatic Ticket, there is a Darius on this board, and he is getting fed, and oh my word, the potential that this board is going to have is going to be so crazy. Thank you, Reven, for watching the broadcast and bringing it to us in game 2.
Ask and you shall receive, Chad. This is how this works. We're going to get a teaching in the Darius Masterclass, hopefully, from Reven himself. I'm actually really excited. We had our casters talking about this as well as we went into the game. Reven is a player that just has brought so much surprise to the entire TFT community with his inauguration into TPC, but then proved himself so well, proved that he earned this spot, has been doing fantastic in the TPC, and is on his best way to move on further than people ever thought. So I'm really excited to see that.
That's very true. And we're getting a bunch of augments that benefit so much from being picked on at the final round of 2-6. We're getting Flexible for Pepperglad, who's going to give him a second emblem right away. Patik is getting the Secret of the Sense, so that's going to be only, 5 rounds to wait for the Azir. We also got hedge funds for both Suso and Tegeo, who really, really needed a huge injection of gold. Tegeo is now able to make interest up to 100, which is going to accelerate the savings account. So I'm maybe thinking he's going to be level 9 on 40. And Susho is going to get re-rolling very, very early.
Yeah, I think so as well. Checking in with blah, blah, blah. We were talking about all of the emblems he was able to find. This is a very emblem-heavy lobby just across the board. Very, very exciting to see that. And for now, it looks like his double disruptor power is going to be good enough. Of course, for him, he needs to make sure he's able to find that Mbessa to then unlock the meld. That has to be in his game plan. We've seen players struggle to make that happen. And of course, with Reven also kind of collecting some of those Noxus units, although it's not necessarily the same ones, you want to be just a little bit heads up when it comes to those later shot bots to try and get that Mbessa. But yeah, let's take a look here at the Reven fight with only the Darius one. We have BT slammed already and the double power from being fed from the emblems. Let's see what that Darius can do.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty impressive. I think he's going to end up being absolutely huge because the character model grows every time he's fed with cooking pots, so it's going to be very funny to see. Also, a little fun fact, you mentioned very heavy on emblems. There's an average of 1 emblem per player in this lobby, but it's only on 3 players in total. With they've all concentrated the emblems on themselves and using them as ways to create the composition. Like I'm not even sure Reven is going to be playing any extra Vanquishers on top of his emblems. It might just be the 2 emblems are 2 jewel gauntlets, and that's it.
Yeah, I'm eager to see it. Of course, we'll need to get level 7 first before any of those rolls are happening to make that Draven come together. In the meantime, let's check in with Pepperglad, who has been playing a little bit on, well, more of the Juggernaut variant of that Bilgewater. He's certainly trying to farm together Kench, but he's doing it in style. 100 HP win streak on 7 wins as of right now, with something as a prismatic early augment on 2-6 is certainly a little bit crazy, and he is going to go up against Chuso for now, so let's see the power of this early Noxus Athacon in play as well.
Chuso not expecting to win this round. Just him and Tegeo are both already above 100 gold and have been for a couple of rounds. So they are making bank, and if you add both of them together, you're probably making the entire net worth of the rest of the lobby. It's just going to be super critical for them to start doing something with this gold right now, because all their HP are getting very, very low. 33. If you add both of their HP, you can make the same HP as the 6th player as well. So Shuso is going to be rolling next round. I'm not certain what TGO is going to do. He should be proccing the savings account just about now, if I'm not mistaken. But he might have to just go level 8 right now and try and stabilize.
Keep in mind, we do have 2 players with aura farming in this lobby, so they are going to be able to get access to that on 4-2, which is rather soon. That'll be a power spike for them, and you will need to have a game plan for that. So either you have enough HP to then be able to take a couple of losses, or your board is equally strong, which is very hard to do if you don't have the access to something like an aura farming, but savings account can help here, so let's see if our players can put something together.
He's level 864 on 3-5.
Yeah, that's pretty
And
crazy.
there are the first upgrades. We're gonna need a couple more just to round out the front line and making extra sure we're not losing. Nope, gonna be greeding out these extra interest. Should be good enough for now. We'll unlock the Warwick for the following round. These next couple of rounds are going to be absolutely crucial. If he drops below 30 HP, it's going to be a huge problem for him, and in being able to survive long enough to get his 3 stars and then have a couple of extra lives in the tank for when he comes across somebody that's going to be super scary, like blah 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 or Pepperglad, who have been win streaking the entire early game. But no worries, this is just Pitik with the Azir having been unlocked. He's happy losing this round. Working his way to the Nasus, and Shuso happy winning this round. Meanwhile, TGO, 21 HP after this loss, gonna be going 9 in 4-1 maybe?
Yeah, I think that's very possible.
hope.
You can see it here. That I would hope so too, but of course, needs to be a little bit careful, because once he takes another loss here, it's crazy because we're entering stage 4 and some of the players are already this low. That's just the power of the early augments here.
Well, that's an Ornn on stage 3.
There is an Ornn. So it's a very beefy Ornn as well.
Yeah, he's got an artifact already, so he's super tanky, gets the Juggernaut, health goes super well with the Nautilus, also has a Swain. So Pepperglad actually has everything because he's got the HP, and now he has the potential infinite scaling of the Ornn as well. He's going to be printing artifacts, probably a couple by stage 5, and without actually costing him any kind of losses for now. TGO going down to 8 HP. Did I mention stage 3 hits hard? Yeah. That's how hard it does.
I mean, it was also very unlucky for TGO to really run into the Ornn player that's been just chilling for most of this game, 100 HP and still streaking there for Pepperglad. But let's see what TGO can do after the PvE round is over here. We're going to be sacrificing our Mbessa to make sure we unlock our Mel. I'm pretty sure she dies here. We've seen players do this, so it's usually pretty reliable.
Yeah, no Oh, wait.
Lady.
Oh
Here we
my,
go.
the big Bramble back did not target her. That looked a little bit scary, but she goes down, so Mel is gonna come up next round. Just a few rolls for TGO to find the Ambessa, make sure the Mel is unlocked in 4-1. Now he just needs to survive until the Fiddlesticks gets unlocked. And level 9 is gonna come in very short amount of time. 40 gold to make a board is not actually a lot, and that's going to be super scary because he might just end up with only unupgraded units on his board. Down to 14 gold now. Bench is full. 10 seconds. The clock is ticking. It's a super intense round for him. On Bessa, we're going to be lacking in upgrades. There's still a Emilio on the board. Just Shyvana. Is that enough? Is that enough for 4-1? This is not the scariest board we've seen.
Well, it depends on who you run into. So on the other side is Pitik. Pitik does have 3 items and the Nasus unlocked, but it is just Nasus 1. Lucky that Pitik hasn't rolled anything just yet, as he's still sitting on level 7. So there's a good shot of this board being able to do their worst and take down Pitiks, which is exactly what's happening. So now that Fiddlesticks is going to be unlocked, keep in mind we have another player on aura farming with Luffy, so he will have the Senolution as well, but I'm not feeling too positive about this because we don't have any more money and we really need the upgrades on the Mel.
Right, Swain 2-star is actually pretty big. You're right.
Yeah.
We definitely need more damage, more reliable backline damage to take down all units. Fiddlesticks is fine, Ambessa is fine, Shyvana is fine, but they are all unreliable carries. They're going to do some amount of damage, but they're not going to methodically take down units. Mel is kind of similar, but she has the ability to focus down one unit over time at the very least, but it's kind of scary not being able to find the Mel 2 here. It's really what he would have needed.
Honestly, I love how Chuso is playing this, just really greedy on the hedge fund,
T-Hex.
holding back. Oh no, that is not
There it is.
allowed! Who allowed Luffy to play a T-Hex?
Well, he's a pirate. He does not have to respect your rules. And here with the 2-star Lucian, Senna from the Aura farming is going to be looking to take down Shuso. But the Jinx has now unleashed and he's trying to keep her own frontline alive. The Sejuani was staying alive for a surprisingly long amount of time. The Senna is going to be trying to snipe her down and it's going to be super close. But Shuso is going to be losing that round, which is devastating for him while TGO wins his own, stays alive one more round.
Yeah, I was just, before that TX came into the picture, I was just saying I like how Chuso is playing this, right? He's playing it very greedy, staying over that hedge fund, just kind of slow rolling a lot of the gold, but he can't afford to do that any longer. So we're going to see him dig here just a little bit deeper to try and make something happen. He, of course, still has more than one life to lean back onto, and he knows the power potential of his board. But as of right now, we have one item for a Warwick. Edge of Night is nice, but it's not a strong power item. It just assures your Warwick is a little bit longer in play. With only Warwick 1 and a pair sitting on the bench, I wouldn't feel too comfortable with the state of the lobby that we're in right now. Checking in with Revan, who's also re-rolling on the Darius. Darius has grown substantially since the last time we've seen him, and there's a pair sitting on the bench, so he needs 4 more copies of him, unless there's any duplicators hiding anywhere.
And you can see how long?
Yeah. Not long enough, though.
2-star Darius, not up to the task, but 3-star Darius might be super scary. One of the big issues here, I think, is Revan did not come across the items that Darius really, really wants. We've seen the adaptive helm being super important to get him to cast on repeat and get that HP back up, stack that incredible bleed. But he still has plenty of money left in the tank with the prismatic ticket. He should be rolling it down next round. And TGO went down as well.
Yeah, killed by blah, blah, blah. I will quickly note that the long streak we saw earlier on from Paperglatt has also been snapped for 2 rounds, so no longer the potential of a Mr. 100, although I feel like this lobby was never determined to make that happen anyway. But yeah, dead in 4 or 5. Pretty desperate situation to be in at the end. I think there was just too much loss, not enough stabilization early on with aura farming. You need to be so careful. Then on top, greeting out that savings account. I can see the game plan, but it was high risk, high reward, and unfortunately the reward just never came in.
Yeah, Fiddlesticks not being the best aura farming that you could hope for to stabilize in stage 4. It's a great unit to round out a board, great utility, a decent amount of damage. But he's not the pillar that keeps your comp alive, as you mentioned. So TGO not managing to really stabilize there. But blah 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 just killed him. He's running that 7 Noxus, who just like Darius has been pretty bad the entire set and is only in the previous patch and this one now coming into its own. And you can see how strong it is. Pepperglad gets torn apart by that golden attack hammer who left the Summoner's Rift and is now in TFT.
Yeah, that's right. Keep in mind, several players are on Mel. We have blah, blah, blah. We have Petic, and we did have Tajiro, who also had that Mel on his board. So 1 copy at least is going back into the pool, but it does mean that the other players take a little bit longer to find her, to get her together onto 2-star. We're checking in with Revan because not only did Chuso just hit his Jinx 3, we also saw the Ari 3 come online, but the Darius, unfortunately, is not showing up for Revan here, and it's a little bit of a tragedy having the one unoptimal item in that bow and then also being unable to 3-star him.
Yeah, and talking about thick frontliners, that pawn just gave himself a Hull Crusher as well, so he's 1-star, but he's just as huge as that Darius who's been non-stop feasting on this Vanquish's path. But for now, Darius is winning the staring contest and is going to run over the 3-star Ari enough for Reven to stabilize on. He still has 10 gold, so if the situation goes critical, he has a little bit of extra room to work with. In the meantime, Petit gets a Xerath thanks to that loss. So he might be good, but lacking in upgrades in the backline department, unfortunately.
Yeah, so the good thing is we have good items, right? We have very AP-leaning items for both the Mel and the Xerath there that are going to allow both of them to cast, get mana, which is something both of these units really want. But we're getting an update from our observer as well, shout out, that this Mel is on 90 out of 235, so we got a really late. To even think about the Radiant would be a mistake as of right now. He really needs that Xerath to come on through, and something like the Golems could be just what we need, but we don't have any gold to make that happen.
Yeah, he kept the Zillion on the bench to be able to use the banked XP from the Chrono Keeper trait, gets himself to level 9, and now with both the Mel and the Xerath, we just might be reaching the critical threshold for Petit's damage to be able to take everybody down. Goes up against Reven.
Boogeyman!
Reven has hit missing one LeBlanc, but that's going to be super scary. And
that doesn't matter.
Critical amount of damage is going to be so much. I do not know that Petit has the burst damage to take down this Darius. He's just, look at the HP bar. Goes down, goes back up again. And second cast from Xerath might be able to kill the carries.
Nah, this Ari is so strong. She's recasting in the background, but Darius does go down. And Reven, maybe it was the LeBlanc. Maybe you were right. To the eye test, this did not turn out the right direction. This was a shocker, honestly.
Yeah, did not think he had the damage in him. The front line is so gargantuan. Here's the 3-star LeBlanc. And now let's hope for Reven that this is enough, because there's not really much more for him to do besides waiting. And losing against a bunch of 1-star units, yes, these were legendaries, but now blah blah blah, for example, has a 2-star Mel. You just saw it on your screen up there. Is going to be super scary. If the Darius 3, LeBlanc 3, and Ari 3 are not enough, he's down to 1 life as well, just like Petit, and they're both facing off against strong boards. It's against the Jinx on the right side and against the 7 Noxus on the other side. Can the Xerath and the Mel do it? Looking
on the
good.
right-hand side, it looks very good. So Reven able to get through that front line and reach the Jinx in time. And on the left-hand side, same story. Pitik able to claw his way on through with the power of that triple item Xerath. But Chuso getting eliminated on the back of this, just not good enough. A little bit of a sad moment as the 2 Spanish players go up against each other, and one of them has to bite the bullet here, but it will be a 7th place.
Will be a 7th place for him, despite the hefty rolls and the hedge fund. He did not have enough juice in the tank to hit the Jinx early enough to stabilize, gave himself enough HP, died with Warwick 1-star as well, probably hampered by Vigos having the 2-star Warwick as well contesting him, makes him makes it a little bit unlikely for him to hit. And blah 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 with the emblems has cooked up a pretty incredible board, but very weak on the frontline department. Still a Scion carrying the items, Swain being so contested, but he's on level 9 and might be able to scale enough. But right now, we're gonna need more scaling than this. We'll be right back in a few rounds to check on him, but his HP is dropping actually pretty low now.
It is, and we do have another elimination coming in here. Luffy taking a loss is going to get that 6th place here at the end. Aura farming going 8th and 6th. I'm not sure if that tells you anything, but at least in a portal like this one where so much strong augment power comes on early, I always feel like Aura farming is a scary pick. So maybe this proves it as we are looking into this carousel, getting another glimpse across our boards. And I mean, look at Vigos, look at Reven, look at Pitik. All of these players are really, really low in HP. And it is between blah, blah, blah and Paperglad to see if they can maybe hang in. They're taking another loss, ramp back up when it comes to serving out that damage. But upgrades are a miss on many of these boards.
Yeah, it's looking quite rough. And you mentioned the fact that so much of the augment power is coming in early, and the damage in stage 3 means that something like Secrets of the Sands seems to be as late as you can wait 3-5, and you need to try and make something. 4-2 is proved to be way too late if the legendary that you're given is not enough to stabilize. And Fiddlesticks and Lucian Senna, great utility units, not able to bring them the victory. Something like Annie, for example, is much more impactful, especially because it's a 2-for-1 deal with the front line and the back line. In the meantime, Pitik might be having some trouble here, but the Nasus in the middle is standing very strong. But the Silas sniping the backline, Mel holding on just for a while longer, but it goes down here, and Pitik gonna go out in 5th.
Honestly, I was kind of, low-key hoping there was a chance we would see the Shurima 4 after he picked that Prismatic, but at the end, so little HP to work with, not able to get the losses in there to then give us the full story. Very, very sad. 5th place for Pitik. Definitely dreamed a little bit bigger than he was able to execute on here. But speaking of dreaming big, I mean, look at this. Reven now not only has the LeBlanc, the Ari, and the Darius, we also have found the Kennen 3. He has 20 gold to give that we're sitting on to try and go level 8 to beef up our front line just a little bit more. And he is going to go up against Vigos, who has been playing this Warwick-Zahn combination legendary Zoop board that I really like, actually.
The legendary Zoop. So a new take, but looking like the Darius is doing incredible work. The Kindred has gone down, I believe, got sniped during her ultimate here. So Reven comfortably gonna be winning that round. Takes Vigos down. Reven showing that even though it came down to 1 life, he's now stable, and he still has that scaling potential with the cooking pot. He's going to be going level 8, has potential for extra Ionia unit maybe, or maybe an extra Juggernaut, whatever he finds, maybe a good legendary. And the only thing that I'm sad about is that he cannot get a 4th augment and get bronze for life, because that would have been nuts.
That would have been insane. Yeah, I mean, there's always still the potential to get a better item than the Vow for the Darius as well, which would be a big upgrade. We were talking about the adaptive a little bit. 2 adaptives I see on blah blah blah's board, and he has unfortunately been losing quite a bit. 6 losses in the tank. Has found the upgrade on the Mel finally to get that together. Is sitting on a pair of Fiddlesticks. Could still upgrade the Azir and the Senna in the backline, so some potential still up for grabs, but I'm just not sure if it's good enough in comparison to some of the other boards in this lobby.
Yeah, and the front line is basically the same since stage 3. It's super, super weak. No 2-star Taric, not a single Swain in sight, just enjoying the moment. It's the tragedy of this unit and this Noxus line that Swain is so contested by everybody. And it's super, super hard for him to find any frontline, and we're going to be keeping that Sion, I guess, for now. However, I'm getting word that Blah Blah's Mel is 203 out of 235. So if this round goes long enough, we might see a Radiant pop out. Could be a huge difference maker, especially if it's a frontline Radiant. And you remember when I mentioned the Vanquisher emblem? Look at the gold that it's printing. It's not going to be enough.
It is printing gold, but the other side is playing not by the rules. Paperglad summoned 2 golems by the hand of a Seraph, and while that might lead to a very long round, it'll only ever go in his favor. That Seraph bought so much time here, and Reven is going to be able to take down what looks like Ghost Copy. Yes, so in the end, it comes down to Paperglad and Reven in our top 2 here, and Paperglad will need to try and find an answer to what Reven has assembled.
And we've been talking about how big that Darius has become. He's also got an animal visage, but take a look at that cannon. He's nearly as tall as a full-blown human, despite being a yordle. He's actually gigantic. He's been fed for a while. Revan very smartly decided to not feed his Darius some more, not ruin his positioning, and just play optimally here. Let's see if the Darius has what it takes, but I think Pepoglad is also on 1-star legendary carry, so it's going to be pretty rough killing that Darius with so much HP. The animal visage is going to give him so much regen. Look at him go, spinning. He's looking like Garen, spinning so much.
He is. And I think a big part of the storyline there is Pepoglad not getting anything like golems in this shop here as he used it last round. Darius will just find his way through the front line, take down the Xerath before that very last cast, and knock Pepoglad down just a peg. Now we're an even playing field. He says 10 HP, 7 HP. Let's see who can take this home. Getting a glimpse of the side-by-side here, but it's not looking good for Pepoglad. Nothing to really manage here. Could start selling some of those units in the hopes of getting an upgrade, but it's so hard to decide who you're going to sell up here. Will be the Sylas. Gets the Azir update and a Sylas in shop to taunt him just a little bit, but is that Azir too good enough to throw anything in the path of greater than greatness Darius 3?
Yeah, Azir not recognized as the main DPS of the set. He's been laughed at for most of the set. Can he redeem himself and be able to take down that Darius? I wouldn't bet on it. It's looking a little bit better, and he has no disruptor, but it's maybe the Darius is looking a little close to dying. He goes down, and the Azir might have been the difference maker. For the first time ever on your screen, Azir wins a round, carries his team on his back, a la Faker, splitting the team, taking the Darius down. Pepoglad clutches the first on the back of, let's not forget, this very early Ornn farmed 3 artifacts, yes, 3, which obviously allowed him to clutch and get that victory here. The Hull Crusher first, stabilizing his front line, then he got the Wit's End, and I'm forgetting the third one that he got, so forgive me for that, but in the
Analyst
end,
Desk has you covered. Don't worry about it. That was a crazy game. I mean, chat was asking for it. They were like, is anything crazy happened? Yeah, just rewatch this game if you just arrived here, and do it in like 2 times speed so you can catch up before the craziness of what the next game is going to hold. We'll hear from our Analyst Desk on how everything has led up to the situation of an emblems galore game, and then we'll be right back with game number 3 here at the regional finals of EMEA.
Always rises. Cannons.
Well, not a bad way at all to keep the fires burning here in day number 1. Honestly, I never really expected to think it was at all reasonable to see any game outside of, the loot subscription with quite that many emblems.
Yeah, I feel like Panda, your Spanish comrades right there, they heard you loud and clear, new tech on the block, and Revan instantly jumped on it.
It was pretty crazy to see, Trouble. I mean, the fact that I called for it and then it's a combo I haven't seen yet the entire time, and the fact that Revan had an insane spot to play for it. I know you want to talk more about this as well, but just the augment combination, the positioning. Trouble, break down what happened here.
Everything fell into his arms. He opens Legion of Threes, gives him an ambusher emblem that feeds a lot of HP into whoever has the emblem, right? However, the fact that all of the augments were given so early gives you so much direction, especially when you want to play reroll. So one thing after the other. This is in particular to highlight the positioning. After he got the 2 emblems, the way that he positioned his Kiana and his Ari, they were both feeding HP into the same unit, which was the Darius, which is the main carry and tank later on. Now, as if we move forward, you will see the itemization and the augment management that led into the snowball from Revan. So we've got the Legion of Threes, giving him the ambusher spot plus the extra HP, and then the Tacticians pan, there you go, the Tactician's pan, which will also start feeding that HP through the spats that he previously got. Now, of course, the prismatic ticket just helps him hit those 3-star units later on, which are also being fed by the Legion of Threes that we initially said. Now, I'm not sure if we have the second screenshot or not with the itemization and the augments. However, his itemization also relied very heavily on the percentage HP marks on that Darius. The BT gives a percentage HP shield on the Darius. He had a Val, which also gives a percentage HP shield, and then he swapped it for a Spirit Visage, which heals you for a percentage HP. So everything on that Darius just kept feeding back to his HP bar, and he became an absolute monster. Great masterclass from Revan right here, who got a second place without an actual artifact on the champion.
Yeah, honestly, it's astonishing stuff, and it's wonderful to see this early on into everyone kind of trying to figure out the entire quote-unquote mid-set going on, that we're still getting surprised in the lobby. But I don't, of course, we can't go too much further without talking about how much Pepperclap was able to surprise us with that first place. That was truly an eye-watering board, David.
Yeah, True Flex found an early Ornn as well. Could get so much extra value from printing 3 artifacts as well. And just scaled it to a point that no one could really defeat him, especially Revan when he's playing for a reroll. I think he was happy enough to finish that second place with the Exodia combo of the augments. But blah, 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 equally so. I mean, insane setup from the UK player. The fact that he was able to pick up Legion of Threes similar to Revan, but then find Trait Tree, and his 4 emblems fit so well into this Mel comp. He had a 4 disruptor board that is quite hard to reach usually in TFT without those 2 extra emblems. Just seemed to have a perfect setup for the Mel Flex, and we saw him playing it a lot yesterday as well. We see how confident he is on this AP Flex line, which I think is very important in this meta. So happy to see him still finding success in the second day of the tournament.
I think you could really see the frustration on his face in that game as well, because if we hadn't been in a lobby where apparently they were listening to our previous analyst desk where we were asking for more Darius and more Noxus coming through, I believe we had 4 Noxus throughout that game, which just meant that we really just weren't any Swains we had to spare. I think if that itself had not been a problem, it would have been quite possibly a first place game instead.
Yeah, and I also want to point out again, the Worry games, they seem to be so stable. And I'm talking particularly for the ones that play for more of the late game, right? You don't stay on that level 7, rerolling for that Jinx 3. Your win con is actually how many more wins can you get over your opponents on that stage 4, where people are sucking to go to fast 9, early stage 5, where people have not necessarily completed their stage 5 boards. So I'm looking right here at Vigos, who did the same thing as we saw from MarkX in the previous game. You just play a very stable 2-star Warwick, 2-star Jinx board with extra failure units that is super stable until all the other boards are able to get those 5 cost 2-star units on the board.
On the losing end, we saw some players that I think were maybe a little bit baited by the idea of the LeBlanc portal with your augments coming in earlier, things like Oro farming and Secret of the Sands. If you're picking it as not your first augment at 2-1, you think, oh, I've bypassed some of the rounds that I've lost this tempo for picking them later. This is a great plan, but you really have to have the right setup and the right board and just game plan for it. And I'm not exactly sure that Fatigue with the Secret of the Sands and Luffy and Geo had the setup for it. I think also some low roll. Fiddle, for example, for Geo, it's not a 5-cost that you really is a star of your board, right? Once you got him 2-star, you can't really itemize a Fiddle from to carry. It's not like we saw yesterday with the Annie for Camus. So a bit of low roll there. Geo is going to be a really tough spot for the next 2 games. I think he went 8th or 7th his first 2 games, and he's a newcomer who had a lot to prove still this weekend. So hoping these players can find a way to bounce back.
All right, it looks like our standings are ready, so we can take a look at the field overall. Remember again, while this is not a day known for its eliminations, the bottom 8 will be removed as it goes forward. And it looks like you're correct, Geo will be our lowest points player right now, only having managed to grab 3 total. There's a lot of other players in a similar spot.
I will not say it. You can go ahead and say it, Panda. Oh, well, it passed, so no one saw it. Well... Volta is definitely not on the back end of those pages for the points. He'll definitely pick up. However, we do see some players towards the upper end who are picking victory after victory and pretty much managed to stay in that top 4. I see Clemu right here, not necessarily in the top 4, but still in the top 20 of the ladder as well, specifically coming from the planes that we mentioned yesterday. And as we move forward, you see that a couple more players have managed to, if not pick back-to-back wins, like Psycho and Peopleglad, to at least solidify themselves in the top 2, top 3 part.
This is the Coco I was hoping to see during regular season. He sleeps, but the moment that something is actually on the line, when it comes to making TPC again, when it comes to making TAC round potentially for the who knows how many times, he is back on top. 15 points for him. Zyko also sitting at 2 wins on the day. Giosco, a player known for really being a reroll degen from Spain across so many different sets, is doing really well here as well. I wonder if he's actually playing more around the fast hand AP and not just the reroll.
Yeah, I mean, to touch on what we're talking about the possibility of this being a really huge season for Spanish players, did help to notice there were 4 different Spanish players on that first page. So to be able to break through, it's worth knowing again, for anyone who's coming into this one late, not only have there not been Spanish players going to the crown, there have been Spanish players not making it to the top of regionals at all, over an extremely long period. So if that's all going to change this regionals, I think that's only for the better.
And there's a chance for there to be 4 MKOI players in TPC next set. Lalisom is already in week 2. We saw the other 3 players sitting there on the top 12 or so after these first 2 games, so a good start for them. It would be really cool. I think they have really good synergy as teammates, and they do a lot of content and jokes and co-streaming together. So it would be awesome content-wise to see that happen next set.
I feel like it's kind of cool how a lot of the country rivalries sort of jump from esports to esports. Sort of like in the LEC, it's like KC versus MKOI. There used to be KC right here having a bunch of the French players. Now they've gone over to G2, so it's probably G2 versus the MKOI players. So it's starting to get a little bit heated, but it's really hard to get past the French players, particularly in TFT, because they have such a long-standing history of being some of the best players in this particular esport. So for the Spanish players to be that high up in the standings is a huge feat for them.
I think it's maybe, some part of that is going to be that certainly the French scene had such an incredible wealth of LANs and similar events early on in TFT's history that really just gave them the experience to be able to play, not only in physical space with each other, but also around each other and coordinate with each other as well. That's hopefully one of the things that will become the case more as we're going forward, as more of the events we talked about a little bit yesterday come into place, more local events that we'll see other countries, much like Spain, to be doing here, coming together and being more than the sum of their parts.
A lot more parity when it comes to regions, Trouble. This set, France has historically been giga dominant, 2 times more representatives in every tournament you can see at any tier, basically. But there's been a bit of a falter in their step throughout TPC. The 4 worst players TPC this set, the play-in players, were all French, for example. Some of the historically strongest French players have had pretty bad sets in set 15 and now set 16, Coco and Jedusor, for example. So It seems like Spain specifically is rising. I think Germany is hungry as well. They lost all their TPC slots last set with Sologasong and Wachungler dropping, and now Wachungler is the only representative. But we have a lot of German players competing this weekend as well, trying to find their way back into TPC. So I like it. I like to see some more parity. I like to see there not being just a one-horse race.
I also really like in this particular lobby that we're going to be watching the duality of things. Psycho with the back-to-back first, and Tegio with the back-to-back 7th, 8th, right? Really bad finishes right here for the Greek representative, straight into a lobby with a guy who's dominated everything so far, as we're going straight into that game 3.
Yes, I mean, this is the reseeding that has now happened. So our top performing players will be put in with players with a split record across the rest of the field. So particularly for our players who have done well early on, they get themselves what should hopefully be safer lobbies going forwards and get rewarded. The only, of course, other part of this is that you are in a lobby, if you're on low points, where you can at least strip some points out the top of the table, and it will be Howling Abyss as we head into game 3.
Two players I want to highlight here in terms of their potential hunger to make it back to TPC. Lelouch, a player who was EMEA champion back in Dragonlands in set 7, one of the strongest players in Poland, has not quite had the results to show for what is his elite level since set 11 or so. So it's been quite a while, over a year since we've seen him perform at the highest level. Players like Kubikson and Travis have kind of overtaken him as that star player from Poland. He's really trying to prove he has what it takes to make it back. He was 3rd place in the EU West ladder snapshots, very consistent this season, and we'll see what he can do in this game 3. And Jedusor as well. He lost his slot in TPC. His first time that he's faltered in his career, because it was just up and up and up every set. And now he has finished top 2 in the ladder snapshots. Really consistent showing in tier 2, but he wants to prove he can make it back to tier 1 this set.
I'm just going to take your ears away from the narrative and your eyes straight into the game. Look to the right. Sona, 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 Sona. And if you're wondering, hey, what can I flex to win the game? Just play AP. Usually the Sona opener is one of the lot of our players are usually going for. Sometimes they do pivot into the Orianna with the build over being a little bit easier to unlock, if you will. But primarily AP flex is what has been winning majority of the games right here. So a Sona and a Nivea opener is super strong.
I'm kind of curious to see, as we see Psycho there going for the spreading routes, whether we'll be seeing any of our players trying a few of the different approaches. We will see the return of aura farming. Of course, remember, this is not a LeBlanc portal, so we're not going to be having those extra augments coming in a little bit earlier than might have otherwise. But as usual, we're seeing a little bit of a spread of econ coming in. Though it looks like, well, actually, we may have less than I thought, actually heavier on the item side.
Really strong setup here for Zyko, especially with the Prosperous. Was nerfed a little bit, not quite as strong as it was before, but this could be a really strong setup for Ahri. We saw the Vanquisher emblem doing work on Revan's Ahri last game, with the Ionia +1 as well, and the Archangel already built. Could be an easy line into Ahri reroll.
I wonder what was the 2-star 2-cost unit from Birthday Reunion that went into Lelouch's board, because I'm looking right here and I don't think I see a 2-star 2-cost. So whatever it was must have been sold away, or at least be sitting on the bench. I don't see anything on the bench. It's probably been sold away.
We'll guess Timo.
Or purely used for Eco or Tristana or something potentially, right? Which, if you think a few patches ago, that was the golden ticket to win.
We've certainly got even if we're not using the 2-cost, we've got ourselves a pretty decent start. We saw, certainly yesterday, we saw a lot of the, LeBlanc being plush bruisers being a very good path to some of these later game boards.
Looking at Paul for now, I'm wondering if he's going to think about playing into Kaisa with his Rageblade build here. Has a Cho'Gath 2 already. I think it's really important at this point to scout the rest of the lobby, see what items players are building, what lines they're generally going into, and what lines will be relatively uncontested before you roll down on stage 4.
That's pretty cool Viego angle right here as well from Odessa. We saw that he hit that very early on, very naturally, and I feel like Viego is one of those champions who can pretty much slam whatever items, and it just works in the early game. You start banking on the souls from the Shadow Isles. You can unlock that Gwen later on that can very easily carry you through the stage 3, early stage 4. So There are a lot of flex plays that you can get through that Viego plus Gwen. You can end up playing towards Ryze. You can end up playing towards any flex AP line. And it's just in general a very strong, if you can get to stack it up early and you've got items to slam, it's just very strong through that stage 2 and 3.
Yes, and I do like that the Shadow Isles will then be more pushed towards early game, in rapid unlocks that you can, conceivably move off to something entirely different. I mean, we've got Salvage Bin into place for Odessa here, so he has got that flexibility, but for now, having the 2 Warden, a avenue that's only really open to the Shadow Isles players, he won't be able to necessarily put together a streak, but his board is strong enough to soak some losses.
Check out Zyko's board on the other side again. Really, really clean setup here with fitting in the Kennen. Much easier to unlock now. You can have him this early in stage 2. And the Warden setup as well, where he fits an Ionia with the emblem and he's playing for Demacia. And Zyko, we saw him in game 1. Very good at playing through this Demacia line into playing a high cap board. We saw him fitting set on his board. So maybe just plays 4 AP flex like we saw in that game 1 with the extra benefit of having the Vanquisher +1 and the Ionia emblem.
Oh, what a bummer, huh? Most of the lobby playing AP, the Rod on a Kog'Maw on a 1 cost. This is something that is not being talked about a lot, but if you listen to a lot of the players, they have sort of negative emotions about picking up a 1 cost, especially when it's stage 2. Stage 2 is a stage where you want to start banking on your gold, whether you're going for the fast 9 or whether you're re-rolling. You want to be able to get to those neutrals with as much gold banked as possible, as much interest as possible. Picking up a 1 cost can really make or break that econ, because it means you're making the next interest interval or you're not. This is why a lot of the players will probably avoid picking up that Rod on a 1 cost unless you're win streaking and it's really creating an extra item for your board and you can get stronger. This might be the iteration where you're going to pick it up because you're going to make that interest up from gold from your win streak.
Yeah, we can see Wet Jungler was a little hesitant before picking up, before deciding, perhaps I can make up the difference from the Ionia. As we check in with Geo here, we mentioned before, of course, he is the points loser in the tournament right now, on the lowest points on anybody, just 3 total so far. Has decided to step into Ishtal, which, as we've already established, is one of the riskiest lines you can play, but if there was ever a time for it, it's here and now.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I think he knows he has to completely change whatever plans he had for this day after these first 2 games and pivot into that first rate playstyle and hope that he wins those coin flips right in his favor and he can maybe claw his way back before that game, or that game 6 cut with the bottom 8 players being eliminated. And Ixtal's the way to do that.
I find this to be a little bit more than a risk, specifically because you got Cluttered Mind, right? Cluttered Mind is also considered an econ augment, obviously, but it's one of the lower end econ augments, just due to the fact that it does make your econ struggle because you need your bench full early on, which delays your 10 gold mark, it then delays your 20 gold mark, and so on and so forth. This is why, if you look on the right side, Tegeo is the only player not having made that 20 gold mark, even though it does tick over in terms of experience, which makes it a little bit hard, especially when you're playing for Ishtal. You're sort of bleeding that HP, you're bleeding onto that economy. The only thing you've got going on for you is the experience coming through Cluttered Mind, but I think you either need that HP or the gold efficiency to follow through for that Cluttered Mind to come into fruition.
Checking in on the field overall, because Zyko has managed to keep that win streak going thanks to this wonderfully interesting board, the Demacia Ionia combo together. Looking at the bottom, it's like Jejiso and Apal, our 2 remaining French players in the lobby, have both kept their loss streaks intact as well. So we've certainly seen lobbies so far where our French players have been putting on clinics.
I really like this setup from Wet Jungler here with the solo plate. I'm very curious to see what he will end up actually trying to play for in stage 3. Solo plate is quite strong now, especially with some reroll comps. Leona makes great use of it. Darius as well. I think it's one of the enablers for these 2 reroll comps. Doesn't really seem like he is going specifically for this just yet. These game plans might just play traditional TFT, but depending on his stage 3 augment, we could see him go for a 3-5 roll down and potentially pivot into one of these 2 comps.
He is keeping an Eco and a Vi on the bench, so it could potentially be a Leona, Zoe, Malzahar angle that you mentioned before. However, the itemization right here, not necessarily the best. I mean, Declaw could be something that you're looking for, specifically because the lobbies are very AP heavy, and you already have the Negatron onto the Shen. Is going to make the declaw right there, and the extra AP could pretty much be transformed into any of the flex AP lines that we have talked about in the past. Now, I want to pick your brains a little bit. Aura farming. Lots of pro players have been deeming that particular augment unclickable, specifically non-econ generating portals. And I want to know your opinion on it, Panda, because TGO clicked it in the previous lobby, got the Fiddlesticks, probably one of the worst 5 costs you want to be playing around since he's a support champ.
Shyvana's similar, but I think Shyvana's going to be a little bit more impactful than the Fiddle here. Jedusor seems to be pretty keen on playing AP Flex around the spiking on the Shyvana and utilizing the Shyvana 2 as a way to bring it to 9 without having to roll too much, ideally. Has lost a lot of AP in the process. This is a problem with aura farming, as you're mentioning, Trouble. You're down an augment. You have no real power on your board at all, so you really have to try and lean into a big loss streak and then a huge comeback. The skill is knowing what kind of board is going to be stable on stage 4 and not over-rolling because you have the Shyvana 2 coming in anyway.
I did wonder if we might see a double down and just go crazy with the forward thinking as well, but decides to really roll. So Jedusor, we're trying to stabilize the board, takes the power immediately. So Sunfire Cape, a little bit of Omnivamp to go around as well, just to make sure he doesn't lose too much more HP.
I'm just so happy he didn't click on that forward, thinking this board is nowhere near stable to take him all the way to that 4-2. He would have been 1 life or even dead at this point with just 64 HP remaining right here. TGO, on the other hand, doubling down on that econ, and that's kind of the double-edged sword. So if we're going to have a look at the Greek player's board right here, he did have the Clattered Mind playing towards Ishtal as well. However, again, with Clattered Mind, you need one of the two. You either need a really good econ or you need to be preserving your HP. And playing that Ishtal, it kind of trickles down those HP numbers, and Clattered Mind sort of trickles down your econ numbers as well. So boosting a little bit the econ numbers with the second augment right here, I feel like it's a really good move from the side of the Greek player.
Yeah, well, we know that he's playing on the edge of the knife, and we saw his quest is to be buying XP, so that's directly transferring to not just getting this quest done, but starting the next quest a little bit earlier. And with Ishbal, so much of it revolving around just how much money do you have in the bank as to how difficult these quests can be. It feels like so far to Geo, he's running a dangerous route, but he's doing so in a way which seems like it could work.
Ooh, Paul picks up the Golden Dragon. I love this setup, especially the Rift Herald. He does kind of become unkillable in some ways. Has a Yone here as well, the Yasuo 2 he's found, so a pretty flexible setup here. Paul showcasing the unlock changes in a huge way with this board as early as 3-3. Usually impossible before, because Rift Herald, you can get it only on 3-5. But that has all changed, and especially with the Golden Dragon, I think we're going to see how beefy the Rift Herald will be coming into stage 4 when he has 3 items.
I'm kind of curious to see if, like, especially longer term as well, what we'll be seeing from, I presume we're getting a Wukong into the same kind of spot as well, but we'll see longer term. Again, remember, we are on the newly nerfed Ionian Prosperous, so this is a lesser gold income than it would have been previously, but for a pal, it's seeming to be decent enough.
Next carousel coming up right here for players. We are seeing a pan onto 2 pans, 3 pans. I can count, I promise. One on the Ambessa, one on Shen and Vayne. He has been hovered by Jedusor. He's going to be picking this one up. And Jedusor has the Shyvana that we talked about earlier from the aura farming, angling more towards a flex AP situation. And Panda, you've got something here for me. Please do.
It's a great pickup for Jedusor. He has no commitments, right? Aura farming, Shyvana, it doesn't commit to any specific comp.
And open up Mel.
So many different, yeah, exactly. You can open up Mel. You were playing more for a kind of a forward angle right now, but having the Ambessa without having to roll at all is huge. You can pre-level to 8 potentially on 3-7 and go for a super early Mel on 4-1. If you win 4-1, and then if you obviously win, hopefully the rest of the stage 4 with a Shyvana coming in, that can be a great spot for Jedusor going directly to 9.
Edgesaw on 9 points overall right now, which is pretty much in the middle of the pack. So it's interesting to see him going for something this risk as we check back in.
Yay, synergy. This is the one reason to play Ixtal when you have Cluttered Mind. There are quests that benefit from the same exact playstyle or hindrance. So good pickup from Tagio here.
Love how you called it a quest, but then you called it a hindrance because
I mean,
kind of is, but it kind of isn't.
There's a downside, but you get rewarded for it. If you're gonna have one
Right?
downside, let's get 2 rewards at least, you know? Double dip.
Okay, but this is pretty big right here from Tagio because you really needed some sort of carry, some sort of strong champion on your board. You naturally get Nidalee from the Nico currently, so slamming those items onto that Nidalee that could potentially later on even become a Sylas if you look towards that side of the flex AP boards that we have talked about. But really needed to preserve some HP, 52 HP. Going towards the neutrals just one more round is pretty huge, especially when you're playing Ishtal. For Jedusor, however, Panda, I'm getting worried. You mentioned going to level 9. He's currently stuck level 7, around 60 gold, no econ augment. I feel like it's going to be a pretty hard task to get that board to level 9 pretty seamlessly.
I mean, this is aura farming in a nutshell, right? I think there's never been, or there's been very few cases where an aura farming player is able to reach stage 4 with anywhere over 40 or 50 HP.
Yep.
It's just the way the cookie crumbles when you're playing for this augment. It comes down to especially what board he stabilizes on in stage 4. That's gonna be the skill. If you're only thinking about one specific board to play for, you're gonna have a hard time hitting exactly that. But if you are aware of all the different variations and you're reflective on your roll on, that's where you get rewarded.
Well, he has, up until this point, managed to keep the loss streak intact pretty well, but unfortunately, just before going to PvE, that's going to be broken for Jedusor thanks to Odessa, so that is less money in the pocket. Jedusor is already running a fairly fine line.
Would be big for him to win 4-1, to continue this win streak, and okay, no, he's gonna pre-level here. Okay, I was hesitant if that would be the case, but he is gonna pre-level here, have the ambassador die 100% against the creeps. Hopefully, he positions accordingly. Jedusor, you got us. She has to.
I love how the observer sort of took away the board, so we're.
I think she died already. It's okay.
I was to say, I think it's already.
She died already. Yeah, he has it preloaded already.
Guys, I don't think Zambesa is dying anytime soon. I'm just saying.
No, it's already died. So the game doesn't care if she's died before.
Oh, right. Okay, fair. It's already died. Okay.
It is very counterintuitive that is the case, but there we go. The Mel will be unlocked there. So all is good for Jedusor. He gets the chance to turn things around. Aura farming will be coming in soon. No money in the bank, but apart from that small note, things are looking pretty decent now that Mel's here.
I feel like that's a pretty good hit. Getting that Nautilus too, pretty tanky. The pair onto the Swain, very close to having that Swain too. I mean, there's some pretty good hits for Jedusor. Does have the extra Golden Nico as well to possibly
the double BF
onto
sword
that
is
Mel.
really awkward though. You really wanted to have a third Mel item here. Was hoping for maybe even a Vanquisher emblem potentially, but forced to play the Juggernaut here, which is for Juggernaut, which is okay, I think. But really hoping to find some kind of item augment potentially on 4-2 for this Mel.
Yes, I mean, she's so incredibly central to everything we're trying to do here. I mean, at least with those 4 Juggernauts, you've got quite a long time to stack up a lot more. I mean, this is really the ideal situation. You've got long round, which you do eventually win just because you've decided to invest a little bit more in what you're doing early on. We'll take the hit to blah, 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 and Jedusor is arriving here on 34 HP.
Ooh. That would be interesting with the Shyvana, but unfortunately, no Demacia to be seen.
Insta click off. It's just you and me, Panda, man. We just got excited for nothing. Sweet treats, however, you were looking for an extra item. This could potentially be the one. Usually when you do... Oh, send it. Just send it. That's right.
Oh, this is
How about
so
3
good.
items? How about 3
You
items?
can see Jedusor's reaction. He is so happy to itemize the Shyvana fully, to itemize the Mel as well. And the dupe means that the moment he hits this Mel too, he is in such a good position to take over the lobby.
All right, so what's he going to get?
Okay, full Shyvana items, which is the champion that you want to play for, right? This is what you pretty much sacrificed 66 HP for. The aura farming champion, triple item gain, really good Nashers here for the Mel as well. So triple item onto your 2-star legendary, which is one of your primary carries right here, and frontliner. 3 very good items onto the Mel with incredible synergy, and slowly but surely you start building a few items onto that Ambessa as well, right? So that is a very good baseline right here for Jedrzor, and if luck smiles to him and he hits a random Mel, does have the golden duplicator to 2-star that carry too.
He is up against one of the most terrifying boards from the stats, though. We talked a little bit about Montage Zoe. Wet Jungler has put that together. The stats for that 3-cost reroll were absurd, even from the small sample size we got yesterday. So Jedrzor's still got a mountain to climb to get out of 8th place.
Yeah, I mentioned with Jungler, that solo play looked like it could be a setup into the Leona board. That has been the case now, so we'll see how it performs. I think it's definitely one of the best reasons to play for the Leona Malzahar Zoe comp in general.
That is a pretty unfortunate board right here. Tegio not being able to hit that Skarner too. 1 Seraphine in the backline, 0 items. Your primary carry is that Nidalee with a 2-star Milio. Frontline is really lacking on items. That 1 artifact only onto the Taric. So we'll see how he'll be able to transform that one, considering that the cash out has already happened for him into potentially a flex AP board. Again, these items scream Salas to me, but for the time being, they are best suited for that needle that he's unlocked. But that board has no strong frontline for the time being and no strong backline carry.
We see what Odessa is bringing to the table. For this one, we've got the board we talked about multiple times before, the Warwick Jinx board, even with the 2-star version, armed with double Deathblade, hits very hard.
Touching on Gio, considering his position in the tournament with only 3 points in 2 games, we said he had to take big risks. One of those risks has backfired. The advanced loan, it was a prismatic augment, so a huge loss of value with a 3rd gold augment instead of prismatic. And as you're mentioning, Trouble, this Nidalee build, it's great that Nidalee can be unlocked a little bit easier, but it also means you're usually not playing for a Nico 3, which is one of the strengths of Nidalee. She can not be targeted for so long in a fight because the Nico would tank for a long time. Now it's a Nico 2 without items, and this Nidalee has no burst in her build. She has 2 Omnivamp items instead to stay alive. So just a really tragic setup here from Gio, and I think this is not quite the game he was hoping for.
Yeah, can't even hit the Skarner right there to make that frontline a little bit beefier. Again, not many frontline items. However, for the loose shot here, we have seen a little bit of cookage happening. This is kind of what we saw with Junction yesterday, where he tried to cook a little bit of a Rise board and ended up going more vintage style Rise with the Volley Bear and the Rise in the backline. This time around is going to be more towards the Invokers, hitting that Zillion over in the backline and slamming more of the Bruiser AD items and whatever else onto that Volley Bear to hold for the time being.
I mean, it's a fascinating board. You have double Bruiser Emblem, which means you've got 6 Bruiser in line. That's a lot of beef, and Zillion will do a lot of work when the time comes. I like as well having the Bruiser Emblem on the set as well, because that's been doing the damage and AoE around him, while making him very hard to shift. And perhaps this could be a cook that works.
It's gonna come down to the Zillion. We're not just winning this fight, but trying to get this board to level 9. We saw from White Jungler that 5th place last game. It's looking a lot like this board from Lelouch, where it's a board that is hoping to reach that Freljord Rise max cap with the extra emblems added in. But if you fall short, the board is just that much weaker. This is the scary part of that game plan, trying to survive stage 4.
There's a 2-star Yone coming in. This Ionia board has been interesting for quite a while. We've started to build up, the double carry setup here with the front line, which of course has been holding on for a decent while. I'm kind of curious to see where Opal ends up being, because he's preserved HP quite well, but his economy is really down and dusted. We'll be up against Gio here, of course, who's spending every piece of gold he can spend to try and stay alive.
I mean, this Yunara was the go-to carry. However, again, due to the nature of the comp on the side of the Geo right here, I don't really... Oh my god, that Yone ult was so crucial straight into the backline. But Nidalee has found a way to wrap around, and there are not a lot of carries left on the side of Opal. So Snilly might be able to make it stuck on this big Rift Herald. It's just impossible to break through.
Oy.
I think you misspoke, Trouble. Literally did not fight to wrap around. She had no other wrap around. The Rift Herald just decided to turn to the right as soon as the fight started. Abandoned Yone, left him all by himself, and this is maybe the trouble that you get with a solo frontliner. Sometimes some wonky stuff happens, and
Hey man, I gave more credit to
completely
Nidalee, you know?
sold off the rest of the board.
We do want to take a second to recognize, though, Fujio did trap the Nico on the previous round to try and preserve the Nidalee's semi-invisibility for as long as possible, and I think it would have worked if it hadn't been for Yone walking up and chasing down that Nico. But as we head into stage 5, you can see that the HP totals on the bottom 4 all relatively close together, with, of course, the exception of Geo, who's holding on by a thread. Then that big leap up to Zyko at the top, with Blah Blah just behind him.
I'd just like to point out that Zyko has played so cleverly in all of these games. The way that this guy manages to preserve so much HP by playing strongest possible board, no matter what is given to him, playing to his board strengths, and then very seamlessly burning through as least amount of HP as possible to then make it through to that level 9. He's in level 8, 56 gold currently, one of the leaders to get into that level 9 and starting to capitalize your board around 5 costs, 2 stars, and it has been pretty much beautiful to watch different openers from Zyko. So if you want to study TFT, man, this guy has got it down, at least for this weekend.
Sad state of affairs here for Odessa's board. Could win this fight, but is still far away from the Jinx 3. I think it's a very similar game that we saw from Chuso, although this is more the full Zon angle for Odessa. He has been doing a really good job of playing with the salvage bin and trying to min-max all his different options and playing flexibly around it. But until he hits that Jinx 3 and until he has a bow item on the Jinx, I don't think he'll be strong enough to beat some of the really capped out level 9 boards.
Well, speaking of capped out, we're seeing the 2-star legendaries dropping in across our bottom 4 specifically. They've committed in every piece of gold they have. Lush finding the Azir too. Jejisaur getting the upgrades as well. I think everyone's very aware there's no more runway. They have to make their comps work right now.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah.
The Predator Emblem coming off means that there's going to be no tower here for Lelouch. The last minute upgrade on the Nash is having to sell a Volibear as well, considering he is on his last life, and that could be crucial to the outcome of this fight. He's up against Odessa. Odessa's on 21, so he should be on 2 lives still, but Lelouch has to win this fight to stay alive.
It looks like the HP, both on Volibear and the Nasus, due to the Prismatic Augment, is just very, very hard for that Jinx to break through. And luckily for Lelouch, a little bit of a noopsie right there, removing that Freljord emblem with not enough time to slam it before the fight starts for the tower. However, managed to pick up the W, and that's very, very important. Unlocks Rise, unlocks Ziggs. I'm expecting a Rise to take that space off the Zillion, as we will see a little bit more the remnants of the vintage Rise with a little bit of Shurima sprinkled in.
Unfortunately, Gio's heroic attempt to turn this tournament around has not been met with success. He will be our first one out, but you can see just above him on the HP totals, there are 4 other players who could easily be 1 round away from going through. Lelouch and everyone else on those low HP, again, scrambling to try and optimize their boards. As Opal and Lelouch, one of them is going out now.
See what this board can do from Lelouch. The Nasus in particular is going to be very beefy. A 6 bruiser Nasus. We can see the amount of HP he has. He steals resists every time he ults, so complementing each other really, really well here. Up against Opal's Yone. If the Yone sneaks into the back line, they'll be in trouble, but it looks like the Zillion's doing enough for now.
Beautiful bomb work. And there we go, Opal will be the next one out, but he will not be alone. Odessa out in 7th place as well. Our players are dropping rapidly. And really the only question immediately is who's going to manage to make it to 4th.
I feel like there is, I'll take the opposite side of that question. Who's going to be aiming for that top spot, right? We've seen the Zoe, Malzahar, Leona comp doing spectacularly well. Where Jungler has been hitting the Leona and the Zoe as 3 stars. However, I feel like the Shurima board looks very damn strong, and Zyko able to hit everything. Got the Rise, got the Silas too,
There we go.
got the Tariq too, has got the Mel too as well. That looks like a very, very great board coming through. However, here's the deal. Has a lot of HP to burn through. 51 HP, can lock in that Silas for the time being and play to unlock the 2-star on the next round, right? So 2-star with Radiant item in the front line with the Swain, fantastic backline, and a bunch of sprinkled in champions that can make the difference, like the Ambessa and like the Silas.
See the battle here between Lelouch and Jedusor. Jedusor, I believe he's still on Mel 1, Peter. Do you think it'll be enough to take down the Zillion?
I mean, if he gets through this round, he prints the Radiant, and maybe it's good enough. The Bears in the middle, but Jedusor going to breathe a sigh of relief, managing to take it to our Dragonlance EMEA regional champion. Will knock him down and out, and that top 4 is locked in.
This is one of the best bailout gambas I have ever seen. Clicking on that call to chaos when we mentioned that he really desperately needs items so he can stabilize, get his Radiant item from the Mel right here as well. Not only does he click on the Gamba, but gets the triple item chest, which full up equips onto the Shyvana, which is the 2-star legendary carry got from the aura farming, which now allows him to chill and play potentially for that level 9 to look for that Mel 2.
A little unfortunate he didn't find any extra copies of Mel throughout all of stage 4 and 5. He had the duplicator earlier on. I assume he used it on the fiddle, but has capped a little bit lower because of that. A real big test here. Wedge jungler with solo plate, found the dual Lotus final augment with a damage-heavy setup on the backline with the Zoe and the Malzahar. We'll see if the real comp will be strong enough here for Wedge jungler. Have to doubt, but I mean, the Leona can hang on for a long time here.
I mean, if it was a Radiant Dragon's Claw rather than a Radiant Bramble Vest, maybe this would have gone differently, but Mel always does surprising damage. The hit on Jedusor is massive, and honestly, I think he's grateful enough to hit the top 4. But blah, blah, blah will barely hold on. 5 HP.
Yeah, 4th is a first for sure right here from Jedusor. Down a golden augment with the aura farming. Not necessarily a legendary that you 100% want to see, like Shyvana is averagely good, but it's just not one of the best that you want to see out there, especially when you are down an augment and you're burning through a lot of HP for that one. But a top 4 is definitely a great feat right here from Jedusor.
I really like the positioning from jungler. The way it will work in a lot of fights, the Zoe might step up a little bit after, halfway through the fights when there are no more targets on the right side of the opponent's front line, and then she might target with her huge amount of burst damage one of the backliners we saw there near the end. If that happens early in the fight and you kind of scam the backliners early, that could swing the fight in your favor.
Oh yeah, I mean, considering the kind of setup we've got here, the prismatic dual Lotus as well, and the massive amount of Kasha getting off, you're going to be able to get into that kind of situation more often than not.
One off. He's looking for the Malzahar. Ah, that's so unlucky. Not going to hit the Malzahar. Gets a 3rd item for the Malz. Doesn't get the last copy needed. The Sojin is going to be locked in. That's a 2-star Silas. Level 9, 30 gold coming through from Zyko, who is still chilling on 51 HP, playing against the other win streaker on the lobby, which is Wedge jungler. He was really desperately looking for that Malzahar. Not that it would have mattered. He got sniped away straight off the bat in this fight. And man, honestly, I don't think this would have been a Malzahar 3 diff.
No, I think the Mel with the Arcanist Emblem is just too crazy. The mana refund you get off of kills, it's a little bit of variance, but if it works in the perfect manner, you can just chain cast off from Mel and just delete boards. Zyko, once again, looks like the strongest player in this lobby. Potentially a 3rd win in a row to start off this day 1. Definitely sending a message to the rest of the competitors in this field. And I think it's going to be the case with a lot of the CBC players who ended up placing maybe 17th, 18th, 19th, just barely missing direct qualification to week 2. And they're maybe a little bit annoyed of having to grind it out through week 1 instead. And we're seeing Zyko sending that message quickly.
Oh, he's definitely annoyed. I don't think he's just sending a message to this lobby. He's sending a message the whole weekend. If he wanted us to win that, which is looking in a pretty good way of doing, right here, just missing the Rise 2, which eventually he's going to get level 9, 40 gold, going for that level 10 as well. That Mel is looking absolutely invincible. Got the silence for the backline access as well. Really great frontline here. So I'm assuming that Zyko is very frustrated, but he's also looking like the best player of the entire weekend so far, managing to triple down on the victory so far. I think he wishes the format was kind of similar to yesterday, so he could be done in 4 games.
Well, yeah, it's always starting to feel like a checkmate of sort. I did have a look at the results from the other rounds, and Pepperglad was the other player who is undefeated in the tournament so far. That will no longer be the case. So Zyko, the only one with the chance to get a clean sweep through these first 3 rounds of play. He certainly seems to have the board to do it with. I mean, Wet Jungler, he's grooving away. I think he's happy enough with this ball, but it doesn't feel like it matches up.
We see the positioning flip for Wet Jungler. Zoe now on the opposite side, maybe trying to get access to this Rise and Mel a little bit earlier before the fight is over, but I think it's just too much to handle here. The Stylist is already onto the Zoe as well, has the Edge of Night to stop that initial burst coming from the Zoe orbs. Wet Jungler should be happy with the second place here. I think he played a great example of this Leona Zoe game with these augment selections in particular. I think really caters to the comp, but Zyko is the real star of the show here. 3 wins in a row to start off this day 1 of the playoff phase. And there is no cut after 4 games, Trouble, as you mentioned, but there is going to be a cut tomorrow. So having this lead without any point reset means that Zyko should be pretty confident after those 8 games are done to start of tomorrow.
That's already 24 points accumulated. And again, I know that the desk is going to break this down, but his early games need to be studied because a lot of people speculate, there's a bunch of luck in TFT as in any other card game, right? But this guy has consistently 3 games in a row built such a staple early to mid-game board to not burn through his HP to get to that level 9, right? So it's absolutely fantastic, and I think it should be studied.
All right, well, we are officially halfway through the day. We'll be heading to a short break. When we return on Analyst Desk, we'll be breaking everything down and then moving us into that second half. Again, only eliminations at the end of the day, but stay tuned and we'll be back momentarily.
Always rises. Cannons. Always rises. Cannons.
Welcome back here at the analyst desk at the regional finals. My name is Mix and I'm joined by Kenobi. And Kenobi, you and I, we've been talking, we've been breaking our brains a little bit, and we feel like we have a statement that especially our players need to hear. Would you like to share with the class?
Aura farming is... I wanted to be a little bit rougher, but it's a very risky proposition. Here, Jedusor barely top 4s on the back of some incredibly high roll on the prismatic augment, giving him exactly what he needed, the full set of items for his Shyvana that would have been mostly useless without that. And we've been seeing it time and time again. If you don't get Annie, mostly it's super hard to do anything great with aura farming. The tempo loss from the augment is so huge that just like Jedusor, you end up with 25 HP on 4-2, and most of the legendaries that you can get in aura farming are utility ones. That's the theme of this set, except for Annie. They are all utility legendaries, and so they're not able to stabilize your composition on your own. And level 8 is not where you're really able to stabilize your composition. So being down in HP and not getting something that great for losing your first 2 stages is really rough. And I'm hopeful for the players to start recognizing the cost is too much, and that gambling for this 1 out of 8 opportunity of finding the Annie is not going to be worth it.
I agree. I mean, even in that game, and I'm so happy that Jedu was able to claw his way into this 4th place, but he was boxed out there by that prismatic, giving him items when he needed it, and it was quote-unquote only a 4th. So I would like to see them click it a little bit less. I feel like there's been like this, aura farming is so good going around on PvE, and now we're starting to realize that it might not be. But somebody that certainly is extremely good is Zyko. In this game, we were talking specifically about the early game, and I know the casters were talking about it as well. We were trying to figure out how Zyko, with the augment choices that he had, was able to win streak in that early game. But I feel like it's a little bit of a problem of the current meta. Everybody's trying to greed out money. Everybody knows they're playing for those level 9 boards. And so a lot of the early game boards are so weak. And Zyko, with just a Cannon 1 and 2 upgraded 1-cost units in the backline, able to just profit off of that, even though his augment wasn't all that good for early stages.
Yeah, he goes the other way around from all the players. Most players go for Econ first and then Combat Power in stage 3. He went the other way around, goes for the emblems early on, uses that to make a strong ball, and then takes the epic roll down 3-2 to give him the money to get a solid stabilizing roll down, who then gets him to level 9. And what a level 9 it was. The board was fully upgraded. Mel had the time to give him a Radiant item, and there was also another Mel that was able to give out a Radiant item, which is pretty rare. Having 2 of them. It was Jedusor, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, really well done, really great reading of the tempo of the lobby, especially because of players taking aura farming means that, well, that's going to make it easier for somebody like Zyko to win streak if the players are banking on late game power at the cost of early game power. And you got to remember, win streaking is the best way to make money in the game.
It is, if you're able to pull it off. Of course, a lot of the power and strength lays in that tiny little if there, but somebody else that finally showed that EMEA has the power to play this comp as well is Wet Jungler. We saw it yesterday just once, just a glimpse of it, but in the overall regional stats, it's been performing really well. The reroll on the Malzahar, Leona, Zoe line finally showing up here and showing off here for Wet Jungler with that 2nd place. It's just something I'm really happy to see. I love this comp where we're kind of glazing a little bit about how it's so nice. You have the burn, you have the shred, you get to like reroll so many different 3 costs to get that beautiful board power, and Wet Jungler just showed how it's done.
Yeah, and that 3-star Leona reminds me of the old 1-cost Leona in the redeemed comp that was basically the same spell but a little bit less powerful, just the damage reduction. But you could see it here, the Leona just standing strong, being the last unit alive despite taking aggro for the entirety of the fight. It's just, it's so fun to watch everybody just hit this unbreakable wall, and the rest of the composition dying behind Leona, saying that she doesn't care and she'll still be standing. Of course, that makes her vulnerable to something like the Zillion from blah blah blah, with the execute coming in after 18 seconds, or the backline access from Zyko's composition, meaning that Wet Jungler was not able to get a first place, but solid second, good way for him to grab extra points. And this leads us to seeing that 3-cost rerolls with Jinx, Darius, and this Leona Zoe composition, there's now a place for it in the meta after having it been absent for the entirety of the set.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see it. It evens out all of those fast 9 boards, which is undeniably the meta that we're in. We're every now and then seeing players stay on that level 7 and reroll those. However, I do want to pick up something that I believe Trouble was saying earlier. Based on the last couple of games we saw on broadcast, often the Warwick boards where players didn't reroll the Jinx performed a little bit better. For Odessa, though, it kind of didn't work out anyhow, despite not being able to go for that Jinx 3, despite having that Warwick 2, having him empowered with that Juggernaut emblem, it was just all a little too late to try and get into power, and I feel like he missed out on the lobby tempo on the overall.
Yeah, his Jinx items mostly were the issue. Having the triple Death Blade on her thanks to his Prismatic Augment was not good enough. She really needed to ramp up that attack speed with the Ginzus. And the Death Blade is very nice for the flat AD, but it's not a replacement for the attack speed that she needs to really pop off. And Frontline was not really good enough as well. And so kind of rough top 7 for him after this composition having been so stable for so long. And now we have to talk about the top 8. And yes, Tegio is having a rough tournament, but from the moment the first 2 games went wrong, that's the moment where he has nothing left to lose. So he's going to be sending it first or 8th every time because he needs to, he cannot afford to go top 4. He needs first, seconds at worst. So he's going to take the most riskier lines and try and make it work. And oftentimes the riskier lines are going to end up with the 8th place, something like the Advanced Loan, and then you get a Prismatic 4-2. Really, really rough. It's a favorable position in terms of odds because it's about 70% chance to see a gold augment last, which would give him a silver, small power differential. Here he gets the worst case scenario. Prismatic for everybody, gold for him. Definitely not able to match. Goes dead last.
Yeah, very unfortunate. But if you have players like Tajir in your lobby now, that also means you need to be ready for them to come for those first or 8 places. And so that can transform how a lobby plays out. It's very, very interesting to watch as the tournament day goes on. We are kind of halfway through it. We're going to take a look at this lobby next. We have Kevin Parker in here, which the pre-show desk was talking about a little bit, and I believe we're going straight in. So we're back with our casters, Counterfeit, Impetuous Panda, and Trouble Inc.
Thank you very much. And as we can see, we're getting things kicked off here with our players all getting the 3 costs to drop them early on. Do you want to take a note about the player points we've got coming into this game? As we will have several players very far ahead of the field. Kevin Parker, HorrorX, 20 and 19 points respectively, means that they are way ahead of anybody else playing.
What I want to highlight is Enzo. Enzo's a player who has been competing in Tier 2 this set, despite his pedigree and his career. Recently joined G2 alongside Cambiz, Double, and Potable, and did go second in the last game that he played. A strong showing considering he needed the points. He was on 5 points before that, is now trying to clout back up in the standings. Would be great to see Enzo making it to day 2 in a comfortable position.
We did see a little bit of a visit to Volta's board there. Of course, Trouble, we were talking before about, Volta has had, of course, an incredible pedigree in all the competitive scenes. The first couple of games did not go so well for him. What we did off screen was to get a first place in to try and reset his game. And he's got an incredible start as well.
That's right. That's right. That's Volta for you, Just give them false hope. First 2 games didn't go as well, but when a veteran in the game reaches that spot, and Panda said it yesterday, Volta just gears up for regionals. He can't miss them. He's been in TAC Crown 6 times, highest win rate out of any EMEA player. So when this guy really locks in, you get to see his pedigree. And right here, he did manage to bounce back from the 7th places straight into a 1st.
Does have the Ixtal online, does go for savings account, so really hoping to go for that explosive comeback in stage 4. Gonna play for, I assume, a big kind of loss streak angle with Ixtal in particular. We're seeing now here in stage 2. And savings account means he's gonna just try and rush to 70 gold, get a lot of extra gold, and get that huge influx as we move into 4-1.
We can see some of our other players have got different things in mind. We talked a lot about the momentum needed to see Bilgewater really take up. Enzo has absolutely seized hold of it. As we mentioned before, the G2 entering the scene. Enzo, one of the players, you certainly have to hope the G2 players show up in this regionals to really cement their new team membership.
I mean, in general, G2 as an organization is very used to winning a lot of things, right? Coming again from a League of Legends background, G2 just won the LEC in their last best of 5, so now signing some pretty damn big names with a lot of good history in terms of winning. This is where the players actually need to step up for the org, but primarily for themselves, as well as Panda said previously, for Enzo. So right here, the 2 trick for Enzo, I can't say that it's probably like a huge hit. You know, the Tristanas, the Timos, the old Yordles that you would be so happy if you hit a few patches ago to play for that Yordle big cash out. Not necessarily a big hit currently. However, he can slam it in as a gunslinger for the time being to snowball that early game.
We're seeing a setup here with the Jinx, the Flicker Blade, so a lot more attack speed than we saw from Odessa's Jinx last game at the very least. Kevin Parker, one of the players who mentioned on X yesterday, saying he thinks he has a really good tournament read. He's extremely confident on the level of play that he will be displaying across this weekend. And for now, sitting in the top 5 in the standings at 20 points already. So definitely seems to be the case. We're going to keep an eye on him, what he is going to be doing in this game 4 in terms of his game plan and his decision.
It's definitely, you know, he's been mentioned before, he's been a player who's been very open with the pressure that he put on himself with that incredible Vegas 2nd place that really made him a household name for quite a period of time. To build back to be worthy of the own legacy that he's set up for is quite a task, but he seems to have a good enough start here. So we keep searching around. Moritz, of course, you know, we've seen plenty of this before, Trouble. The Bruisers, the LeBlanc, it's a classic setup at this point.
Ah, yeah, this is the classic Mel setup that you want to be going for. You want to carry your LeBlanc early on. And then we have seen a few switches and swaps, but especially when you get the Ambessa and you can unlock at least a 1-star Mel, this is where you can also transition your items from your 2-star LeBlanc over to the Mel. Some Seraphines can be put in if you 2-star that too, just to hold the items over the 1-star Mel. On the other side, MarkX with the artifact, or the Darkin artifacts. Primarily, I'm thinking we're going towards something like a Yasuo reroll, potentially leading towards something like a Yone.
Interesting lobby complexion already. 3 players on savings accounts. It means that there is going to be a huge spike from some of these players on 4-1 in particular. I think players have to account for this and adapt their game plans accordingly. If you don't really have enough gold or resources, if you roll to 0 on 4-2, you might still be losing a lot of fights in stage 4 anyway, because Volta, Moritz, and Hypno will have these big spikes around that time.
Ooh, and both of them managed to get a tier on a 3 cost. So maximum econ and maximum efficiency, of course, with everything leading up to those AP carries that we mentioned.
Said, you know, there's a lot of gold in place here. As said, we got Slamming as well from Lloyd. I think the one which I'm most interested in, I want to touch back on, is Horror with the Darkin staff coming through. Certainly, you've seen that in some situations where you can rapid fire cast. Certainly, with a Spirit Shogun, that seems possible. But I mean, Horror is doing very well right now as a player who both from the UK and from China as well. He's certainly pulled off some interesting plays from before, but I certainly haven't seen this one face to face.
Yeah, the staff was one of the least played target items. So for most of the set, it was mostly the bow, and then the scythe had that crazy patch with Tryndamere coming into the meta as well, and Ambessa and so many different 5,000, 4,000 could use it well. But the staff was mostly overlooked, I would say. Now that has changed. There's so many more AP options, and the staff is actually rated quite highly by a lot of pro players.
And of course, not only the stuff is rated super highly, but early on we saw a bunch of stats about the Zoe, Leona, and Malzahar composition. The desk spoke about this in the previous post game as well. It's actually one of those comps that when you do hit the 3-star Leona, Malzahar, and Zoe, you can actually propel yourself to a top 2 very easily, potentially even win depending on the strength and how far the lobby has advanced, right? Now, one thing that is very scary looking on the right side, Volta, Hypno, both on Istral, both on a lose streak. They have not played each other, and this could potentially be, for both of them win streaking right here, the most crucial round of the whole game.
And they're both trying to play as weak boards as possible. I think right now Volta, in fact, I think they've got almost identical boards to each other, but they've avoided each other at least for the duration of stage 2, so they should be able to both keep their loss streaks intact and keep building themselves up as economic powerhouses.
Enzo really happy with this setup. With Buildwater, you really want to tempo most of stage 2 and stage 3, have a lot of HP to lose in stage 4, while you're trying to greed those Serpents on 7 Buildwater for a few rounds, or maybe all of stage 4 if you're in a good spot. The Tristana is usually not the best pickup, but with his item slam, the Gunslinger online with the Graves, and the just good single target damage in stage 2, I think it's pretty good for Enzo here. We're seeing the 5 win streak. The big question is, how aggressively will he level to try and get to 7 and try and get MF and Fizz online early in stage 3?
That's actually a super interesting conversation about the builds water, because I feel like this particular composition and the trait itself has undergone so many changes, right? A lot of the units have gone through adjustments. The way you unlock units have gone through adjustments. Now you can get that 3 builds water much easier because you don't necessarily need a Twisted Fate on your board to unlock that Graves. So right here, majority of the players that have been very successful with the builds water have either been players who have played for extra units, like the 2 trick right here, where you get straight off the get-go a 2-star 2 cost, or items, just so you'll be able to tempo and save a lot of that HP. Since the builds water seems to be a lot weaker in the early game than it used to be, you pretty much have to sacrifice that, and the aggressive leveling comes through right here on that level 6, of course, to protect that win streak from Enzo coming through.
We can see the amount of Silver Serpents Enzo has been saving up here. Rather than spending them for tempo, he's been relying on win streaking just by using the gold and the units he's got on the field. He's building up to something, and right now he's doing very well. The only fully win streaking player.
And I think I went to talk about earlier about the kind of lobby tempo and how to adapt to it. I think Enzo's going to be one of the big winners because he's having a very easy time win streaking here against players who are either open forwarding or playing Ixtal, or not really playing a strong board in stage 2 and maybe even part of stage 3. And the moment those players get strong is when Enzo's going to take his foot off the gas, maybe lose for a lot of those fights in stage 4. To eventually make it to that build water cap. And the build water cap should be able to, at the very least, play in an even playing field against those fast 9 AP boards. So Enzo, I already anticipate, will be a player that will easily be in the top 4 for this game.
And Phila, to your point as well, we just saw how one-sided, Horror was win streaking himself just below that, but he got completely run over by Enzo. But I think it's a very good testament how the rest of the lobby is sitting back more as we go forward. Of course, some large part of that is going to be thanks to all the extra gold coming in as our second round of augments will land. They will be gold once again, but our players starting to narrow their focus.
And with a lot of the first augments being econ augments, now the players are going to look towards combat and towards item augments, right? Your perfect case scenario game would be 1 econ, 1 combat, 1 item, just to pretty much touch on all bases in terms of the augments. Of course, Chinar is one of the guys that we didn't necessarily talk too much about. We are seeing that he has the RE2 right here through that solo leveling with the Briar early on. Level 650, sitting very, very comfortably, a very nice econ state. And his second augment, of course, being a combat augment to try and solidify a few more wins, being able to save through that HP on that stage 3 has been something that we've seen the top players really do well.
I actually spoke to Chinar yesterday after his qualification from that play-in phase, congratulating him on advancing. And he told me he was quite hard on himself. He said, I played terribly. I should have gotten 40 points across this day. I'll have to lock in for tomorrow. So we'll see exactly where his confidence is at. I think it's the 8 points is just from the first 2 games. We're missing the addition of the points from the game 3. But looks like he is going to be leaning towards a sort of Yone line, has the Ari fully itemized, the QSS for the Yone. We'll have to wait for that level 7, hopefully on 3-5.
Oh no, just a clarity there. Unfortunately, especially now, things have not been going well. So that
it is.
He's accurate, unfortunately for today. That's 2 8th places in a row. So, if he is feeling the pressure, even internally, it's going to be doubled so. But Volta, in a similar position to mentioned before, had a very rough first 2 games. Last game, he won the entire thing. I'm sure he's aiming to do the same again here.
Again, both players have pretty much ignored each other. Volta, Hypno, both on a 7-loss streak. Eventually, they'll face each other. I think they do right now. The Castercur's coming through, and Volta is definitely going to win this. Milio 2, Sojin slammed. On the other side, you see Hypno hasn't slammed any items seen, as now Volta is winning this pretty heavy-handedly. He did slam a couple of items to kill a couple of the units to preserve some HP, but this is where the lose streak is being broken for Volta, and Hypno keeps losing now. This is a double-edged sword, right? At this point, if you're playing, you already have your 7-loss streak, and streaks are very important. However, again, preserving as much HP as you can on that stage 3 is very, very important. And talking about AP comps, another tier on a very valuable 4 cost.
No, Mbessa, I think that would have been some of the best possible hit for the saving account players to not have to roll at all, to have that Mel angle available. For Volta there is some great synergy between his quest, getting the extra interest, and the savings account, being able to get 7 gold of interest instead of 5. So really heads up play from Volta there, or just selection. And he's in really good pace with his Ixtal quests for now, 220 at 3-3, with 2 more rounds for this interest quest to come through. It's going to be really, really good cash out for Volta, who will not go for a crazy cash out. I think he has to spike at 4-1 when savings account proc, but we'll be able to get a pretty juicy like 350, 400 at the very least.
I mean, I certainly don't mind it at all. We check back in with Muritz, of course. It is more tied into Noxus, which of course is very closely tied into the Mel boards we've got going forwards. With the extra bonus damage, so we're expecting to see Muritz leaning more heavily into making sure this board is covered. But as we can see, thank you very much, Observer. Lloyd very much in the same space as we would expect. I don't think we're going to see a game where this isn't at least somewhat contested.
Very, very similar boards right here from both of the players. And again, the econ is where really it's going to come through, right? The double econ mentioned from Lloyd versus the single econ from Lloyd's, but also combat power. And at the end of the day, it all comes down to hitting your units, right? Let's not joke about it anymore. Being able to get to that level 8, you hit the Ambessa, you hit the Mel, perfect. But you need to get to that level 9 to 2-star your Ambessa. And this is where the combat power is going to come through. Because once you hit your unit, what you've got left from your augments is the power that they give you currently on your board. A lot of the econ augments will give you the 2-star units, but combat augments and item augments will empower them further when everyone has hit the board.
I wonder if Hypno wants to go for this quest here. I think it would be... actually, he has savings account. Maybe he can't. Yeah, never mind. He needs to proc savings account first. Not sure exactly where he is on that.
He was looking at that very closely. He wasn't able to make the decision. I mean, he's 1 round away from writing this loss streak into the end of stage 3, so I don't know if he's got too much more question. Kevin Parker on the side we haven't seen for a little while. There's, of course, we knew that he was building up towards this attack speed with the Flicker Blade for the Jinx longer term. Looks like he hasn't quite managed to get that all on board as of yet, but should be enough to keep Hypno's loss streak comfortably intact.
Oh, we actually got from our production that Volta bought the 40 XP mission in 1 round.
Nice.
So that's pretty huge stuff right there. Level 7 already. Cashing out as well right here from Volta. 360 out of 400. Is he going to click? He is going to the next quest. So we are looking for a big cash out right here, potentially with a Brock on the board.
And he has an Annie as well. This is a really, really strong setup for Volta once he cashes out. Making the best possible use of all the extra econ he gets from the savings account to get these Ixtal quests done.
Yeah, Volta's not messing around in the tournament. There's a reason why he's got such a ludicrous record on the regional and international stage. On the global stage. He's just absolutely astonishing player, but we will be seeing Hypno cashing in now. Has got a good amount of money to put the board together, but has very little room for error.
He's playing Demacia Flex. We saw the just ignoring the Mbessa here, has a Lux already, so we'll be playing for more of a Demacia, Silas, Galio angle. For now, he needs to just stabilize. He is going to be on 2 lives going to stage 4.
So he's
Second
right there, the
Garen.
Garen as well. Lux pair, Lux too huge. The Taric to the Swain too. Very, very, very strong front line right here for Hypno. And I think this has been a very successful transition. Has been able to preserve a bit of gold and has a bunch of items to slam on his front line. That was a very nice transition coming through from that player.
And he's going straight into Shinar as well. Immediately, who's been running the Ionia for a while and on an 8-round win streak. This is the real test of the board, and it's coming out way ahead. Hypno will arrive into stage 4 with style.
Would have loved to see a Zillion. I imagine he will roll a little bit more to try and find the Garen 2 before he goes for level 9. And then potentially if he finds a Zillion there over the, sells the Lissandros straight away. I think it makes sense. You really want to play for the Zillion instead. Ooh, Staffsmith is huge here.
I don't think he particularly needs the explosive growth. I think he's already 45 gold, level 8. Thinking about it, is that he actually...
No, he will.
Okay, he is going to go for the explosive growth.
He's shooting in the moon.
Cash is out as well.
Okay, so
he's going to get items off of the
legendaries.
cash out, so it makes a little bit more sense having the 3-item Annie already to not go for the Staffsmith. And you can get Morello where he just doesn't want to have any kind of burn.
Guys, I don't know, man. That's a 1-star soup I'm seeing on my screen right now. And he needs to survive long enough for the explosive growth in the next 3 rounds to do the work for him. He's only at
Spirit
30
Link value.
HP. Yeah, exactly. He's only at 30 HP. He's getting the value from Spirit Link. He's going to get even more. However, a bunch of those boards will be capitalizing through 4 costs. Luckily for him, Moitz is just about looking to unlock the Mel by slamming that item onto the Ambessa. So a very, very lucky encounter, I want to say right here, for Volta. But I still do not think he's strong enough to win any of those rounds. He's just sitting on 30 HP. To get the full blast from the explosive growth, you need to be able to lead for those 3 rounds.
I think you'll be able to get away with this one at least. But yes, it was looking a little dicey for a second.
That was LeBlanc 1, okay? That was a LeBlanc 1.
Don't worry. It's perfectly calculated. Volta from here on out.
You're right.
Everything's under control. 60 gold in the bank. XP by the bucket load. I think Volta genuinely is looking to turn his first 2 games, which didn't look so good, into immediately 2 first places in a row.
It's already over. He's on 3 lives at the very least. He just needs to win that one fight. If you're gonna go in, you better go all in. I think this is Volta's motto across
Don't curse him, man.
career, and it's showcased here. He's gonna have like 100 gold to roll with, and he has a duplicator. I think he's uncursable at this point in time. He's sitting in a very, very strong position, and Spirit Link as well, a scaling combat augment at the very least to help with a double econ.
Now we saw Moritz on the previous one, only has the 2 items on Mel. Not very ideal. Pretty strong Swain in the front line. However, again, the items right there, not ideal. You've got 2 util items, one for the shred, the other one for the anti-heal, and then an item that ideally sits on a bruiser, not necessarily a tank. So Moritz right here in a very scary situation. The Mel is going to get sniped by the Lux as well. Really, really rough position to be in. Level 8, 25 gold. I don't think he can sack that many more rounds sitting on just 30 HP, which is going to be 20-something after this round is done. And Atakan might have left Summoner's Rift, but he sits pretty comfortably in TFT.
I think Hypno was quite surprised as well, going by his gesture to the camera. But I mean, we get to see a little taste of what a Lockspore can do. Unfortunately, he didn't quite have enough in the tank to finish off the job against the massive summon. But as we head past the midpoint of stage 4, you see that not many streaks remain intact, but we have still got our players mostly holding on to a lot of gold. Of course, Volta, in particular, the player rising up from the bottom of the table.
Really unfortunate for Volta, spawned on the wrong side of the carousel there. That showdown between both of the savings account players. Hypno had Shyvana on his side. Volta would have loved to have the Shyvana pair with a duplicator. Potentially maybe the one PC needs to really stabilize before getting the explosive growth through, but he's already leveled to 9. He's rolling down here. I think it makes sense. He's on a 3-win streak now. He could potentially hit everything here. Really wants to go for the Silas as well, so going to hope to find a few more Garens.
It is actually crazy how Volta was able to scout around and see how weak the boards are in general in this particular lobby. The fact that you've got everything 1-starred basically on your board, and he's on a 3 round streak speaks for itself, right? swaps in the Taric last minute. Wasn't necessarily able to find the extra Garen copies that he needs or the extra Annie copy to be able to duplicate for his carries. This one is a little bit lost right here. However, he is playing straight into a Warwick 1 board, and that Tiber seems to be strong enough. Let's see if the Clicker Blade is enough on that Jinx 2 to carry through and take the win streak away from Volta.
Well, we've seen what happens when the Jinx gets to go in a long round normally. In this case, we've got the Darius with the Zorn emblem surviving a very long time, and this just creates such a ludicrous amount of inevitability, though. I'm quite impressed by how long the tip has stayed up. But Kevin Parker, even before we hit the Jinx 3, and with the Warwick 1, has still got a very scary board.
Wonder if Volta should have rolled a little bit deeper there, tried to get the duplicator off, considering the 3-win streak. This loss really does hurt him. He's still going to be 2 lives, but I would have liked to see a deeper roll down once he committed to going to 9.
The Garen?
Still no Annie
One
2
more?
is kind of tragic. Yeah, I'm going to have to use a duplicator.
Also, the
No
problem right there
Silas.
was that you got the Taric in literally last minute. You had really nice items for the Taric, but it was stuck on the T-Burst that was 1 start as well. So not optimal for the tanking situation. However, right now, he's very lucky. He's facing a board that is really struggling. Horex, again, looking for that Zoe, Malzahar, Leona combo. Hasn't 3-starred any of them. Super close to the Zoe, only 2 units off. Not very close to the Malzahar, and about 3 units off of that Leona. So Volta should be really happy that he's facing this board right now. Also having a declaw onto the T-Burst, which is the main tank.
We saw how good the tip was even at 1 star, but Spect for anti-AP there just barely even tickled in that round. I think, yeah, as you said, David, it's a little bit of a stumble in the purest round, but I still am feeling very optimistic about Volta's chances of taking this one quite a lot further. Now he's at least made it to stage 5.
Moritz as well, hoping to find this Mel on his roll down. Not the richest, will have to potentially 5-2 it. Would have loved to be a little bit healthier. If he loses 5-1, if he doesn't go 9 right away, he could be in big trouble, considering the players that we have in this lobby, right? Both Volta and Hypno have turned the corner. Someone like Enzo, I assume is going to look pretty strong coming to stage 5 of the build water board and his game plan, where he has lost a lot of that HP now in stage 4, but should be coming in stronger in stage 5.
I'm actually really worried about the AP Flex players right here, Volta included. There's a bunch of players that are looking for the Silas out, and they're looking for the Garen. There's so many Garens out the pool already. There's double Garens on the benches being held. There's Garens on the board being held. So I'm wondering, the Annie 2, from what I'm seeing right here, hit by Lloyd, and the Set 2 hit by Hypno. So a couple of those legendary units are being hit from the lowest HP members. But I'm just wondering who's going to be able to actually hit a Silas, because there's so many Garens out the pool. I don't even know if there's any left.
Yeah, you end up in this weird situation, don't you, where while the Garens are intended to be sold and put back into the pool, you can still end up with a roadblock where everyone's just got 1 or 2 of them, so nobody's got the ability to sell them. We'll see how Hypno does here, though. He's on a win streak right now, of course. He's got the Demacia board put together, and pretty much everything he could have hoped for. That set's making a big difference, and he'll actually tear through Shinar with the Ionia board on the other side. We see Morris coming to check it out, as we're seeing multiple players dropping down very low on HP.
Stuck with some awkward components for this set 2 upgrade, having to slam double mana with adaptive, and Nash is not really ideal for sets in this situation. I thought he was maybe going to take an item off of Lux and change things around.
Garen 2?
Ooh.
Galio 2.
Garen 2 for Lloyd. Garen 2 for Lloyd. We have our first Silas, ladies and
that's what you
gents.
meant,
We have our
yes.
first Silas.
TG not really ideal for Hypno here, who is on potentially just 1 life with 11 HP. So really pivotal round here for potentially 3 players who are on their last life.
Line up against Haro. Trouble, you pointed out before that the Haro hadn't quite hit the board. The Malzahar is at least up to 3, so Zoe's not quite there. Unfortunately, is also the one holding the Darkin Star for extra damage, but we've got the upgraded Nasus. I actually don't know if it's still going to be good enough.
I feel like the Malzahar 3 is just tearing through. And the most important thing right here is that when you have a singular front line, those items are perfect. They're hand-picked. The declaw in a full AP lobby where everyone wants to play for Silas and Annie is absolutely fantastic in conjunction with the Spirit Vicious that's constantly healing you. Armor and Mob being stacked up by the Gargoyle as well. So really, really great itemization when you have a soul tank as the Leona.
All the Garens back in the pool. Once Hypno was taken down,
But not the
both of
Silas are
those
gone.
savings accounts player. Oh, there's only a few. But Volta, I think, will still be happy to have the Garens come back in if he can find the Silas still for his board.
Everyone has spent, well, with the exception of Kevin Parker, who's of course stayed out of contested units, they've all spent their gold already. So I wonder if they will be able to put together even the 2-star versions. In Moritz, we've got here with the 1-star Silas. We've got 1-star Silas Volta on the other side, but I think given how strong this Tibbers is going to be, 1-star Silas may not be enough to keep Moritz alive.
He does have the Shyvana too on the other side for Volta, which provides a little bit more of a front line right there, as well as the Warmogs and the extra crown for more frontline access. It's going to tear through Moritz as well right here. So Silas is back in the pool, which means that Volta is very happy to take one of his contenders out of there. And it's looking pretty good. We have Enzo with the builds water that we haven't necessarily seen too much of. I feel like Enzo was doing really good in that early game, but it feels like those boards that are being built right now are reaching the peak of the flex that we've been talking about with the Warwick and the Annie plus Malzahar Zoe, that it's just maybe too hard if you haven't really stacked up that Tam Kench. You haven't got his unique items on him, which he doesn't. He has a TG. It might be really hard for a builds water board to actually do well.
Really good pickup though. Picks up the Senna, gets the Striker's Flail as well for this MF, already having the Infinity Edge built. Yeah, this could be what he needed, but I'm not sure if this exact variation is what Enzo was hoping to cap on. I think we're seeing he's still level 8, so he lost a lot of his chance to go 9 in stage 4. I think players like Volta and everyone else just got way too strong, it seems like, and Enzo just didn't have the HP to trade away. So what could have been a first, second place Build Water game has now deflated down to this top 4, top 5 angle.
What's really cool about this is that this is kind of an iteration that Wasian came up with, TBC 1, if I'm not wrong, where he actually played Bruisers with Builds Water, and he relied on a Ilawi 3 to carry him through. There's no Ilawi 3, nothing's gonna carry Enzo through here, and he is on his last life on 2 HP, losing to Horror X, who's got all 3 of his 3-cost units 3-starred.
Yeah, I mean, that's the nightmare scenario, isn't it? And for Volta, losing out the previous round, I mean, the Azir upgrade certainly is worth having now that we've got a few buffs to make him more of a damage carry, but it doesn't feel as certain that Volta is going to be taking over the lobby entirely anymore.
I like the itemization a lot more. Getting the triple mana item on the Annie now for the faster cast with the adaptive onto her. Having double Warmogs on the Tibbers, and now having a triple itemized Silas as well. So the Shojin in this case for the faster casts.
I just wonder how much do you value the Azir 2 right here, because obviously you get the soldiers that have a lot more HP, which builds a lot more frontline for your Annie to burn through targets, since he is pretty much a solo carry with only a Silas 1 in the front line. However, he's going to be facing Enzo, who is probably the weakest member out of all the boards that we have been mentioning, gets the access into the backline. Enzo's going to be going out, so top 4 for Volta right here. Huge turnaround for him for double bot for back-to-back games 1 and 2 into a huge win in game 3, into a top 4 in game 4. And if he doesn't like hitting that Silas, he could potentially be contesting also for first.
Yeah, it's definitely not a done deal by any amount, but you can see the rest of the players in the lobby have got a lot of gold left in their accounts, as well as, certainly in Kevin Parker's case at least, a decent amount of HP as a cushion. The 3-star Jinx is in place, a 2-star Warwick as well, and we've got extra attack speed out of the Augments. So for Kevin, I guess we'll see what the optimized version of this board can do, even in such a rarefied lobby with so many 5-costs.
Shout out to Kevin. I mean, he said he had the tech, he had the game plan, he was confident coming to this weekend, and it seems to be the case. Really popping off with his on board. This is the Jinx 3 we were promised, with the Flicker Blade, the Gunblade, the Rage Blade. Just a great setup where the Jinx has so much damage once she ascends, basically, in the later stages of the fight, and the Gunblade keeps everyone else alive with Blast Shield as well. So just a really strong setup here. Surprised that this board is doing so well into the extremely cap board we're seeing now in stage 6.
He was extremely close to that level 9. However, he's opting to roll for the Darius 3, which he's one of, has a bunch of HP. So I'm just wondering if that Darius 3 will actually make a difference. Has the zone, of course, has the adapter, which is a really nice item for Darius as well, and gets healed up by the Jinx, as you mentioned as well. So not looking for that level 9. There is no upgrade that he thinks is stronger than the Darius 3. Instead opts to roll down. Maybe can hit a couple of those Warwick duplicates as well. Maybe go for that Warwick 3. Not going to be the case. Volta on his last life has to burn through the Jinx. The Jinx is scaled up. Has that Flicker Blade artifact. Dead.
It's just a counter matchup. I mean, we're seeing it here. Annie usually burns down the opponent's backline when a fight lasts for this long, but Jinx has the Omnivamp to stay alive and to fight toe-to-toe with that Annie in the later, 20 seconds onwards of a fight.
Wow. Well, we've at one point thinking Volta was going to take up the lobby to be driven out in top 4. Our 3 remaining players. Of course, Horo has got all the 3 stars as mentioned before, Trouble. But I have to wonder at this point, given that he's got very little money in the bank, he's got a streak, but not too many ways to make his board too much stronger.
He'd end up getting the Darius, which is very, very strong. We saw what it can do. Not necessarily optimal item, but you do get the boost through the zone emblem, and you do get the adaptive, which helps you cast longer, right? The more this front line remains alive with the BT on the Warwick and the healing coming through the Darius, the more this Jinx will be able to heal through. Never mind, she's got toppled by a Zed and a Yone dive in the backline. So Chinar gets to win the ghost fight. However, I will say that we got told by production that this board also beat Volta's board. So Chinar's board might be your typical vertical Ionia board, but it looks really strong right now and was able to take a win off of the Annie board as well.
I will say, rerollers rejoice. The top 3, all
Finally.
3 cost reroll. Jinx for Kevin Parker. We see here the Zoe, Malzahar, Leona comp for Horo X, the Darkened Staff tech here onto the Zoe, and Chinar, of course, with the Arya reroll plus the Yone duo carry. So really nice meta we're seeing for this weekend with a complete change from what we saw throughout most of the set.
Yeah, I'm fascinated to see how the matchup goes with against these 2 3-cost rerolls, because there's a ludicrous amount of burst damage coming in, but it's looking like the front line isn't even a little bit comparable. And Set stepping in just to finish things off means that, Janelle will be able to take away the streak and leave us wide open. Kevin Parker's still fighting, but also loses as well. So we're down to 3 players, 3 3-cost rerollers, and only 1 life each.
A quick reminder, there are certain rules that follow from League to TFT, and that is your damage type distribution. A lot of those front lines that we've seen had the declaw, because when majority of the lobby is going to be AP, a declaw is of pivotal importance to keep your one heavy tank alive, which in this case is that Leona on Horex's board. However, Snar has multiple types of damage. Has the true damage through the set, has the AP damage through the 3-star Ari, has the AD consistent damage coming through that Yone. So he has the perfect damage distribution, as well as a very well-equipped tank that will give him extra time for his carries to ramp up. I feel like this is why Snar has been able to ramp up all those wins and chain them up, because he has that mix that no team can actually defend against.
We'll see how he does against the real version of Kevin Parker, who's loaded all of his damage up on the right-hand side. So he's trying to focus file damage and make sure the Last Whisper goes to the target where it needs to be. But keep an eye very closely on the set, because that's been the big difference maker. This time round, though, the set's not getting anywhere near the backline. The focus damage is good, and the Jinx is going up like crazy. Kevin Parker rips through, and after what look like multiple losses in a row off screen, he gets to second.
You mentioned it, Peter. I think the set going towards the middle there, once you came back from the sit-ups instead of towards the right, maybe decided that fight in a big way. The Darius not being lifted up, not opening that highway into the Jinx that we saw earlier. I wonder if Horo X ends up moving these backliners to the right side because of this. We saw the sets getting into the Malzahar and Zoe, and that being a problem earlier on in one of those fights. Nope. Happy to stay on the left.
Time round. All right, Trouble. Let's see if Kevin can do it again.
The TGs haven't been very favorable to Kevin Parker for the time being. That Mundo thinks he's a carry, ends up going down super fast. Here comes the Warwick trying to wrap around, but Shyvana plus that Leona will definitely turn around. Jinx is ramping up, but one shot coming through the Zoe, and it's been decided. HoroX giving that victory to the 3-star 3-cost that we have been praising this weekend, which is Zoe, Malzahar, Leona.
And the big difference, I think, there was the matchups, right? We saw a really good matchup for Kevin Parker against Volta, because in that long extended fight, the Jinx and it just really has an advantage. But in this matchup where Leona has flat DR against this Jinx is attacking so much, it's just not going to be a good matchup at all. And you have so much burst. The Darius can't out heal. The Zoe bubbles coming through, the Malzahar damage coming through, the Jinx can't out heal this either. So despite that, really strong showing from Kevin. Another top 2 for him, another great showing in these first 4 games.
All right, guys, we will be headed to break. That's our 4th game of our 6 we're showing you today. But we do need to find out where everybody lies in the scores overall. So stay tuned. The analyst test is coming up just a few minutes away.
Always rises. Cannons. Always rises. Cannons.
Welcome back after that short little break here at the EMEA Regional Finals. My name is Mix. I'm here with Kenobi. And Kenobi, we just got a little sweet treat, as I would call it, because that game, that board was just chef's kiss from Kevin there. In the end, not good enough to get that first place, but we'll still talk about it because it's so cool. Finds that artifact early on, identifies Flicker Blade, that means Jinx, but he doesn't stop there. He tags in the Darius, and then more stars align in his favor.
Yeah, that Darius once again really shows that it's just an incredible unit now, and if you're able to get it online, and something like the zone emblem really laid shine. Even when he was 2-star, he was beating something like the Voltaix's Annie 2 board with the support of the Jinx, healing up the Darius, bridging the gap between the 2-star and 3-star Darius, and when it was 3-star, it was just such an immense mountain to climb for the other balls. However, HoroX at the end of the day with the Darkin staff picked in 2-1 as well, so kind of a similar game plan there, get a good artifact, reroll a 3-cost line. manages to take down the entire board, not enough front line, too much burst for the Darius to be able to sustain in the end. And on top of that, Shinar with another 3-cost reroll board here. Tell us a little bit more about how the lobby played out.
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like the entire weekend we've been saying, oh, we're in a meta where it's level 7 or level 9. And this lobby in particular just showed that to greatness. So we had a lot of those reroll boards set. So Malzahar, the Jinx Darius, the Ahri reroll. We even had a Nautilus 3, which I don't think counts as reroll, but he was kind of in there as well. And then we had all of those boards that were going for those fast 9 comps. And they, in this particular round, just did not have a good slice of standing there. The only player that was playing on those fast 9 boards was Volta, that managed to claw his way into a top 4. But even just a top 4 just goes to show if you have the right items, those reroll comps are just so much better than even the legendary soup.
Yeah, the biggest advantage for the reroll composition is the ability to preserve HP earlier on, to be able to weather the high rolls from the other players and the bad matchups. Because Volta's board was fantastic by any metric. The only upgrade missing was the Stylus 2-star, which was a really painful point for many of the players in that lobby, especially with Hypno playing the Demasias. Garen 2 was super hard to find for everybody, but the thing is, we got the counter matchup, Voltarix against Kevin Parker. The Gunblade on the Jinx made her unkillable by the burn, and there wasn't enough supportive damage on Voltarix's board to take her down. So she was able to stack up that Flicker Blade again and again, ended up with something like crazy, like 80 stacks, I believe. And so that's how he ended up only in 4th position despite his fantastic board. But yeah, level 9 has been so hard to reach, especially when you have to make sacrifices in your tempo early. And in this lobby, we've seen 3 out of 4 of the fast 9 players go bottom 4. And the final bottom 4 player, which I want to draw attention to, is Enzo. Had a very strong early game, very early 7 Bridgewater, and then, well, not a big enough splash in the water, I guess.
Not a big enough splash in the water, despite the massive Kench on his board. But let's take a look at our standings after game number 4. There is 2 more games before the bottom 8 players will be eliminated. Here are the players that are currently on the threat level high. And I am so sad because what do you mean there's all these Germany flags down here?
Yeah, it seems like a rough day for Germany, and there's more French flags on the second page, which is not great either. We're gonna need to pump those numbers up. The flag that we're not seeing in this cutoff is the Spanish flag, mostly Safo being close-ish and being the only one there. So a good day for Spain. Yeah, oh, right. Oh, the others I was saw.
He's high up enough. Yeah. To be fair, all of those numbers are very close to each other. So even the players you're seeing right now, they could very well still get eliminated. But let's look at the players that are at the top. And seems like the magic was broken. Zyku, after 3 first places, takes home 6 points. You know, he can be humble as well. He doesn't need to get all the glory and all the crowns. Still leads to Pacto with a whooping 30 points after game number 4. Certainly a strong showing from him.
My man is looking to be qualified after round 8 tomorrow for sure with that lead. But to be honest, Pepperglad, Revan, and Horo and KP as well are all on their heel. Like, the top 6 has such a huge lead on the rest of the competition. It's kind of crazy to see this kind of dominance. It's going to be so interesting to see them when they get to face against each other, the differences that they're bringing, that's giving them this edge. And excuse me, hello, what is Losher doing on his cam? That's absolutely fantastic.
He's looking hella cool. That's what that is, yeah. You know? Losher, interestingly enough, even though he is playing this weekend, even though he has a lot of prep to do, he sat down and for over an hour, he talked to Johnny, who is, of course, one of our German co-streamers. and he just told them all about what he thinks about the meta. It was a very, very interesting conversation. Unfortunately, you will need to learn German to make that happen. And I know somebody else who claims many nationalities, but Germany is not one of them. So welcome, Panda, for game number 5.
German is definitely not a language I will be speaking anytime soon, Makes. Worry not. That'll be fully your own country for at least a while.
I'm happy to hear that. You, of course, have been watching on the front line in the last 2 games, and all 3 of us are going to take you through our last 2 games together. We're in a gold subscription lobby, so we know what's coming for us. And of course, we are seeing 2 Spanish players in here, as well as a bunch of French players, so everybody has their biases covered, right? I can claim Garks, you know, just so everybody is acclaimed for, and then that'll be okay, right? We allow that?
Yeah, we do allow that. And Fast 9 players rejoice. Gold subscription is usually a very favorable portal for this playstyle. It's gonna mean everybody will have that base econ to ramp up to scale and get to that level 9. Hopefully it will go better for them, and we'll see if some players find the 3-cost reroll angles that have been doing so well for the rest of the tournament.
We'll see what Chisel can do in this game 5 in particular, because he is sitting at the bottom of the standings. 6, 7, 7, 7. So an interesting line of placements, but not the one he was hoping for. I think he'll have to play for a pretty risky first-rate playstyle. A reminder that the bottom 8 players will be eliminated after these next 2 games, so he is definitely in contention for that elimination unless he goes, I think, 1-1 or 1-2.
Don't click aura farming. Don't click aura farming. Don't click aura farming. Please, please do not click it. He rolled the other 2. Yay!
Okay, he rolled it.
He's a knower. Odessa.
We have heard from the stats that actually aura farming's stats are pretty good, with Annie obviously going second, first, second, and then
only
a couple of
Annie.
6th place.
Only if you get Annie.
And a couple of thirds on units other than Annie. So it seems like it's not as bad as we've been making it out to be completely honest. Oh, Shuso went for it actually. Panda, what do you think about that?
I mean, he needs a high roll maybe for the Annie, right? He has to play for a first or a second.
It's not Annie.
He hit the Senna, which is not terrible. I think it's definitely salvageable. Although Senna suffers from a similar fate to things like the Fiddle and the Shyvana, where this isn't really a solo carry 5 cost that can just take over once you get it online.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't care what the stats say, you know. I'll be that person and tell you that I don't care about it. But some players are finding strong direction here. We see Lusher clicking a very popular augment. Legion of the Threes is back. I believe, if my eyes spy correctly, that is a Noxus emblem that he picked up. And
right.
That is particularly interesting because Candace is on Bringer of Ruin, which is obviously also the Noxus line. So both of these players currently looking at each other like, are we doing this together? Who of us is going to get a mesa first?
Fun fact about Bringer of Ruin, it's an augment that allowed Noxus to actually be playable even before the synergy was considered viable. And we have a cute nickname for it, which reflects that, and it's the Banger of Ruin. And let's hope for Camby that he manages to stack it up enough so that when the Mel comes online and we have the 7 Noxus, the Atakan will be able to single-handedly carry the entire board here.
For Lusher, he also has a really good setup, I would say, with Legion of Threes. I've played a similar line a lot of times, and there's just a lot of 3 costs that can benefit in the Noxus line with the normal Noxus like Darius with the new buff and Draven and LeBlanc, but also things like Kabuko coming in. I think it's an interesting setup if he wants to go deep into the 3 costs.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what he's going to cook up. But speaking of a cook, look at this. We have 2 Jinx on the board here for Allegory already. And we are in stage 2-3. There's a Mundo, there's a Blitzcrank. We have Zon on lock. That Jinx is getting her Kraken. Now, this is not the Flicker Blades Jinx, but it could be, depending on what rolls around.
Yeah, definitely a fantastic start for Allegory. Using the Epoch really shown it was a good argument before, and it shines even brighter now that Bard only requires 3 rolls to unlock, making it basically free. Super great for a composition like Jinx, who's going to be taking its time ramping up to level 7. Going to be stacking those 3 rolls, making sure he has the best power spike that he can get in the meantime. And facing off against him is Opal on the Bilgewater with the items slammed on GP. Quite unusual.
Do we see a Jinx on the carousel?
Yes.
Oh
Yes.
my god. Jinx 2 for Allegory. That's pretty insane. Going to be a really strong setup here. Doesn't have a second Great Slam on the Jinx, but the Kraken should be enough for stage 2 at the very least. Really, really strong start for Allegory off of this setup.
That is insane. 2 natty Jinxes and then 1 from the carousel. I wish I could be playing TFT like that personally, but we are seeing, of course, a fair share of, once again, players going deep into those late game augments. We already called out Epoch. We also have Learning being clicked here. And then we have some interesting ones like the Duplicator. So we were talking about Saiku, whose board we're currently seeing. And we were saying that he just somehow finds ways to have an early, strong game. Now, in the back of this augment, I think it makes sense, but we are definitely playing around the Yasuo for now, so looking towards the Yona potential, as we see it is Ionia on Spirits.
Yeah, so definitely a guaranteed Yone that's going to be coming in super early for Zyko as soon as he can get the 3 items on the Yasuo. Great for him. Path of Spirits is kind of an unsung hero of the Ionia line, especially now that you play Ari and Yone as a duo carry and much less around the Yunara. It's not one that gives econ, obviously, but the amount of combat power that it gives is absolutely crazy, especially the flat amount of HP is a little overwhelming, acting like a second bruiser on top of all the AD and AP it's giving.
This really fits Zyko's game plan for the weekend, it seems like. Having these very strong tempo starts, using these duplicators to just get the Yasuo 2 online right away. I think maybe the Vi 2 as well. Unlocks a cannon super early to make the whole trait field really fit together for this stage 2 board. And only went 3rd place last game after those 3 first places to start out the tournament. But Zyko definitely seemed like the strongest player in the field for this day 1.
Yeah, I agree. I really like how he is approaching this in terms of, we were talking about this on the analyst desk, in terms of seeing how the rest of the lobby is playing, where a lot of people are greeting, where a lot of people are trying to just loss streak, set themselves up with good economy. He says, I don't want any of that. I'd rather take the wins. I'd rather take the win streak, and we're seeing him try to do this here once again, but he is not the only player. Canvas was also on that trajectory, just got knocked down a peg. Lusher is also on a 5 win streak, so we're gonna check in there. We're on 5 Noxus already for him on the back of the Zoe carry for now.
You know what's the difference between Lusher and Cambis to being able to maintain this streak? The camera angle. Lusher, full space cam. We are getting 1 ear and a microphone from Cambis' camera, which is honestly, I love the trend of the players goofing off with the camera angles. But maybe we're taking it a little too far. Let's see some of Cambis' face and not his microphone. But Lusher here in a great position with the Zoe pair, might be getting a 2-star Zoe if he's as lucky as Allegory. Nope, will be a LeBlanc pair instead. So poised to upgrade that board even further, but right now the front line might be the weak link and make him fall and lose that win streaks really soon.
I wonder if Lusher is able to find some kind of roll augment on 3-2, some kind of econ augment that would allow him to roll a bit, because he's so close to some big spikes for this board, especially to continue this win streak going forward. I'm also curious about his itemization. Had the chance to maybe slam at Nashers and go for a JG with an open glove, or can just go right away into GS Warmonks?
Now, I'm also curious what... Well, yes,
yep,
Sterak's
Nashers
being slammed. But I'm curious where we're going to be going in the long run for Lusher. With Canvas also on that line, they will need to find an agreement there, or they'll bully each other off of the lines. Something that surprises me, we were talking about Allegory, we were talking about that very early Jinx 2-hit, certainly a strong unit to have this early on, but he's just been straight up losing, a lost streak all the way, does get his econ, so sets himself up for good success on the later rolls on level 7. But for now,
we
it's
caught
gonna be silver.
No fun to be had. He did
Understandable.
remove the Jinx off of his board in stage 2 makes to guarantee the loss streak. It seemed like with Bard. So he was purposely losing most of the stage 2 fights.
I saw the Jinx on several of those fights, so he
thing-
might have done it in between, but yeah, still.
The thing is, Jinx is terrible until she has enough frontline. Doesn't matter if she's 2-star, doesn't matter if she could be 3-star and she would still be losing this fight. Until your frontline is strong enough for her to spend a sizable amount of the fight in her second form, she's gonna be losing, which is one of the reasons it's so hard to go into the Jinx reroll line, because even though she's a 3-cost, she's super expensive to keep, and yet even when you 2-star her, she's kinda bad.
Yeah, that's fair. You know who's not kind of bad? That Yasuo too, that now has 3 items on the side of Zyko, but he is going up against Lusher, so Lusher's still on that 100 HP streak, would love to keep it, and looks like that is going to be possible, even though he's still lacking a lot of those upgrades like we were mentioning.
Knock, knock.
Nice pickup from Lusher. Vanquisher emblem
Vanquisher
with
Mel.
Legions of Threes, with the Melt coming in later, with the Noxus emblem already. So a really insane setup here. He's only missing the LeBlanc 2 to really round things out for this stage 3. Just found the Scion upgrade here.
And the Vanquisher emblem is so good at just not only generating power, but also just the sheer amount of gold that it's going to be steadily supplying in the late game is going to give him such a huge edge over his opponents. He's in a fantastic spot. And speaking of less fantastic spots, Odessa went to level 7 to unlock Kaisa and the Rift Herald at the same time for next round, but he's now really short on gold, so it's going to be a challenge for him to come back into the game.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about the game plan there. We'll need to keep an eye on Odessa and where we're headed with this Rageblade and all, as so many players are already clearly finding those directional lines like the Melds, like the Yone that we're seeing. And we're going to be checking in on this carousel to see if maybe some early Mbessas could be found here.
All right. Garx is playing something that we haven't seen at all so far in the form of an augment that was great in the previous
Can
lobby.
Lusher get this Mbessa with a spatula?
way.
That is
Surely
an insane
not.
unit.
Yeah, I know.
All right.
Allegedly has a chance
crazy.
to make a repeat of the previous games, Kevin Parker with the Zone emblem. No Darius is to be seen on his board, and with 2 players fighting for Noxus, I don't imagine he's going to be looking to play Darius at all. But a chance for a repeat of a Zone spat is pretty great already. Gonna have to see if he manages to stabilize. But Gox, with the Treasure Hunt, an augment that has been completely absent for this entire set, to the point that it's been buffed to only requiring 16 gold to be spent in rerolls. And combined with another augment that was fantastic and then nerfed really hard by not being clickable into 1, is on a roll. Trying to go for that Leona Zoe Malzahar composition that we've praised so hard. So far, not looking great. The HP is dropping steadily, and we're a little bit far away from level 7, so we might be a little too slow on the lobby tempo here for Garx.
Does face Zyko the turn he is trying to unlock the Yone, so still not quite at that full potential just yet. But like you mentioned, I like the idea of the honor roll serving as an engine for the treasure hunt if I have enough gold, because it's going to be a very expensive board to hit in the first place. But it's looking like a worse spot than most of the other setups we have seen from someone like Coral X before, and what jungler for the Leona Malzahar comp.
It's a little bit the issue where you have the right augments, but you don't have the right units, right? So he's just unable to really get this together, but this could change quickly. If he just hits a couple of good shots, he's suddenly in a very, very good spot. So there's still a chance for him to easily turn this around. For Lusher, we just found that Zoe 2 is still unable to find the LeBlanc 2, who's currently his item holder, so some of that damage is still lacking. But if he can take it into Wolves here with yet another win, he is going to be oh so rich.
Yeah, and seeing him keeping his streak made me look for Campus' spot in the lobby, and he's all the way down there after winning the first four rounds. I believe he's lost everything until now, which means his attack hand is not going to be stacked up too well. And it's the kind of augment where if you suddenly drop in tempo at some point, you then start to fall further and further behind, because it's a vicious cycle of that your attack hand is not stacked up, so you keep losing rounds, so you keep not stacking, so you keep losing rounds, and it gets worse and worse until you finally fall. Just wins this one, I believe, if I'm reading the overlay correctly, giving him maybe a shot. No, never mind. I was indeed reading that wrong. Lost 6 rounds in a row. Can we get a check production on the number of stacks for the attack hand? Thank you.
Okay.
And not bad.
Yeah,
He's rolling for
we're
Ambessa
on-
here, it looks like. Or rolling for any
19
kind of
roll.
upgrade. Rolls to 30
He
here.
also-
Doesn't find anything.
He also picked up Augmented Power, which I feel like we would be amiss to mention. Yes, it was Silver Augment, but with some of those Silver Augments that rolled around, they were quite impactful, like the one that Lusher got. And Canvas basically said, okay, I'm basically playing one augment down and I'll get that power back once the next augment hits, which is natural for him to lose some of the rounds. I'm just not sure it agrees well with the Bringer of Ruin that he selected as first augment. So I'm hoping he can find that Ambessa rather soon, but it doesn't look like it.
Oh, Seraphine 2? Wait, hold on. Am I seeing that? Why do we have 1-star Malzara on board, 2-star on bench? Did I miss something?
Oopsie doopsie of upgrading while we were mid-fight, perchance?
Probably upgraded during PvE. Okay, manages to get 1 threshold of treasure hunt, but the thing is, on the roll does not synergize. The free rolls do not work towards treasure hunt's progress, so we're still very far off from the next 2 rolls, which needs 32 gold just in rolls without buying any unit. So this might be a terrible situation for Garth. He might fall further behind as well, unless he finds a final econ augment able to give him the juice he needs to reach that, because with stage 5 there's going to be another chest that he's going to take so long to open.
This is kind of lucky that he faces Lusher, who is on a 10 win streak, but because of that, I think Lusher knows that he has a lot of HP to work with. He's not in any hurry to go directly to A to roll down heavily here. So kind of a good win for Garx here. And we'll see what he can pick up here. Potentially Darkened Staff. We saw it from Horo X last game, and that worked out quite well for him, obviously.
Ascension? Nope. Malicious Monetization is so scary. Goes for it. I mentioned he needed the gold. He might just roll it all the way down to trigger the next chest at the very least. Or maybe
one-off
find
Leona.
the 3-star Leona out. There it is.
Wow.
That's beautiful. And one of Zoe.
Wow,
Yep,
one of
okay,
Zoe.
that's-
Oh
wow,
my
wow, wow, wow.
God.
Okay, sorry, sir. I apologize.
Denmark
I
diff.
was not familiar with
We
your
were
game.
not familiar with your game. Oh my goodness, Garth's just finding everything. Well, Sahara is still out, but still lots of upgrades. I do kind of quickly want to come back to our conversation that we had about Canvas and that augmented power. He was, of course, now able to pick a prismatic where everybody else was on that gold, and he picked up Soul Awakening. So he is going to be able to scale on the back of that. With the scaling that's already there on his Atakan, that should hopefully do enough. However, if my little cheat sheet ain't lying, we're not seeing an Ambessa yet.
Yeah, we're not even seeing a LeBlanc 2-star, but for now, the 7 Noxus attack hand is going to be strong enough. And these next few rounds are going to be absolutely crucial, but because with everybody being level 8, now is the best time for the attack hand to be stacking. If he manages to get there, he can salvage maybe placements, go up maybe to top 4, top 5.
I completely agree. I think these next few fights, if Camus can win a lot of them, with Soul Awakening especially, buffing the Atakan as well, it could be a pretty strong board to face off against once he's hit his 2-star Ambessa. Maybe have the Mellow Mine as well.
He is
It's a
here.
little bit of a race between Canvas and Lusher, who can find that Ambessa, who can find that Mel first. LeBlanc 2 being hit for Lusher, now also in the shop for Canvas here.
Tragic.
A little bit of a awkward spot for him.
And would you look at that in the meantime? Who's at the top of the lobby? Would you guess it? It's Zyko.
Wow.
He's back.
Shocker.
Color me surprised.
Yeah, definitely. It's just once again, Zyko finding ways to have great tempo while not sacrificing his late game power too much. And Allegory, in the meantime, one of Jinx 3, but it's the one item Jinx 3, he did not find the item that he needed. And so for now, it looks like the Attack is going to be carrying, unless the Warwick can do it, but this is not the item, the Attack can damage.
Great pickup from Allegory as well. 3 threes. I wonder if he did hit a Jinx or a Mundo from one of those two options there. But pretty close to a big power spec for him as well. And sitting fairly healthy at 48 right now.
Is healthy on the HP, but if you're looking on the right-hand side
Another
of the
Jinx.
screen, our lobby's pretty broke. So he is very, very happy to see that Jinx in the pool. Canvas does leave it open, and Allegory doesn't pick it up. Goes for the bow instead.
Yeah,
I think he
mentioned
uses these
his
items more.
Yeah, the items are terrible, and he still has some gold left in the bank. So right now he needs, I believe that's going to be his Titans for the 2-star Warwick. A little bit more important. He has, to be fair, he has a 2-star Skarner as well with the Zone Emblem. So it's not like he's missed his unit. It's just that he's not enough items for now. Like his board is looking pretty good. Yeah, there it is.
How deep
Oh,
are we
digging.
willing to go? Jinx is
All the way.
bound. That should help. Skarner is definitely a strong frontline unit with that extra Zon emblem. We're gonna itemize our Warwick with at least that Hodge. But you would
Wow.
probably like a little bit more frontline than that.
That's one of the jinxes of all time. Not gonna be the best, but definitely one of them. Hopefully it will be enough for him to stabilize and wait until he drops more items on PvE to allow them to be replaced on his Warwick. Don't sleep on Titan's Jinx. It's not as bad as it sounds. The late game, the late fight CC immunity is not as bad. And you can see here it's doing enough damage. Gonna protect him from a Swain stun actually.
I think Yunara paved the way for us not to sleep on Titan's Jinx. Kenobi, I think this set already has made people believe in Titan as a backline item.
Checking in
well.
with a pal. Kench has been found. But in what situation? Still on Tom Kench 1.
Yeah, we're dead.
Just too little too late. So we already saw Paul sitting at around, 450-ish HP near the end of stage 3. So just not really having the build order again that you want to have. And the double combats, I'm not super sold on fitting just as well as other combat options for this build order line.
What's up against Psycho? He is going to make short process of that. Quick check on Zyko because he's also looking for that RA4, that cannon. He's still a few copies off, but looking good on the overall HP and econ, of course. And actually,
Wait, Yone with the Edge of Night goes the wrong way. And
confused moment.
can he do it? Or will Tarek smash through him?
Derek is pretty tanky.
There's not much damage on the Yone here.
Oh, it's the slowest fight ever. And Tariq takes it.
Giga chat.
In case you didn't know, Tariq does extra magic damage every time he casts on his next auto attacks. Because it's often very irrelevant, but in this kind of 1v1 definitely is not enough regen on the Slayer for Zyko's Yone to take it, unfortunately for him. Holy.
Looking over at Garx, now fully upgraded on our target units, is looking to go to level 8, fit in a little bit more frontline with the Tarek, I assume, that we're holding there, or even looking for the potential of that 3-star forecast. If you can count with me, I'm seeing 5 Seraphines right now.
Yes, going level 8 now. Gonna be proccing his final chests on level 8, looking for the Seraphine. 6 now.
6?
Oh, no racking in the lobby. Nobody's gonna notice.
Oh.
Wait, hello? That's sir.
Whispering, guys.
Nobody say anything.
Yeah, and he's getting a bunch more roll. I think it's time. I think right now it would be the best time to go all in.
Yeah,
for
you
it.
gotta go down as long as nobody else noticed, right?
reforging the items, just making sure. Gonna be another Jewel Gauntlet, I believe. Fantastic items for him, Giant Slayer as well. Lacking in the mana generation department, but definitely gonna add some punch to that board. And with most players being fully AP, how are they gonna kill that Leona?
They won't.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the answer
Yep.
to that. They will not.
There it is.
The Soul Awakening just not really working well against such a bursty board like this one from Dark. So he really has turned the corner. I think we have to go throw back to the Malicious Monetization. What a great pickup. It completely turned his game around. I think, Kenobi, you were especially low on his board and his setup going into that 4-2 augment selection. But since then, it's just been winning every single fight.
Yep, it definitely was a make-or-break moment, and the fact that he hit both Leona and Zoe's the moment he rolled with the Malicious Monetization turned the game on its head for him, made it basically impossible for him to be completely losing the next few rounds.
Oh, one off.
One
One
off.
off.
And here's the Artifact Anvil. Here's going to be a mana Zane for for the
The
Zoe.
lobby
Remind-
knows. The
Reminder as well
lobby
that with the
knows.
changes to Malicious, it's the only reason he hit both of those on that round. Before, it would have been more kind of skilled off the next 3 fights instead of the next 2.
Yeah, with the extra influx of gold that he got in the moment. That was what made the difference. And now with the artifact coming in on the Zoe, he's going to be so strong. Campus might be falling here unless the attacker can do it. It's going to be really close, but no RE3 on Zyko. Campus will live another round.
Is able to hang in there is Odessa, though. 3 loss streak hopping over to his board, goes up against none other than Chuso. Rift Herald staying strong and able to clutch it up. Lobbies moving closer together.
And would you look at that, makes Chuso, what is his first augment, remind me?
Farming.
Aura farming.
I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't care what the stats say. I don't like it. Unless you hit Annie, you're not
Oh my
having
god,
a
there it
fun.
is.
Do you
Hello?
know who is? Garks. What a Giga Chat moment. Rerolls Leona Zoe Malzahar and says, why not? After all, why shouldn't I play for Seraphine?
Who's in his pool? I think it's
3?
Odessa because he is not happy. He is ready
Checks his
to.
notes. This is, yes, reroll composition. So I shall reroll.
Paul, at the very
What?
least, is going to be on 2 lives here. We'll be going down to Garks, but anyone who's on 1 life, we're looking at Legri, Odessa, and Campus. They're all going to be in big trouble if Garks in their pool.
Minus 18.
I mean, he just turned into the boogeyman of this lobby. Anybody running into him better have a good answer to that. And somebody that won't even get a chance to answer is Canvas. We were talking about the compete with Lusher, the same line selection, not able to get that Mel online early, waits forever for the Mbessa. Turns out he gets an 8th.
Campus as well, not really turning the corner in the standings. I think still has a fairly good chance of surviving the bottom 8 cut for the end of today. But I was hoping more from Campus coming into this day 1. Hasn't quite been at the top of his game, it seems like. I do think the game plan here, you mentioned it, Kenobi, was a little bit all over the place when it comes to the power-up augment selection, kind of fighting against the snowballing you should be doing and the high-tempo game plan you should be playing for with the Bringer of Ruin.
Yeah,
Hey,
absolutely.
getting her words misappropriated.
No, this
I
is
will
just
steal the
Panda. That's
credit.
okay. That's okay. I'll give you credit, Kenobi. You deserve it.
Yeah,
Anyhow,
that's right. I said that for sure. For sure.
I quickly want to mention with Canvas on the current point that he's at, and everybody else as well, of course, while you might avoid the elimination at the end of the day, points carry over. So they're still relevant for tomorrow, and of course there's more eliminations waiting in the wings, and he will not get a chance to breathe. But look at this, Gark's waiting on the other side for Leggery, where we're talking about how strong this board can be with the Jinx, but I don't think it can contend with a Seraphine 3.
Yeah, the Jinx board is pretty good, but with these cuffed items, it's not even sure he would have beaten just the Seraphine 2 on that board because Garks had hit. Honestly, it's just the cherry on top that would secure his first place, but I'm pretty sure he would have gone at the very least second.
Does Opal win as well? That's the big question. Odessa also down with the Kaisa board. Unfortunately, just didn't seem quite strong enough. Didn't have a good secondary carry, and that will be the 3 players eliminated for now. Both Juice and Opal survive, but on 1 life. And I think the expected outcome for Lusher and Zyko, both players had really strong starts, Lusher in particular with a 10-win streak. And Gark is that one player who has turned things around, not just with the 3-cost restarts, but the Seraphine 3 being found as well now.
I want to mention that, like, we were very doomy about Opal's situation, and even if he goes out in 5th tier, that's like a first. He did so well on hanging in there, and part of it might be matchmaking, but still getting a 5th tier, if this is what happens, he should still be very happy. Lusher, on the other side, he's also still waiting for that Mel 2 upgrade and the Azir 2 upgrade, which would give his backline so much more damage, so there is a chance for Opal to maybe win this one.
Yeah, the front line was very upgraded with the 2-star Fiddlesticks as well as the 2-star Nasus. It takes a really long time. Both bolts kind of lacking in damage, or maybe having too much front line, depending on how you put it. Opal wins this round against Lusher. That's very, very clutch. Gets him a 4th place. I was a complete doomer. I thought Opal was dead and gone in this game, and he manages to get to level 9, get the 2-star Catfish, and eats his way out of this spot of trouble. Gets at the very least 4th place, maybe a 3rd, and I will keep making Catfish-related jokes the entire weekend. Don't go anywhere.
Lusher just needs to find 1 Mel, right? That's the big thing he's hoping for here. It would completely... Because we saw, I think, similarly in the play-in phase with, I believe it was Bensak's board, where Mel just takes up so much of the share of your damage in this build in particular that if you don't 2-star the Mel, you are going to be lacking at this point in stage 6. There it is.
He is. Ask and you shall receive. Now, of course, something like that Azir too, even though he's been disregarded for one season, would be nice. But you know what would be nicer? Sylas too. And he finds just that huge upgrade for Lusher there. However, depending on who's in his match pool, it might not matter all the same. So let's hold our horses.
Oh, it is.
Yeah,
Lusher.
it looks like Lusher is up against the Seraphine. You can see it in this camera reaction, but maybe the Mel 2 can do enough here.
Oh, no, there's no maybes, I think.
wait, can we kill enough side units for Lusher? Because the Seraphine might kill a lot of the units, but I'm seeing
no, it's no Jover.
Half the board has been cleaned, but no, Opal wins his round. I was talking about maybe getting a placement on HP, but no, Opal is going to be winning his round. Yeah. There it is. Gets a 2nd place. Honestly, pretty impressive recovery.
That's the feel demoralizing for Lusher, right? I mean, you work hard the entire game, all these small decisions that you make, you finally reach the board you were dreaming of, and then you face 3-star Seraphine and go for it.
And at the end of the day, Zyko gets a 3rd place, keeps on being on steadily accruing points as well. Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, heads up to Garx, just a really, really nice alignment of augments. I know we were talking a lot about that. The malicious then also coming in. Him also being able to have a bunch of really good shots there early on, finding that Zoe, finding that Leona in just a couple of rolls, and then identifying that the Seraphine is open. Nobody else is on that line. Nobody else is holding any of the Seraphines. So many of the 4-costs are out because of the meta that we are in. It says, why not? Why shouldn't I go for it? I have the rolls, I have the money. Beautiful.
Also a player that was very close to that elimination bottom 8, on only sitting on 14 points right now. So this is a lot of breathing room for him now for that game that's coming up.
Yeah, and I was about to mention that if it wasn't for the Seraphine 3, the Tamkench 2 right in front of the Leona would have caused huge issues for the matchup, but the Seraphine 3 kind of makes this completely irrelevant. Glax wipes the floor with Opal and takes a victory in the 1st place on the back of this malicious monetization who paid off big time on 4-2.
Yeah, I think if you were to put this entire lobby into one word, it would be surprise. Opal clawing his way to that second place, Garx just clutching up with that Seraphine 3. I honestly loved seeing it. I'm so curious how that last game of the day is going to shake out and who will get eliminated here at the EMEA Regionals. We'll be right back after a short break. You'll hear from our analyst desk, and then we'll get back into the action, so stay tuned.
Always rises. Cannons.
Fabuleux, je mène la danse et on se tire genre Formule 1. Nouvelle vie, on passe à un autre stade. Fini la nostalgie, aujourd'hui on saute les obstacles. Oui, pas de semblant, vite, on supprime cicatrices. Le but c'est d'être libre, indépendant. Viens ma main, lance sur la danse. Le chemin de la victoire nous attend.
Always rises. Cannons.
Welcome back to the Analyst Desk for the penultimate time here in the second day of the weekend. But of course, the first day of week one officially. Trouble, of course, yeah, we knew that we've been blessed the whole way through the freaking day with the kind of games we've been seeing here. But as our players close in on the final part, yeah, we've got to recognize that this was, amongst unusual games, a particularly standout unusual game as well.
Haha, you thought that the 3-star 4-cost era was over? Well, it's not, because when you primarily have very good reroll augments that enable that reroll and you're completely uncontested on something that I did not expect to see, because Seraphine is usually the primary placeholder unit for all those high-stake AP-heavy lines that we see flexed into that late game. No one went for it, and I was very surprised. It opened up the avenue for Garcus not only to get his Zoe, Malzahar, Leona in game as a 3-star, but also sneaking that Seraphine last minute.
Yeah, no, you always worry whenever you see someone do something like that, where you've got all of your augments towards a particular objective. But I do want to, of course, big up some of the other players as well. Par we saw with the Bilge Water, where it just really wasn't going so well for quite a long time. Managing to turn that game around and end up as well as he did, I think is extremely impressive.
Yeah, actually, I was very worried for Pal at the very beginning, because he opted to go for an econ augment early on, whilst the most successful builds water boards that we have seen either start with an itemization augment, or they start with some sort of champion augment to just boost the star level of the board, make it a little bit stronger, as Bilgewater is not the strongest in the early game, so you can salvage some of your HP to get to your Tamkens to then start feeding him stats, right? However, Opal managed to turn it around really quickly. I feel like in general the lobby power wasn't as strong, and I feel like that really benefited Opal because it didn't seem like that Bilgewater board was getting on really easily.
Yeah, and I have to wonder, what the game would have looked like if we hadn't had the Seraphine 3 in there, because, of course, Zyko with the Ionian reroll for quite a long time, but Lusher definitely felt like he was set up to take the lobby if that Seraphine 3 hadn't arrived and really just upturned everything and immediately ran into Lusher on 1 life and killed him.
Yeah, I feel like Lusher played a fantastic early game. He kind of cooked early with the emblems that he got, with the Ambusher, with the LeBlanc, playing towards the Noxus power, snowballing Noxus, which is very strong because it's got like very good buffs through that vertical trait. However, I have to give, again, I've been glazing Zyko the entire time, and I'm gonna do this again. The guy just comes in, loses to just Seraphine 3 by playing reroll Ionia vertical, the Ari 3, the Kennen 3, the Yone coming through. It's fantastic how well he has studied this meta, knowing what is stable in the early, snowballing through stages 2 and 3 has been his bread and butter through the entirety of that stage so far. Like, honestly, he has been by far the most standout player of the entire weekend, and I don't even need to see tomorrow.
Well, I mean, you're absolutely right. I think coming in with a solid game plan has absolutely been rewarded with an absolute ton of points coming in. Of course, we hopefully be able to bring up the scoreboard in a second just to check where everybody is overall. But we're going to talk about this a little later. We might as well talk about it now. Looking forward to this game. As far as today goes, our players are looking to avoid a bottom 8 at all costs. This whole weekend is built around getting to next weekend, which guarantees you a space at the TFT Pro circuit. But if you get eliminated either today or tomorrow, that is out of reach for you entirely. So there's going to be an enormous amount of pressure on our players in the danger zone.
Yeah, very important. TFT Pro Circuit, you definitely want to make sure you're in there, but also players who look even higher. The pinnacle of every ending of every set is getting to go to the Tactician's crown, which more commonly known as Worlds, so you can compete in an international stage versus players from other regions, right? Let's have a look at our standings as well that are ready to see which players have to absolutely perform in this last game, and it's them ones on your screen right now. A couple of names that are really popping out to me is Lush, Canbiz, Chinar, like particularly those 3 players, I have them of way higher standards, so seeing them at the very bottom literally fighting for their lives is very unfortunate.
And we see, for Juso, it's very unlikely to get out of there, but it looks like for some of our players towards the upper part, it is possible, because you can see this page, in 32nd place, which is, of course, the cutoff, it's not a big leap in points. In fact, I think it's going to be a leap of 1 point difference. So you can still stay ahead of it. I mean, it leads to a very stressful day too, where you're on the edge of elimination forever. But that's the only route forward.
And this is why I've been praising players like Psycho, Reven, Kiosco. I hope I say this correctly with my makeshift Spanish pronunciation right there. But Psycho winning 3 games in a row, 2/3 in a row. Like, what a phenomenal freaking performance, because let's reiterate the stakes right here. Your points carry over to tomorrow. The cutoffs tomorrow, brutal. They're every few games, after the first 2 games, there's the first cutoff. So you need to make sure that you have accumulated enough to even make it to next week. Just showing up and barely making it through the cutoff today is just gonna make those players sweat even more tomorrow, which is very exciting, which means we're gonna see a lot more risk taking to try and get those first and second places through.
Absolutely. It's gonna be tooth and nail all the way through. And again, of course, we'll be looking to update you guys once the last game is done, because of course, a lot of this is going to depend on how other people perform and how close they finish. But to return to the players at the top of the table, you're absolutely right. You want to set yourself up for success to be able to get out of the final day and into the final part of the competition, a whole new weekend where, of course, our top performing TPC players from the previous season are waiting. You have to know they are watching these games with, paying attention to every single thing that's working without any of the pressure that our players are facing right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like a few things that have jumped out watching these past 2 days, looking a little bit over Americas as well, is the fact that Warwick seems to be a very stable 4-cost unit to rely on. You don't necessarily need that Jinx 3 to make that top 4. If you are uncontested, you've got a really easy reroll line, potentially an augment to help you through. I feel like Jinx 3, we saw it from Kevin Parker as well in the previous game. It looks really strong, a contender for first as well. However, it's a very stable composition. We saw Marks earlier on in the day getting a pretty easy top 4 with that as well. Other things that jump to mind is the rerolls. I feel like we didn't get to see enough Zoe, Malzahar, Leona angles. It looks particularly strong, specifically because majority of the lobbies are full AP. That declaw onto Leona, who's your primary tank in the center, seems to be doing absolutely phenomenally versus all the AP lines that are flex.
It's kind of an interesting contrast, isn't it? Because we see everybody, trying to scramble over themselves to get their Mels, to get their Annies in place. But you know that nobody's going to try and contest you if you're clearly on the 3-cost reroll line, because it's just going to be, absolutely pointless for anyone to even try to do so. So it's so important to be able to get in and get uncontested. But Treble, we're almost ready for our final game of the day. We've got to look at our players' points and see the kind of, the difference in their tournament position.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very important game for Lelouch, one of the lowest point earners of the entire day. He really needs to turn it around. Go for that first. This is make or break game right here for Lelouch. Same for Luffy. Both of those players super low on the point earner as point earners. And also reminder, even if they somehow squeeze through to tomorrow, they will be sweating the entire day tomorrow to get through those very brutal cutoffs. So it is make or break. It's not just for tomorrow, it is for today. They need the points, they need the first, and I'm expecting both of them to play extremely risky.
Of course, you're in the lobby with players like Revan. You mentioned Giosko as well. A very relevant day for Spanish players. As we mentioned before, Spain has really struggled to make the impact even at the regional scene, let alone getting to the Crown international scene. But our final game is here. We'll put you in the hands of Makes Kenobi and Impetuous Panda.
Let's go! Like, can we switch casters? Are we really doing this?
I'm out.
3 emblems to start as of the lottery has opened. Who will win?
All right,
We saw Elia
playing
flexing.
reroll.
Enjoy your Yordle game, Elia. That's what you get.
Perfect emblems, no? Timo reroll.
Yeah.
If you are happy playing Yordles, yes, perfect emblems, Kenobi.
Yep. No worries.
It's possible.
Definitely super happy. We're getting a look at everybody's emblems thanks to production. I'm taking a look and I'm seeing.
He's not the only one on
line.
Yordle emblem. So blah 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 also got Yordles, but he also has Freljord, which is a lot better, I feel like.
Revan, he could be playing into Yone, has the Ionia and the Slayer as well. I wonder what he can cook up with that Void +1 as well.
One of the crucial points is 2 players have the Ishtal emblem, making it very accessible for them to get an early 3 Ishtal. Brock has been absent the entire day, but this could be one of the scenarios where you get it. And besides that, Coinid with Demacia and Gunslinger has the potential for some unseen Kaisa Gunslinger with Demacia tech. Shreds armor really, really nicely. Not sure it's worth going for, though.
I really like the emblem combination on Lelouch. So we have Zon, Arcanist, Invoker, and you look at the Zon and you look at nobody else having Zon, you think like, oh, Zon could be an option, but then you think about the power potential of the any Arcanist comp and how easy it is to tack that in with the emblems that you have here. And with nobody else having this line available to them, I feel like that is such an easy pickup for him.
All right.
Could see Legion of Threes, which has been one of the standout augments across today and will have a lot of synergy.
Elia instant clicked another couple of emblems here. We're getting a bunch of economic months being already instantly clicked as well. Kaiser
Double long shot emblem.
Holy! Oh wait, actually, Demacia long shot guy goes kind of hard. No,
Yeah.
like locks, long shot Z-lane. This is
Like it.
looking promising.
The Demacia emblem
Holy-
really, I think, got everything together here with the Poppy coming in. Pretty crazy board.
Look at that. Not so shabby despite the early set of emblems looking maybe a little bit dicey. Revan going to try and make this work with, I believe, Kaisa and Belveth.
Could be Yone still as well, right?
Could be Yone, you're right.
Played.
Yeah. Could be. I was worried about Elia's spot. I think this augment definitely boxed him out here, as you guys were saying. But keep in mind that also means that everybody else got a nice augment like Slamming or Cluttered Mind or Trade Sector, and Elia now does not have that because he used his augment power on saving what Rice gave him, which is still not ideal. So I'm not shrugging it off just yet, but certainly in a much better spot than we saw originally. Checking in with blah blah blah, who I feel like if you have this selection, you're going for what Trouble has been calling the vintage Rise, the Rise Freljord, just playing around that Lysandra early on and then trying to find your way into the Rise. So very clear-cut game plan as well.
Hopefully he'll be able to find any kind of upgrades for his early game, because right now he's pretty far off from being able to contend with the other strong balls in the lobby. 2-star Ashe, unfortunately, I don't think would be enough to even do anything about that. And on the opposite board, Kaiser with the Demacia emblem as well, but Quick Striker and Piltover might be leading him down a different direction from Elia, unless he finds a way to reforge some of the emblems, because I do not see a great way for Quick Striker to make its way into this competition unless you find a lucky Kindred.
Pointing's a player we haven't talked about too much yet. He's also on Demacia, so at least 3 players have aligned into Demacia in one way or another, with Elia joining these 2 players a little bit late. But Coined also has the Gunslinger, which I think is a pretty strong emblem in terms of how strong it could be on specific units. We've seen it on Warwick, for example, last few patches, alongside the Jinx, just for the just armor shred, basically.
Yeah, and I think you make a great overall point here as well, because Coined is a player we haven't seen too much just yet. Has certainly been more of a breakout talent in the last sets of TFT from the DACH region, doing really well there as well as internationally. And he started the day off with an 8th place. And that is very hard to come back from, but he was able to, got a 5th place, then a 1st place, and from there on, it was just top 4. So 1st, 3rd, and then 4th. I think this is one of the players in all of EMEA that you can really look to when it comes to having a solid mental, when it comes to shrugging off maybe misfortunate situations. So if there was any player I would like to see in an emblem ensemble lobby, I feel like it has to be Coined.
I'm just focused on Lelouch's camera, and I'm trying to figure out what he's doing. Like he's just, I don't know. He's trying.
He's leaning. That's a gamer.
He's leaning. Okay, so
He's in a leaning pose, half between sitting and standing. It's the new tech. You heard it here first.
You've heard of sitting like
he's hovering.
Death Note. You've heard of standing up desk, but have you heard of leaning desk? Apparently, it's what Lelouch has. It's not the hover desk. Too great for it. It's a hover desk. Sorry.
It went from hoverboard to hover desk. Yes, the year's 2026.
You guys don't understand.
We have advanced.
Listen, he is leaning forward to, of course, put all the energy into the screen that is right before him. It's just, it's like a catalyst.
It's cracking me up. Oh my! But you mentioned the Zona emblem, and I'm trying to pick it back up. We've got the Echo here, but that's the only one we found. No Blitzcrank, unfortunately, meaning we're not able to activate this. Honestly, such a powerful trait. The amount of attack speed it gives is absolutely crazy, but it's not going to do anything for him for now, and might cost him his win streak. Because right now, 3 players win streaking. Skipeus against Elia, colliding for the win streak with the Graves 2 on one side and the Lulu 2 on the other. I know who I have favored to win, but the frontline might be just good enough for Elia.
I honestly really love seeing this. We were talking a lot about Skip coming into the day. We were talking about how well he was performing on the Bilgewater, as it does become a very, very close matchup between the two. Skip's streak is going to be broken. And the fact that he was the player that got a Bilgewater emblem here gives me great faith into how this game could work out.
Known as the Pirate King across this entire set, he I think is one of the players that has really pushed even as early as PBE, he was doing things with Bilgewater that no one else had even considered thinking about when it comes to when to buy certain shop upgrades, playing more for stats, for example. He has really been pushing the creativity with this comp. We'll see what we can do in the final game, potentially a very important game for Scapeus for this set.
Dude, he came into my chat in like week 2 of this set releasing, and he backseat gamed me on Bilgewater, and I was like, what the? I don't know anything. I'll do whatever you say.
Yeah, he's had clearly a cemented position as the best Bilgewater player in the region, or one of the best at the very least. And seeing him with Ionia and Bilgewater emblem makes me a little sad that this is not the Pass of Spirit, because I know for a fact that he has theory crafted ways to cross over both of the lines in some very, very cool and creative ways. I won't spoil it because I want to get the opportunity to see it without spoiling it for everybody else. If he gets the opportunity, that would be one of the cooler ones we could see, and it speaks to the level of preparation that he's thought about crossing over both of the lines, and he's worked on the idea for a while before coming into the tournament.
Yeah, I would love
Leah
to
was
see
flexing
that.
for a reason. 5 win streak now in stage 2. You did mention earlier, Max, that he picked up emblems and didn't have extra econ, etc. But emblems are essentially just items. After the huge emblem revolution halfway through the set, so you do get a lot of stats, and this is why Spreading Roots has been such a almost insta pick augment for so long since that change came through, because you have the chance to high roll into something crazy if it really fits your board like it does here, but also just you get flat stats if you can use those emblems well.
Yeah, that's
Yordle
true.
emblem.
Yeah, Yordle has been used. We're running 5 Yordle for now.
Yeah.
Not sure that's her long game for this comp, but for now we'll definitely use it and get her win streak in there, which I don't hate for Ilya.
Yeah, it's he's going to be able to play the 6 Yordles without any downsides and accrue some free rerolls, so it's going to be additional economy for him if he manages to keep the win streak going. This might be a little bit unsurmountable for the rest of the lobby. But speaking of economy, with the Prosperity Ionia and Bilgewater as well, Scapeus has been printing money every round.
One niche thing to mention as well with the emblem, you can use the emblem to duplicate any 3 cost essentially by equipping the emblem and using the Bilgewater duplicator. So it's something that Scapeus can use in his favor to have the strongest board pulse coming to stage 3.
No, that's a very great point. We're also getting word from our observer that Misfortune is in the shop, as you can see here as he flashes it quickly. So if he wanted to, he could get her for that 7 Bilgewater. I, however, feel like with the unlock on Kench needing less Silver Serpents, and with this being Skip, I would not be surprised if this is a mixture of 2 boards that we're going to be getting from him. He is being, teased a little bit here. Defensive to Placidium does come through on the augments. Was thinking about it, rolls it away, as we do get our set of second augments across the board.
All right, looks like it's going to be Care Package and a bunch of Twisted Fates as well. A quick upgrade, getting the Captain's Brew most likely. Definitely one of the strongest Bilgewater items, despite not requiring 7 Bilgewater to be played. It's kind of one of the crazy items. Does something that's kind of hard to see, but slowing down the attack speed of everybody hit by the TF's card is just completely crazy, and it reduces the amount of damage the enemies does by so much.
What a play from Revan. Flamin, level 7, 0 gold, has a ton of traits activated. Trying to go for... Does he have enough Yasuos actually for the Yoni unlock?
Guessing no, because I imagine he would not keep one on the bench, yeah. But he's 0 gold, but Slamin and the Gwynzoo's Augment and the Prosperity Ionia and the Bilgewater. So he's still making plenty of gold every round. Despite that, looking for the Yone and the Kaisa and the Rift Herald, basically to upgrade his entire board for free.
And this was the Revan Classic back in set 15 when he came into TPC, and a lot of top players were writing him off as an influencer. These are the kind of plays that started to separate him from other players, and where he had a lot of success was playing super high tempo, pushing the pressure a lot in these lobbies. And this level 7 on 3-2 he did quite a lot of times, I remember, in those tournaments.
Yeah, I really love seeing how well Revan has stepped up to the plate and how well he's been playing basically ever since his inauguration into the TPC. But let's check in here with Aaliyah, because the 7-win streak is pretty far. Can Lelouch's comp do anything about that? Is currently running that Zoe 1 as an item carrier, and she does a lot, even on Zoe 1 with the Arcanist, with the Invoker emblem there on her. That could just be the streak snapper for Aaliyah on the other side. I do want to check in on Coinit rather soon as well, because he got a savings account, so a lot of money is available there, and he has been streaking on the low streak.
Oh,
Was a fraud.
I mean, 7-win streak with Lulu carry. Isn't that like a huge win in and of itself? Like, isn't
Wait,
that
Lulu
kind of crazy?
got buffed this patch.
She got
don't
buffed.
just
She's
like
still
Lulu
a fraud.
anymore.
She's still a fraud.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yep. No, still. Yeah.
Sorry.
I
Lulu's still terrible.
You disagree? You're playing a lot of Yordle, Panda?
Yeah, John, Lulu one trick now on ladder. Don't worry about my Decade LP. That's irrelevant.
Taking stock of the lobby here as we are in the carousel. A lot of Bilgewater and Ionia splashes across the board, and a lot of Freljord also being tagged in by our players. Just really nicely to play around. You can see it here by Coinit. He, like I said, just procced that savings account. We've gone to level 7, and we are trying to build out Freljord, maybe?
We're looking to unlock Galio, for sure.
Yeah.
We're at the
I'm
point
more
where I
confused
think
about the bench. Yeah.
he was keeping a lot of options open. That's why we saw no item slams, so because of the gunslinger emblem, I think, as well, in the X-Stall. He didn't know if he wanted to commit to AP with Demacia, but this is the point where he had to decide, and we're seeing it now. The AP slams are going to play for a more standard Demacia line, can fit in Senna later on, as is the norm usually with Demacia when you're capping higher.
Indeed, and Elia still very, very strong right now. Coinit not looking to win. It will be interesting to see how much longer he manages to keep Ishtal in. For now, the Scanner unlock is going to do a lot for his board strength. Gonna get another quest by 68 XP, I would imagine, is the instant pick here. You're gonna cash it out. Yep. Cash out 250. Decent. It's gonna be a decent but not game-breaking amount of resources, and he's gonna have very, very little HP left to play the rest of the game. So he's gonna have to stabilize super hard on come 4-1.
I will say, Coinit is not one of the players that is worried about elimination after this game. He's sitting on 24 points, which should be enough, because he will get at least one more from this round, and we're expecting the cutoff to be around the 22 mark. So he can risk a little bit, although of course points carry over, so we'll have to see.
If he reaches the 250 cash out, he could also pick up a Reforger from one of the Ixtal caches on 250, and he can reforge both the Ixtal emblem and the Gunslinger potentially for some big high rolls. Demacia is a comp that has fit a lot of emblems quite well this entire set with, Juggernauts, any of the AP backline stuff as well. So there's quite a few big hits for the board.
Definitely a great point, and would be very important, going down to 20 HP, so 2 to 3 lives on stage 4 depending on how it goes. He's going to be leveling now to be able to pivot out of the Ishtal come 4-1 without having to play them for one more round on his board, and being able to fully roll down, maybe unlock the Galio this round. Is the count correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes! Unless I suck at math, we should be getting.
No, I trust you.
He would have bought the vein
Normally,
otherwise, so yeah, it has to be correct.
Aftermath, but It has to be correct here. Gonna be seeing him unlock that. And then he'll also hit the Ishtal, of course.
There it is. Here's the cash out, most likely. There goes one extra
that's the
item.
Reforger.
Nice. Swain 2-star, beautiful. Lux is there now. All right. This looks like it should be enough for 4-1, but he digs deeper.
There's a Reforge in time.
Ooh. Predictor's Vow for Swain, I believe. I imagine.
Yeah.
There we go, reforging the emblems.
I like that he reforges the emblems before selecting here because, of course, you know, depending on what he gets, another item might have been better than that vow. But
Wait, he's gonna time out. Okay, no. Gets the Predictor's Vow last second. Places it on the Swain, beautiful. Is that going to be enough? I said that this would be enough of a roll down for 4-1, but he goes against Luffy with 2 double Econ Augment already having rolled down with the epic roll down. The 2-star Lissandra is still alive, and it's going to be coming down to the final 2 units on each board, and Coinid barely wins here into a Prismatic Augment. All right.
That is
There's a Garen.
certainly big game change.
Duplicator on the Lux, I imagine.
It's a Spirit Link as well, right? So Coined is going to be scaling to the late game. I do think the emblems could have been a little bit better, but at least the Disruptor is going to have some kind of effect here on the Annie, the third item.
Okay, shouldn't we? Surely he's gonna take out one of the Demasias to play 4 Arcanists, right? He was just taking his time. In the meantime, skip TF 3-star back, old school build water gameplay.
This is purely off of that 3TF shop that we saw in 3-2.
Hell yeah.
Call to Chaos, 2 players here going up against each other.
So Radiant lucky chest
Radiant,
for Kaiser.
yes. Seeing that on the back line.
And it's definitely not going to be enough. And skip 7 Bilgewater, 3 Ionia, still printing out the money. Oh wait, he's already level 9. My brain just caught up with the fact that he was in fact already level 9. So I'm guessing gold.
Whoa, double Tom Ken shop as well.
Nice shop.
GG.
So
Radiant
here,
lucky.
thank you, Observer. This is the Radiant chest. We knew of this one, but the Scapeus one.
Pretty
has
sure
to
it
be-
must have been XP.
XP.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
64 experience.
Reforged the Ionian emblem. Void is not going to be what we want, but we still have a couple of Reforgers left, which is beautiful. One more. Long shot is... Nope. And nope. Well, that's kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, Piltover's awkward. There's not really a way to fit it in, although it could be a good team-wide buff at this point in Stage 4.
I mean, TX time. Send it.
Why
If
do
only
you keep
we were
saying
playing
that?
the last patch.
Stop, Kenobi.
4 Gunslinger, Wajan Iverson, Bilgewater, patch 1 of the set. It's time to bring it back.
Oh,
And
Annie for
not.
Coined. Doesn't go for it. He already used a duplicator on the Lux. Never mind.
Yeah, he already used the duplicate.
Yeah.
But it's also Annie for blah 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 who is playing her. So if he has one on the bench, might be Annie 2-star. Crucial because he's very unupgraded right now.
We talked about the
It's
position. We saw it from
interesting.
One Jungler earlier. It's this kind of failure board where you don't quite hit enough to go 9, and your board is just so much weaker than it should be before you're able to play for things like Rides and things like the Volibear coming online.
So when we saw all of the emblems, I was so sure that the one player that would go for Annie would be Lelouch. But he instead is actually going for the Mel, has her unlocked, and instead we're seeing blah 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 and Coined going for that Annie instead. Just a glimpse of this board here. It's certainly a nice assortment of everything unupgraded for Lelouch. but having that Mel there is helping. Would love to upgrade her to a Mel 2 though.
Yeah, that's the 1-star soup if I've ever seen one. They invested allowing him to go to level 9 right now, but the roll down not being what he wants and the Swain not being upgraded is unfortunately a very, very common sight across everybody playing this set. The most contested unit by far on every patch of the set, and makes it very, very hard when you're not the first one to roll, be it on 8 or 9, to find him upgraded. But Lemel is doing some heavy lifting in this fight. Not going to be quite enough to win, and the Lelouch's going to go down to 34 HP here. Not critical by any means, but it's going to get there soon.
The setup is starting to look really strong for Scapeus, though. 3-win streak now for the Czech player. This is kind of the scariest point in time for the Buildwater player, where everyone else spikes. You're still scaling your Serpent. You're still trying to find that Tomcat 2, which he has just found before we even get to stage 5. So Scapeus, with his mastery on this line in particular, I think he might be the player poised to win this game 6, all things considered.
Well, before we talk about the player that wins this game, we need to talk about the players that might get eliminated here. Blah, 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 on the 22 points, which is very close to what we're expecting the cutoff to be. Lost that previous round, is on 7 HP, a 3-loss streak. The Annie he found of the character and he did get eliminated off of this round here if he loses his fight. So that is something we need to keep an eye on. In the meantime, Elia and Scapeus are shaking hands and blah, 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 able to hang in there by just a sliver of HP.
Yeah, and Elia finding the Dragon Guard on the back of his long shot Demacia game. I believe he's reforged. No, wait, never mind. Yes. No, I don't see the Yordle emblem anymore. I'm losing track of what he had and what he reforged. And thank you, observers. The Jarvan just got upgraded to 3-star. Unfortunately, Coinid making his game a little bit harder than he would have wished. Luxpair and Garenper, but we're sitting on all of the gold and we're going to be going to level 9. Hopefully slotting the Longshot emblem that is on Poppy onto the Senna or something similar. Honestly, once the upgrades start coming through, this is probably the strongest Demacia board we've seen in this entire tournament.
Elia really making this work. I mean, we just saw the Lux long shot in that last fight against Scapeus. Almost won the fight despite Elia sitting on so much gold and just waiting to get his next real spike now that he's coming to stage 5. The Dragonheart pickup as well. I mean, just a really, really strong setup for Elia. Ever since we saw this board in stage 2, it's only gotten better and better, and the game hunter looks more and more solid.
Yeah, and we can take a look at Revan, who had done this so aggressive push earlier on in this game, now playing Yunara Belvet duo carry, so using the Ionia and the Slayer emblem. Is that going to be enough to win against the 7 Frail-year-old ball from blah 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 and eliminate him? It's
close.
Really close, but the Yunara is going to go down and Revan will go down to 1 life as well.
Wow, this lobby is moving closer and closer together. Revan has so much gold to work with, goes 9 here. Can he avoid fate?
Unlocks the Silas, but can he really do something useful with the unit? I love the fact that the unit went from one of the harder ones to unlock to, well, I'll just unlock Silas just in case, ends up filling him, finds a 2-star Fiddlesticks. Pretty good upgrade, but he's strong enough. The front line still seems a little brittle on the side of Revan, and he goes against somebody who has a pretty hefty front line in the form of this Garen 2 on Failure.
I wonder if it wouldn't be better the Void Emblem on the Yone, for example.
Well, it's looking pretty close, but the front line has fallen. One stun on the Belvet. Yunara on the back line, can she do it?
Lux.
Nope. Gets lasered down, and it's looking like we have a triple elimination. Can Rebel at the very least clutch a top 6? We're gonna get a look right after the execute dies of Firecracker. And 7th place for the Spanish representative, 6th for Kaiser, and dead last for blah blah blah.
So for blah blah
Mind
blah,
there's
this
not gonna
might
be-
actually be really, really bad. So he's going to be on 23 points. Kaiser is going to be on, is that 20 that he had? Hold on. No, he was on 30, so he's super fine. Revan should be safe from elimination, but for blah blah blah,
Oh,
could get dicey.
that's a crazy shot.
Yes.
Fortunately,
Really
not
strong
pulling
board
the
from
trigger.
Luffy here as well against Coined, and Coined has done a really great job of turning his game around. 7 win streaks since we saw him stabilize in stage 4. We'll see if he continue getting a win here up against his sport. Luffy, who looking pretty strong with a Volibear onto the back line. The Lux
Yeah,
is
can
still
he take
alive,
down
but
the
for
Lux?
how long?
Oh my god, it's gonna be so close once more, but the Volibear actually clutches the fight, and Coined being a little bit greedy here, not selling the Shyvana or the Lissandra to get the Annie 2 and the Gallia 2, ends up paying the price, loses his final extra life and goes down to 8 HP. This might be a case of greeding just a tiny bit much.
Well, some players in this lobby certainly have to greed. Certainly looking at Lelouch, 14 points. He will need a first place and then some to try and make it into tomorrow. Luffy is also not safe by any means just yet. The rest of the players a little bit more breathing room, but look at that
Good shot,
shop.
Lelouch.
Fiddle and set. Both available. Not enough gold to buy both
Trying
of them,
to figure
though.
out if there's a way for him to get there. Gonna upgrade the fiddle for sure because he's itemized. Gonna have to lock the shop. Nothing will be sold to make room for the set 2-star. The smell is completely terrifying because you have to remember the Arcanist emblem refounds mana on kill, and with the Invoker emblem acting as a pseudo Archangel, that can snowball out of control really fast.
A lot of RNG though on the fight outcome depending how the Mel resets happen. The Sand Soldiers will also be feeding that Mel. She gets the kills during their cast. He's able to chain 2 casts in a row that could decide this fight just to get the second one off before the Lux kills her. She does it. I think it's just not going to be enough. The Tibber standing his ground. The Lux doing her work, and Annie really performing at a high
Set with
level.
a steel chair. Nope.
Set with a wooden chair.
Set with the cardboard chair, more like, gets wiped out. Coined secures the top 4. Skippers loses to Luffy, I believe, which is a little bit scary because if we take a look at Skippers' board, what else can you upgrade? I guess Kindred. Holy, that is a strong board.
It is, isn't it? Look at the HP on the Stomp. You can barely count it anymore.
I think it's pretty much locks Lelouch out of the qualification into day 2 with this bottom 4, considering he was fairly low on the standings as well. Sad to see for such an OG player like him, but props to Coined. I think that high APM turn where he transitioned and stabilized was very impressive with the reforge, with the itemization, etc. And he's really managed to at the very least knock up a top 4.
No, I agree. And where there's people eliminated, there's also winners. Luffy getting closer and closer to making that miracle jump to tomorrow, as we do see Coined and Scapeus go up against each other. Does Coined have the power to beat this board? The answer is yes.
Handily, not even close to taking down the biggest part of the front line. The Spirit Link is working overtime, and with the duo carry of Lux and Annie now, super hard. However, Luffy's board is kind of cracked, honestly. This horn is massive.
Okay, I just want to add to what I was just saying. Luffy needs to have a high finish. A 4th place will probably not be enough, so still needs to clutch up here.
Yep, needs a 1st or 2nd.
Yeah.
At least. So Elia now stacking up, has found dice. I'm taking a look on the side. Everything's upgraded on the full cost side, and he's just missing the final upgrades on his legendaries. I believe he's still playing 5 long shots, by the way, which is very
Really heads up play from Coined here, picking up the charm with the Xerath, and now slotting the Azir back in for the Disruptor.
Free item. God, that Galio is gonna... Oh, the Galio slams are gonna be devastating with that much armor and MR. Can he find a final upgrade? Upgrades the Sejuani. Goes up against Luffy and Elia against Skip.
Yeah, good news is for Skip, he does not go up So there is a little bit of breathing place and going up against EMEA here. Question is, does this board have the power to take that down? And on the right-hand side, does Luffy have anything to throw up against Coinit?
Yeah, Skipper is going down on the left side, gets blown away by Elia. He's gonna go down, and Luffy is gonna have enough to take down Coinid, which is gonna be heartbreaking after working so hard for this comeback. But great news for Luffy, because 23 points should be okay for him for day 2. And Skipperus and Coinid were both fine. Might be a little bit sad for Skipperus to end with 26 points. Could be a little bit rough when it comes to the next cutoffs on day 2. But he has a little bit more time to come back. And Elia, honestly, he was the first one we laid our eyes on in this game, and we were joking about playing Yordle Timo reroll, but he said, nah, I've got this. Finds the spreading route, finds the honestly godlike Demacia longshot board. Like, holy.
Really cool setup from both players. You don't tend to see, this heavy lean into long shot unless you have the 2 elements, of course. You don't tend to see 7 Freljord very often, but this is what Rise enables. I think Luffy in particular had a really good job of surviving that stage 4 and 5. We'll see if this Freljord can do enough. Just let on what's alive. It looks like it's gonna be a clean sweep now, but he has to do this 3 more times, Makes. Is it gonna be, you think, this easy every time?
That's a good question. Honestly, Elia still has some more power in the tank. We just saw that Shyvana 2 upgrade come on through there as well. And of course, he can still get a carousel item upgrade to itemize even better. The potential on this board is definitely up.
Yeah, and we've finally got an Orn artifact. Unfortunately, it's going to be a Depth Defiance, and Luffy is all out of removers.
Yeah.
So not going to be able to place it on any useful unit. He's also, I believe, 1 round off of being level 10 based on how he's invested his gold, with how much the Zillion must have printed. So he's spent it all because either he dies or he's level 10. There's no in between here. And the previous fight did not look very close. The 7 Freljord stun on the entire board is just doing so much. This fight's looking a little
Oliver got
closer,
bursted down.
Yeah.
That Orn ult being interrupted was just so much left on the table there. Elia, with probably the worst emblem selection from that Rise, able to turn it around, says, guys, I'm flexing on you. I don't care. I got this. Takes first place. Magnificent.
Beautiful. And fun fact, this was a Rise game, and do you know which unit we did not get to see at all? That's right.
Rise.
The man himself. Rise, big absent here. Nobody manages to flex him in. And honestly, not that the boards were weak at all. Quite the contrary, honestly. This was such a fun board to see from Elia, from Luffy. Skipper is finding a great Bilgewater game, probably the best one we've seen today. The hugest Tankenge did not make a difference, got absolutely swept away when he faced his opponents. And that's gonna be it for this, for the game 6 for today. Do not go anywhere.
right.
We have a small break.
Always rises. Cannons. always rises. Cannons.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final analyst desk of the second day of the weekend. One more day to go before we'll find out which players head across to week 2. Before we dive too deep into any of that stuff, I do want to take a second just to recognize that previous game. What a spectacular way to end things with emblems for everybody.
That is so exciting for viewers and probably the most doomed way to go out if you're a player, because literally your fate is hanging on by a thread. If your emblems make zero sense, there's only so much you can do to pull it together. And I just particularly want to start with what the cast has started, which was Aaliyah's board with the Yordle, the Longshot, and the Juggernaut emblem, and they looked at it and they were like, this is freaking doom! And Aaliyah just made it work. He just played good old school Yordle, slotted 6 in, carried the Lulu with the Longshot emblem in the early game, which carried him through a massive win streak, slotting in the Yordles, getting the extra rerolls, which inevitably gives econ, and yeah, managed to just transform all this into a Demacia board and get to that level 9 into a victory. That was a fantastic turnaround from a position where it feels like Rise was pretty mad at you at the beginning, but he turned it around.
And I think, it's a telling thing, isn't it, when a player just decides to go, branching it. Oh, just go and grab himself some extra emblems at that point and say, you know what, I don't think there has been enough randomness in this game. I want to add a little bit more into the mix. I mean, across the rest of the field, though, we're certainly seeing enough commendable games being dragged out of some very bizarre circumstances towards the tail end. We'll say commiserations to blah, blah, blah. He ended up that one in 8th place overall. It felt like we did have a lot of our players, unfortunately, kind of ending up sort of heading into roughly the same direction. More on the Freljord Invoker side of things, which meant it was going to make it a little bit tough to get all of your 2-stars online.
I mean, here's where it comes down to when you're literally looking to scrape by and make the next day. You're either going to risk it all and try to contest everyone else and just hope that by having more econ augments, you can actually out-hit your opponents because you're playing for an earlier roll down before they do, or you're going to play a completely crazy line and then pivot off of it like Aaliyah did with the Yordle emblem right here. It turns out that for blah blah blah, he also had a Yordle emblem. Didn't actually pan out the way that they wanted to, so ended up going out in 8th. Again, Rise Portal is very hard. However, the one takeaway from this is that we saw no Rise. Usually in Rise portals, you want to see a lot of Rise. The more emblems you have, the more traits you open, the more powerful your Rise becomes. I don't think a single board was actually angling the Rise, which was kind of weird here.
No, particularly given that, I think you pointed out really well in our green room that we're seeing a lot of economy, particularly even especially XP traits coming in. So we knew we were going to get some pretty heavy late game boards, which generally does make sense when you've got all these extra emblems. Especially ones which can build towards a powerful vertical like Demacia, that you just want to get up to the high levels, access as many units as possible, but ultimately no. I think it's just because it became such a brawl in there, and I think some of that was being, Scapeus being in the mix, running, his build water ball, which ultimately ended up having the 3-star Twisted Fate in there, just putting down enough pressure that made it trickier to sit back too far in that game.
Yeah, and I want to take us actually completely out of this game because this was pretty much the last game of the day, right? And I kind of want to bring us into more takeaways of what we saw yesterday versus what we saw today. I feel like we saw a lot more capped boards today. When players that are of high caliber get mixed into the equation, you see the difference between the 16 Plains players and now having some veterans join in the scene in general. The cap boards, the Annie boards that came through, the Rise boards, the Silas boards. We saw a game, I think it was game 5, where everyone just had a Garen and none of them could hit a Garen 2 to unlock the Silas. And by the time the Garens had been sold, then Silas's have been taken away. So there were no Silas's to be had by the people who were rolling last, right? So I think this is what I primarily take away from here, that this caliber of players right here, and even so more next week, know exactly how to cap a board. So it becomes really, really difficult to sneak into those top 4s.
I mean, between the Rise, the Mel, and the Annie, between the 3, it seems like EMEA certainly compared to some of the other regions, it's doing pretty damn well with Mal. I mean, looking at even the small sample size we had from yesterday, it ended up being actually surprisingly good composition and reliable composition. Even as you said, when we're in a situation where everybody is scrambling over themselves to try and find that late game board. I am glad though we do have some other comps coming in, but for our players in the bottom 8, this is the end of their ride. They will not be going through to the TPC next season. That is officially off the table for them.
Ouch, seeing some names in there, Opal, Lush, Odessa, really unfortunate. Enzo just about making it. Enzo, wet jungler, blah, blah, blah with that 8th, just about made it through. Canby's over on the lower end of the standings right here. Those are the guys in those 20 to 26, 27, 28 points that are really gonna have to sweat tomorrow. Again, your points carry over to tomorrow. The first cutoff is on game 2, so heads back in. You made it through today. The fight's not over.
Yeah, you're still going to be able to stay ahead. We immediately just think, we look at the points, they're not massively different. There are some players, of course, towards the top, like Yosko and Zako, who are pretty comfortable. Of course, the points reset between weeks 1 and weeks 2. So if you've done as amazingly as they have, then you can somewhat take it a little easier tomorrow. But, for everybody else below, there's such little difference between the placements. Every single game is going to count.
Absolutely. And honestly, big shout out to Lekoko, Clamu, Garkis coming in through those planes that we watched yesterday, absolutely dominating their opponents on day 1, and right here also being at the very top of the leaderboard of the standings, showing exactly the caliber of players they are and why it was considered crazy that we saw them coming through the planes, right? But that's what happens when your performance is not necessarily as good as you're expected. You have to take those steps to get through the planes to then dominate the scene again.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a huge weight off your mind, especially if you are perhaps starting to question if you've got a good handle on things, and then you come into a meta where nobody's got a handle on things whatsoever. It seems like in this case, again, to be able to ride that one out and get themselves into that kind of prime position. But of course, you said tomorrow, it will all be about watching those players trying to stay ahead of elimination, going the whole way through the day, just trying to fight tooth and nail to get every single point going forwards. I think we're going to be seeing particularly tomorrow, some extremely high-risk plays being taken, and I think players actually praying for more lobbies like this where you can maybe just get something to give you a head start from the very beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. However, I think we do have somebody with us, if I'm not wrong, is going to be Jedazor join us for an interview. So welcome. Can you hear us? Hello?
Hi.
Happy to have you, mate. How are you doing?
Fine. I'm really happy. I did a great performance today, so yes, I'm very happy.
Oh, just so it's been a very high pressure day for everybody. Honestly, how did you feel coming to regionals? Were you confident? Were you expecting it to go well?
I was very confident, but I was also a little bit stressed because. I have a lot of stress because I was in tier 2 this set, and so it was the only tournament that was important. So I have a lot of stress, but I'm really happy of the way I played today. And job is not finished, but I will make sure to go to tier 1 next set now.
Absolutely.
Jedazor, I want to make the comparison. I don't know if you're watching League of Legends at all. I want to make the comparison with your journey and a lower bracket run, okay? Because they say that people who take the lower bracket run in League of Legends, they usually end up being the champions. You said you had to play your way through tier 2. Has that helped you in any way? You've played more official games than before, having to come from that tier 2. Do you think that was helpful at all?
Honestly, I think I don't know. Like tier 2, I feel very very bad to be in tier 2 set because I want to go to Worlds and I'm a competitor. So being in tier 2 was very awful, I would say. And yes.
Oh, that's
All right, well, you got
absolutely
your chance
fair.
again to go to Worlds. Like you said, Jed, there's also head up. You've done great today, as you said. Is there any particular thought going into this particular patch? Everything changed, new unlocks. Do you think that it was way better than before where everybody was fishing for like 3-star forecasts?
Yes, I think, of course, I think this is probably the best patch for a long time. And it's a very flexible patch. You can play a lot of comp, and that's the kind of patch I like. And yes, so I'm very happy, and I show it today that I'm really good on this kind of patch, because I think I had very difficult game, and I play a lot of in open because my opener was very bad today, and I make a lot of points. So yes, I'm really happy about the patch. Yes.
Just to go into a little bit about you talking about your day overall, just taking a quick look through your scores. I saw that first game, around 4th and 5th, you really picked it up in the last 3 games. What could have changed in how you were approaching it that you managed to really pick up a ton of points towards the end of the day?
Okay, so the first game, I think the lobby was very, very high roll. So I think I cannot make better than the 5th place. So I was like, okay, it's not a good start, but I mean, I think I'm very good on this patch, and I'm one of the best players. So I just keep going, and I just said myself, good games are going after this one, and it happened. So yes, I'm very happy how I react after the first bottom 4, and the only one bottom 4 of today.
All right, do you think
Absolutely.
that having a rocky start, does it make you more determined to do better? Because we're sort of talking on the desk about the psychology of things, right? If you start as an 8th, if you go 8th first game, does that bring you down a little bit and you get a little bit stressed in general, like going into the next games? Or does it make you angry that you went 8th and you sort of like give it your all in the next one?
I think usually when I start a tournament with an 8th, I'm very stressed because if you want to go to the next day, you have to, in your head that you have to make great top after the 8th. So it's very difficult to start a tournament with an 8th. Lucky for me, I didn't make an 8th. So yes, so I'm very happy.
Cedar, I love your spirit. You're a very competitive spirit, and I love to see that in general. You seem very driven and very happy to be here and that you've done well. So yeah, for me, all best of luck for tomorrow. Back to you, Counterfeit.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think the last thing before we let you go, as of course, shout out as well, is I just kind of want to get your feel on the the field here today, and maybe looking forwards to week 2 as well. How confident are you feeling looking forwards now that this first day is done? I'm assuming you're confident you're going to get out of week 1, but do you feel like you're in the kind of form you would need to be able to say become regional champion?
Yes, I think I never be that strong since maybe like 1 year when I make second at Worlds. So I think honestly, if I'm making it to week 2, I can go to Worlds and make a great performance at Worlds again. So yes, I have a lot of ambition this set. I think the set is very good for me. So I will try to not choke tomorrow and and make it to week 2.
All right, so just before we let you go, is there anyone you would like to shout out or acknowledge, for just for getting this far?
So big shout out to first my study group, and especially Opal and Lyres, which are now relegated in Tier 2. Big love to them, and yes, I say thanks to all the Gentlemates fan which following me, my friends, my family, and
Oh, I think you said it all. Thank you so much, Jezusor, for giving us your time.
Merci, Jezusor.
Please to go and relax for the rest of the evening. We look forward to see you crush it tomorrow.
thank you. Bye.
Cool. Well, there we go. In his own words, we've got a candidate for regional champion putting his foot
No.
forward.
I think in his mind, he's already at Worlds. Like, he's already at the tag crown. He doesn't even
This
care.
is an
Like,
inconvenience to him.
in his head, he's already won the regionals. He's just planning for Worlds. That's what it is. And I hope he makes it,
fire.
Season 13 was the last time he made tag crown. He got second, if I'm not wrong. So close. We have a saying in Greek that says, you get to the pond, but you don't get to drink the water. And that's exactly what happened to him. He was just there, but he wasn't able to snatch it. So this time around, he seems very determined to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the whole thing, isn't it? It's like, you need that mentality in place for it even to be possible for it to happen in the first place. If you're kind of thinking, if you got one foot out the door and thinking, oh, maybe I'll do well, then I just don't think that's the kind of champion's mentality that we're really looking for. Even though, of course, we've still got one more day to go on this weekend, a full weekend more still to come. But I'm really hoping we get to see our players from play-ins from week one make the deep run and show exactly what they're capable of.
Yeah, it's been lovely. I won't be joining you guys tomorrow, but I'll be joining you guys next week. I'll be watching tomorrow. So for any last words from me, thank you so much for having me, and have a fantastic day 3 tomorrow, and we'll be watching.
Yeah, and for anyone who is tuning in tomorrow, remember it will be at 3 p.m. at CET. As always, we will be entering the elimination stage. We kind of been talking about it a little bit before, but we've got eliminations and promotions every 2 games, accelerating to every 1 game after round number 4. So only 16 players make it out of week 1 to join the top TPC players waiting in week 2. Hope you come and join us for all of those. In terms of our socials, if you'd like to follow along with what's going on X, it's at Compete TFT, Instagram, Teamfight Tactics, Play TFT on YouTube and Facebook, Impetuous Panda, Counterfeit Cast for myself, Makes_, Troublelink, and Kenobi will, of course, be available on social media for all of your questions and needs between tournament days. Thank you so much, Trouble, for joining us today. I hope you'll all come back and join us tomorrow, 3 p.m. CET, for the final day of week 1.
Don't miss it.
Always rises.